Well, last week, or I mean yesterday, not even last week, was very exciting, and hopefully the excitement will continue to build today. I'm Callum Helliwell, and I'm welcoming you to the Jcsa English-speaking broadcast. Looking forward to 12 more races here from King Abdulaziz Racetrack in Riyadh, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And today is all about a clash of titans. Now, whether that clash actually takes place is a different story altogether, but at the moment, at the time of recording, Talal Al-Khalidi, a very impressive winner last week, one of the standout purebred Arabians in Saudi Arabia, if not the world, will take on Afsan Al-Khalidi in an absolute mouth-watering clash at the end of an exciting 12 races today. Rory Delagi, you are with me once again for another good day of action. If this clash goes ahead, straight away, head on the chopping block, Talal versus Afsan, who are you picking?
At this stage, Talal has the upper hand, but he did run last week in the Imam's Sword. So whether he's ready to go after such a great turnaround, I'm not sure. But Asfan's coming off a career worst effort in Abu Dhabi last time out, so he's got a little bit to prove. So Talal appears to be the one in the ascendancy as we speak.
Unbelievable thinking a horse like Afsan Al-Khalidi has something to prove, but Rory is not right. That run in Abu Dhabi was very disappointing, but when he runs here in Saudi Arabia live on the Jcsa's English-speaking YouTube channel, everybody can enjoy him, and you are currently watching that YouTube channel, and congratulations on getting on board the best TV coverage in the Gulf. And we have already got some people wishing peace upon both of myself and Rory coming in the comments nice and early. As per usual, you know the drill by now. All you got to do is like, subscribe, and turn on those bell notifications so you never miss a single episode of this show. We run right up until the Saudi Cup and then beyond the Saudi Cup as well. So there's plenty of racing to enjoy here on the English-speaking channel. It's not just Rory and I taking you through the races. No. We've got Hannah Baycroft. She is out and about. And Hannah, where have you found yourself already today?
Hello everyone. Well, look at this. I'm surrounded yet again another weekend with trophies. Today, as Callum said, is super excited and we're so glad to have you all here. Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Arabian Horse Festival Day 2, and I cannot wait for the clash in the final race this afternoon. Of course, race 12, which is what you need to keep your eye on. Now get this. $1.5 million, okay, is up for grabs in that race. The winner will win $750,000. It's so exciting. So this is exactly why you have to stay tuned. Look at these trophies. Look at where we are. It's absolutely fabulous. And guess who else is joining us? It's our commentator, John Blance.
Hannah, many thanks. Yeah, looking forward to it, and that really good race to conclude things a little bit later on. First race, though, is a thoroughbred contest. It's an open race, and it's attracted a field of 13 runners. We can get a look at the runners and riders very shortly. A nice shot of the track there as well. Weather conditions, as ever, glorious. Right, here we go. Horse number 1 is Muqtahem. And that's the man of Mohammed Al-Daham. 2 is William Tell, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. 3 is Ryan's Party, and that's the man of Ali Al-Mimoni. Number 4 is Al-Shami, Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. 5 is G1, an old favourite here, Abdullah Al-Hussein is aboard. Horse number 6 is Perfect View, Mohammed Al-Habib. Next up is Star of Laziz, Khalid Al-Mimoni. Horse number 8 is Bark Al-Arab, Fawas Wanas. Number 9 is Basharat for the White Stable, Camilo Ospina. Horse number 10 is D-Point, Abdullah Al-Khamis. That's number 10. Number 11 is Karnas, Abdullah Al-Lofi. And horse number 12 is Target, Abdulaziz Al-Fayruz. And the last horse is number 13, Zawad. That's the mount of Luis Morales. So, first race underway at 5:10 local time. Back to the boys in the studio.
Yeah, thank you very much, John. Looking forward to this contest. Rory, it's an open contest. We're going over the 1,200 metres. We've got a couple of horses that we're going to look at some video form of. The first of those will be Muqtahem. Now, what do we make of this runner? He's a top horse here. He comes off the back of a good performance as well.
Yeah, he's exceptionally hard to oppose. He maybe should have won his last 3 starts. He was only just beaten 2 starts ago. This is him winning on turf last time out and beating Al Faisalea. And he'd also won a 1,200 metre open here on the dirt where I think he produced the fastest time we've seen this season over the distance on the dirt surface. And in between, normally he races handily, can make the running. He missed the break 2 starts to go, but still rallied to be beaten very, very gnarly on a photo finish, and arguably should have won that race as well. So going from strength to strength, he's the one to beat here. The horse he's got to beat is the horse we're seeing now, William Tell, who's been running pretty well this season as well. Second in both starts over this trip last month. Most recently in the race we're watching behind the grey My Map. That was the Prince Fahad bin Jalawi Cup last week. Good performance that, but I think although this was only just getting beaten in a cup race, I do think that Muqtahem over the quick 1,200 metres here just has an edge on William Tell, but the pair of them really ought to dominate this contest.
Yeah, it looks like a 2-horse race, but there are plenty of other horses we need to get our teeth stuck into as they circle the paddock behind us. We've talked about 1 and 2. Let's move on to number 3, Ryan's Party. Danced every dance, this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's a useful handicapper, but he hasn't been at his best on turf or dirt for a while. And he's got no more than minor claims if he bounces back. But he just gives the impression he might have had a little bit too much for the time being.
Al Shami is the 4th on his last 2 appearances.
Yeah, placed over course and distance in his last 2 starts. Most recently 3rd to Motor Car and a winners of 2 last time out. The winner's rate at 72. So although he's in good form, he needs to improve a fair bit. It looks very well from what we can see of him in the parade ring at the moment.
The 5 is Giovon, who was a almost slightly surprising winner in in an open race last time out.
Yeah, slightly surprising in that he'd gone 45 races without a win. He was a dual winner in the UK in his younger days, but although he'd shown up very well on numerous occasions, he'd gone a couple of years without a win, and we'd seen him regularly, but everything fell right for him last time out and he won. He isn't the most obvious one to follow up, and this is a tougher race anyway.
The 6 is Perfect View.
Perfect View finished last of 18 in a weaker race than this over course and distance last time, and doesn't make any appeal on that. Certainly doesn't lack for fitness, looking lean there in the parade ring, but looks outclassed in this company.
Star of Laziz is the 7, needs to bounce back from a disappointing run last time.
Yeah, he was nothing special in the UK. He was a winner for the 1,400-metre nursery at Newcastle for Gemma Tutty in 2023. You can forgive him his last run over a trip he doesn't stay, but he's just a fair handicapper on balance, and this looks a little bit too tough for him.
The 18 is Bark Al Arab, has been in the money in each of his last 4 starts.
Yeah, still a maiden, Bark Al Arab. Was 3rd to G1 in a course and distance open last time out. He'll do well to match that placing in a better contest today.
I'm looking forward to seeing the 9, Basharat. He's done very little wrong in a short career.
No, he's my sort of 3rd choice in this race. He's got a bit to find with the front 2, but he's a course and distance winner in November. He was in front of Al Shami when beaten 3/4 lengths by Motor Car and a course and distance winners 2 last time out.
Hannah is already finding connections here in the parade ring. Who have you caught up with?
Dama Al-Dahani is here, Callum, so we're going to chat to him about his runner in this race. Muqtahem looking very, very good in the parade ring. He's had such a good season so far. You must be very proud of his performances.
Yeah, he's a good horse. All the time his performance too good. The main problem, he's a little nervous in the stall, and the stall, they know him very well. They will enter him the last because all the time he makes so much problem in the stall only. Otherwise, the weight for him is a 3 years old, now 4 years old. It's no problem for him, the weight, because he's a sprinter horse. I think we will have a good race between him, and I think Prince Faisal horse is a good horse also. I think it will be a good fight.
Yeah, well, of course, that with his rating and then how he looks in the parade ring, I just got a chance to have a quick look at him. He looks very well and very well muscled. Would you agree?
Yeah. He's in a best form, I think. He's in a best form. I hope he progress too good to make his rate a little high, because we're going to the best sprint, We need a good rate to go there,
Well, thank you very much. That's brilliant. I know you've got some more runners later on, so hopefully I can catch up with you before then, if not in the winners' enclosure. Thank you very much.
And thank you also. And have a good life in your country. I think this is the last weekend for you.
Oh,
we hope to see you in a good health, and say hi for everyone watching you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I have to say, Tham has been so welcoming to me here. And this is why I say to you guys at home, it's such a great place to be, and I'm absolutely enjoying it. Well, let's see if we've got someone else we can catch up with. I'll tell you what we'll do. The bell has gone for the jockeys to board, so I'll hand it back to you and Callum in the studio, and we'll see who else we've got here. I'll see you in a moment.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, lovely to hear from you there. And just again, Sam Adahani, just again reminding us what a great bloke he is as well. Wishing Hannah all the best as this is her final weekend. You and Hannah both heading home on Saturday, so very exciting times for you. And I'll be holding down the fort here for the next month.
Yeah, no, it's a hard old life.
No, I can't complain. You're all going back to what, -6, and I'm staying here on 28.
I'll be back at the end of February, but this is Hannah's last stint here. Certainly for the season.
Yeah, we'll have to get her back for Taif.
We'll have to get her back.
We'll have to get her back for Taif.
Get the gang back together.
Get the gang back together. It's been fun. Let's keep moving on, though. We've got to do D Point, who's the 10 here. Last 2 starts this season have been pretty disappointing.
Yeah, still a maiden and soundly beaten in maiden company twice this season, so would be the biggest shock in this race.
Karnath is the 11, returned from a little absence to finish 6th last time out. It was a close enough 6. It was an open company and it was over course and distance.
And it was behind Giwons.
There you go.
And one of 3 who clashes again from that. But again, the fact that Giwon won that race off a 45 race losing streak suggests it wasn't the hottest open race of all. He could step forward from it, as you said, but he's only 1 from 27 career-wise, and it's asking a lot to win this contest.
Yeah, the 12 is Tap Target, making Saudi debut today. Cost a fair amount coming from the USA. Big, strapping grey individual. He's just coming past our position now.
Yeah.
He certainly stands out.
He's not the easiest to work out, and he may well need this run. There's plenty of him. A son of Tappet. He has had 2 runs in the States for William Walden, both over longer trips. And he was runner-up on debut and then 4th in a smallish field on his next start. Neither of those were particularly valuable affairs, but he certainly showed enough to think he can pay his way here. But it may well be that he needs this to put an edge on him.
Hannah, you're in the parade ring. Who have you found now?
I am indeed. A very sunny parade ring. Well, we've got Abdullah Al Manif here, who trains 2 horses in this race. But first, let's start off with number 5, Giawant, who won his race last week. Tell me about this horse.
Yeah, he's a very good horse by acclaim. He won last week. He's a very competitive horse. He should be suitable enough for this race. There is 2 favorites, to be honest, for Sheikh Mohammed Malik Sabah and Red Stables. They have very good ones, rated 101 and 99. Giant rated 80. He still can do it. In terms of numbers, or in terms of analyzing the numbers, he should be 3rd, to be honest. I wish he wins. We don't know. This is the beauty of horse racing. And I have the other horse, just turned 4, by Spicer, Barg Al Arab. He's still maiden, but he's a beast. I just love him. He just always give it all. He came 2nd, 3rd, last 2 races. He's an open class horse. He's not a maiden horse, to be honest. Next week, I don't have that much of races for him, so I just took him to this race. So he should be competitive enough as well with Giant.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. That's the beauty of horse racing. It all changes. Anything can happen, and that's why we love it for sure. Thank you very much for that, and we'll look forward to the race.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah Manif there, a very, very lovely gentleman who is a good trainer here. We've just seen Muktem again here. Now, this was a good performance here, Rory. It's the horse in 2nd, Alpha Solaire, is a great form line here, and just putting Alpha Solaire in her place is pretty much some of the best sprint form you'll see here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and the rest of them, as you see, well beaten, and there don't tend to be big distances between them on the turf. He can do it both ends, essentially, as a sprint. They're just closing up late on him there, but he can blast from the stalls, and he can do it at the finish as well, as he showed 2 starts ago. So there aren't many holes in him. I suppose the one time you might be a little bit wary of him is in a really big field with cheap speed against him. If he was up with the pace, he might be vulnerable later on, but in a small field like this, I think he should have too much class.
And obviously, Ricardo Sosa will be aboard William Tell. He's a jockey that didn't have much luck yesterday. He'll be looking to get in the winner's enclosure here. A meeting like this doesn't really suit him because he doesn't get too many rides in the purebred Arabian races. I think he's got 2 rides in the last 8 races, which pretty much sums up his sort of standing within the purebred Arabian owners.
Yes, I mean he did have a ride yesterday, but he is fundamentally a thoroughbred jockey. And he gets a good rides in the red stable colours. He also rides in the colours we see at the moment, the Al Sabah colours, when Mohammed Al Daham doesn't. So he does get some excellent mounts here. But he's had mixed fortunes in the last week or 2. But he's had a couple of winners. He was red hot last month as we were saying yesterday.
Hottest jockey in December.
Hottest jockey in December. Not unusual. Much the same last year as well. You can pretty much rely on him to get a handful of winners every week. So he'll be keen to get his to get a winner on the board as early as possible here with only 4 thoroughbred races on the card.
Yeah, certainly. Only 4 thoroughbred races on the card, but don't think that we won't be covering the purebred Arabian action as well. We will be doing that on this dedicated Jcsa channel, and it's great for you to get involved because we do have some really exciting racing on that channel. There's one more we haven't talked about. That's the WAD. Goes in the colours of Karachi, who won the big race last week. So plenty to like about in that stable, and for Prince Saud bin Salman bin Abdulaziz.
Yeah, Zawad showed plenty of ability in 2 starts as a 2/3-year-old, but was off the track for a long time before finishing down the field in a 1200 metre maiden on his return to action. Might still need this to put an edge on him, having had that very long break, but does have ability. He's got a rating on the card of 50. Which gives an idea that this is a really stiff task, and it probably is today. But I imagine he'll prove himself better than that in time if he can stand training and get up to full fitness.
Yeah, he's one of those early sons of Justify as well. So clearly you can just see him at the back of shot there, the 13. Not the biggest of type, very typical like the Justifies, but he looked even smaller when behind Tap Target, who I cannot stress enough is a beast of an animal. But maybe, like you said, Rory, probably will need this run.
Yeah, the fact that it's over a trip shorter than he tackled in the US. Suggests that Connections don't want to be asking him to go as far as he can first time, because clearly he wouldn't be the easiest horse to get fit at home. He's quite a big, gross sort.
We've seen a few newcomers win first time up. We saw Al Musmak do it on the dirt, having had his previous career on turf last week. We then saw Music City. I think is that the name of it?
Music City, yes.
Yeah, Music City. He won yesterday, first time up in Saudi Arabia. I thought he was very impressive over a trip that was probably a little bit long for him. So that's another exciting one to talk. I think Basharat is certainly a horse that I'm intrigued by here. I didn't think he was disgraced last time out, only just beaten. Had he come into this with 3 wins on the spin, I think he'd be slightly more fancied on the international market.
And we should see what the international market is. Just touching on Basharat again, does have it to do. Muktahem's got a rating of 103. He does have 62 kilos to carry, which is the maximum weight, and Basharat is getting weight on 57 kilos, so gets 5 kilos or 10 pounds from Muktahem, but would be getting 31 pounds in a handicap. So it does give an indication of how much Basharat needs to improve. But she is lightly raced and liable to outstrip that official rating of 72.
Let's get some selections from you here, Rory. Who is going to be your play today?
I can't be against Muktahem. I think it's just the ideal race for him.
So Muktahem is going to be the choice for you. I'm just getting a little at the market here. Muktahem 2-1 on, William Tell 3s, Basharat's 8s, Ryan Party's 12s. I like Muktahem here as well. Time to hand over to John Blance as they load very quickly.
Yeah, they certainly do. A feature of racing here in Saudi Arabia is exactly that, the quick loading of the stalls. And yeah, Muktahem's going to take a heck of a lot of beating. It would be quite an effort from William Tell to beat him under these circumstances today. Not to say it's impossible, but Muktahem's nicely drawn as well. Got the speed to get into a good position. Almost got the speed to kind of Mohammed Al Dam to pick his own position that he wants to run in. Anyway, this is William Tell going in. Stand by. They're ready. Perfect view, getting a little bit leery in the stalls. Off they go, they're racing. Favourite got out extremely quickly. Muktahem, very, very sharp from the gates and leads in the early stages. William Tell is racing in second. Then up the inside is Ryan's Party, who's also showing a little bit of pace. One that's marooned out wide already is Zawad, racing rather intractably out there on the wide part of the track. Giwant is after that, followed then right, well, not quite right up the inner, in around about fifth spot, Karnas in the white with a green cap. They're followed towards the outer by Perfect View. And then after that one on the inside, the striped jacket of Tap Target. The field, as I say, trails back to Zawad. D Point is also towards the back. They start to make the turn here, and this Muktahem, the international market's favourite, has thus far managed to lead with a minimum of fuss to William Tell in second. The market leaders now very much kicking on to Basharat for Camilo Ospina, who moves into third. Then old Giwant in fourth, followed by Ryan's Party. But it's Muktahem that leads William Tell as they make their way down towards the final furlong, and Muktahem is finding plenty out in front. William Tell now only one paced in second and racing up towards the line. Muqtahem looked like a pretty good thing on paper and has proved to be so in reality. Muqtahem, a very, very easy winner of our opener here today in the hands of Mohammed Al Daham. William Tell's finished in second. Dear old G1 has finished in third. Fourth horse home, Bark Al Arab. Muqtahem looked relatively obvious. It's always invidious to say these things when it comes to horse racing, but didn't look like there was going to be much in the way of opposition. William Tell was the obvious one, and even he had a bit to find. And the thing that Muqtahem does have is that gate speed, which means there was no potential for tactical problems, but there was less of a potential for tactical problems than there could have been with other horses. And Muqtahem wins in 1 minute 13.73. William Tell was backed in the international markets a little bit, finished in second. G1 has finished in third. Bark Al Arab in fourth. 10 1/4 lengths, the opening margin there in our first race of the day. 11 more still to come, but the favourite has obliged very, very easily in the opener.
Winning trainer Thama Al Dahani is joining us once again. That was terrific. 10 1/4 lengths from this horse. That was very, very impressive. I'm sure you are over the moon.
Yeah. I'm happy for his performance. Like I told you before the race, he's in a good form. I think today he do it very easy, you know. If the people see the race, he's traveling he go only gallop, you know. He never touch the stick to give him, you know. The horse performance too good. I'm happy for him. I think after this race, we'll go to the qualify after 2 weeks, the sprint qualify, and then we'll go to the Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be a very, very exciting horse. And obviously, like I said earlier, he's had such a good season here in Riyadh so far. Also to note as well, watching him come in, he's a real stocky, powerful horse. The muscle on him is unbelievable.
Yeah, he's a real sprinter horse. He's in a good form, like I told you. He never show us bad work. And even never come some problem for him. He's a very, very sound since he came from England, you know. I'm thank God, you know, because I have to touch the wood, because never see him the doctor, you know, because all the time he's in a good form.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Just to confirm where we're likely to see him again, just so we can all note that for our notepads.
The sprint qualify after 2 weeks, 6 furlong, and then we go to the Saudi Arabia, inshallah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, we are going to watch the celebrations for our first race of today. And a win for Mohammed Al Daham, who will we be able to catch up with in just a moment. Of course, he had a great weekend last weekend, and the success continues. Just having a look at Muqtahem, he's a real fine horse. And it's like I said to Thama there, he's a seriously built horse. You can see the muscle on his hind end underneath, a real chunky sort. Powerful and a real good one to put in the notebooks to continue to follow. Now, Thama's having a quick word with Mohammed as they walk over. They're about to weigh in, and then we will have a word with him once he's done that. It's a very lovely warm day here on the racecourse. It's a gorgeous day. And remember, if you've got any questions, pop those in the comments in the chat, and we will try and answer those for you. But first, let's chat to our winning rider, Mohammed Al Daham. Congratulations, that looked very easy for you and the horse.
Alhamdulillah, first thank to God and the owner and the trainer. MashaAllah, it's a nice horse.
Well, like I said, it looked quite easy. He's a big, powerful, strong horse, but it didn't really look like you didn't have to ask him much to get that performance.
Yeah, MashaAllah, today he come very good horse, and the trainer, MashaAllah, he do everything. And today, MashaAllah, he break very good, you know. Sometimes this is race, you know. One day we don't know how to brake, how to horse, everything this. But Alhamdulillah today, everything I'm very good. I brake good. Mashallah, I catch the lead. Alhamdulillah, and when I ask my horse, he go.
Well, that's another win for you as well. So, of course, you must be absolutely delighted. You are on top form at the moment.
Yeah, inshallah, I hope this, inshallah. Alhamdulillah. First of all, thanks to God, and inshallah, this horse, I think, go more for, inshallah, the big race for 6 furlong. I hope this. Thank you.
Thank you very much and well done.
Welcome.
Yeah, the Saudi Dirt Sprint qualifier in 2 weeks' time, and then he's going to head on to the Saudi Dirt Sprint, where he'll have to take on some of the best dirt sprinters from around the world, if all goes to plan there, Rory. But he's done very little wrong so far, showed immense gate speed today.
Yeah, that's a big advantage here. He's been well away from the gates on most of his starts. As he actually missed it 2 starts back and still almost ran down Nonsense, who's raced in the 100s. This horse is rated 103 coming here, and he's gone and beaten the horse. He was just touched off in a cup race by 10 1/4 lengths. So Clammerl will be hoping that he goes up further in the handicap after this disappointing effort of slowly away and then extremely wide in the bend from Zawad, suggesting he's still got physical issues. Been off the track for quite a long time and didn't look comfortable here. But really, the writing was on the wall immediately. Muqtahem got himself to the front. William Tell was out in second place in the red stable colours. And that looked like how it would stay, and it's exactly how it did stay. It was a case of really at this point who was going to run on into third place, and it was our old friend Guy Wants in the black colours with the red spots who eventually did that. You see him on the outside of the field running on past Basharat at this stage, but Muqtahem had the best form in the race, has the best times over course and distance as well, and once he got an uncontested lead, it was simply a matter of how far. At this stage he's not that far clear of William Tell, but Mohammed Al-Daham just asked him to open up around the bend, and he increases that distance to about 12 lengths before being eased close home to record an official margin of 10 1/4 in a time of 1:13.73. Now he did 1:11.71 early in the season, which is a barely believable time for this reasonably slow dirt surface, and no horse has come close to doing that this season other than him. This is a very similar time to he put up last time he was on turf. Last time on dirt when he was beaten by Nonsense after missing the start. But he could have won this a little bit easier if he'd been asked to go all the way to the line. But as I said, Tamil will be hoping that the handicapper notes that 10 1/4 length winning margin and gives his horse another bump in the rating, so that maximises his chance of getting in the Saudi Dirt Sprints.
Yeah, it'll be very exciting to see what the future holds for him. Very exciting to see plenty of people involved in the YouTube chat. James Rudman wanted a bit of Basharat each way. Unfortunately, that horse just faded out of the top 3 there. Givant taking up that 3rd place. And Paru Bahi wanted the 2 to win. That was William Tell. That horse ends up finishing 2nd. Rory, give us the top 3 and their SPs, please.
Yeah, first was number 1, Muqtahem, the 2-1 on favourite. Second, number 2, William Tell at 3-1, and third was number 5, Guy Wants, who returned, I believe, at 20-1. Favourite beat second favourite. Yeah.
Favourite beat second favourite in good style, and what a perfect start to racing here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse on this fantastic Friday. We just see Mohammed Al-Daham just enjoying the success there. Rory, Mohammed Al-Daham absolutely flying at the moment. He's still chasing up Camille Ospina, and there's still a chance that he could be champion jockey. Sort of the under the radar pick for the champion jockey.
Yeah, we've been Adel Al-Faradi has been out in front, and we've been talking about whether Camilo Ospina can claw him back. But Mohammed Al-Daham is the underrated jockey here. You know, we give full plaudits to the other two towards the head of the table, but Mohammed Al-Daham has been riding exceptionally all season. Doesn't make a big song and dance about it, but he's got very, very strong backup from Tamer Al-Dahani. And he'll pick up the odd spare as well. But the Tamer Al-Dahani and the Al-Sabah stable got such a strong hand at the moment. The Mohammed Al-Daham is going to have really good ammunition for the rest of the season, so it wouldn't be a big surprise at all to see him right there pitching until the end of the season in terms of the champion jockey.
And that is why you have to stay watching the Jcsa YouTube channel, because we will be giving you that Jockeys Championship right up until the end of the season. Horses already in the parade ring behind me. So John Blance, it's over for you to the runners and riders for race number 2.
Yeah, welcome back to the runners and riders section of the show. Horse number 1 is Beehive, that's the mount of Mohammed Al Hubail. 2 is Elzam Blue, Abdullah Al Azari. 3 is Al Toabi, Mohammed Al Daham, who was, of course, on our first winner. Horse number 4 is Amici Ahmed Al Shra. 5 is Tudor, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 6 is Wakud in the red stable colours, Nawef Al Mudiani. 7, all things being equal, will be Meylan, the man of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 8 is Bashawat Tariq Al Mansour. Number 9 is Eshkal Ziad Al Jabri, who's a claiming rider. Next in the list will be Eshkal. That's the mount. Sorry, next is Solar Science. That's the mount of Jcsa Al Bakawi. Number 10 is Runaholic Jose Rodriguez. And number 12 is Sam 6 Abdullah Al Khamis. More to come. Number 13 is Seven Drums, Abdulaziz Al Faredi. Number 14 is Spring Jig, Thab Al Timyat. Number 15, The Line, Alexis Moreno. And horse number 16 is Yaflan, Mohammed Al Yami. That's race 2. It's back to the guys in the studio.
Thank you, John. Yes, expertly read as per usual. This race features some horses that we know and love, Rory, but I think there's really two sort of big players here. The first one being Wakud for the Jimmy Jerkin stable, who will be cheered home by Ed Rarfield, who's already commented in the chat about how much he's watching us from a very cold New York City. While it's very, almost far too hot in Los Angeles, on the other side of the country, it's freezing cold. So let's have a look at Wakud in action. The NYC fan club will be out to watch him. He made his way out of some danger last time out to win on the turf.
Yeah, he's not been the easiest horse to predict, Wakud, but he's benefited from dropping back in trips since last season. He was deemed to be a Derby horse when trained by Dermot Weld back in the day, but he has put in 2 wins this season since fitted with a visor, both over around the 7 furlong trip, and he's clearly in very good form at the moment.
Yeah, he's a nice enough runner. The other horse we're going to see here is Meylan, another one last seen winning on the turf. That is horse number 7 on your race card.
And he got away on the rail that day. Obviously, this trip suits him very well. The headgear seems to get the best out of him. He was a bit disappointing in between those wins. And I just think he's still a little bit moody, perhaps, but he does have a huge amount of talent.
Let's talk about the horses we can see. We're going to quickly move on to horse number 9. That's Escal.
Yeah, raced just twice last season, finishing well held both times. Just coming back from another absence here, so not the easiest to fancy.
The 10 is Solar Science, British-bred runner who came back from a break and was quite disappointing.
Yeah, it was a Deauville maiden winner in 2022 on the all-weather surface there, but hasn't achieved a great deal since in the Middle East, and was well beaten on his local debut over 1,600 metres a couple of weeks ago.
The 11 is Runaholic, who's had a very sort of stagnated sort of start to his racing career. Lots of more time off the track than he's been on the track.
Yeah, lots of gaps between his races, Runaholic. Wasn't disgraced last time out, but it's a very patchy overall record. His best effort in 3 local starts was when 7th to Honky Tonk Man on that course and distance open last month. You just wonder how strong that particular piece of form is. It sounds okay on paper, but he does need to show he can back it up.
Hannah is in the parade ring. Who have you got your eye on?
Joining me now is Jimmy Jerkins. He's got 2 horses in this race. So we will start with Amici. Talk me through that horse, and then we will move on to Wakud, who I'm very excited about. But Amici.
Well, this race was originally scheduled for the turf, but I haven't really seen much improvement one over the other with him, to be honest with you. So when they rescheduled it for the dirt, we didn't really didn't make us, make a decision of whether to go or not. We went anyway. Waku was a little different. He would run so well on the turf. It would have been nice to see him run back on it, but he did run good this year on the dirt also. So it's not an easy race. 7 furlongs, I think, would suit. I think it suits Amici a little better than Wakud, but I don't know.
We'll see. Well, I was going to say with Wakud, he runs over 1,600 metres predominantly, but actually he's got very good form on a distance much like this. So are you quite confident he'll go well? Or?
Yeah, well, this year he has anyway. He, we've made it a point to keep him a little fresher. He seems to run better races when he's laying up close. He's not much for coming from behind and getting hurt. dirt hitting his face. Most of them aren't, but him especially, he just packs it in there early when that happens. So we kind of made it a plan this year to keep him fresh and light on his feet where he had good speed, and he'd jump out of there. And first time it worked, the second time he didn't break any good. So, and he broke flat-footed, and he ended up back there, and he didn't run good at all. But then he ran. Then when he ran on the turf, he was sitting off the horses, practically clipping heels, so he really wanted to go. And then when he got him out to the clear, he sailed home, which was, and that he ran so well that day, which raised his rating up. And we were hoping to run him back on the grass, but what can you do? We wanted to run him anyway because he looked like he was doing good. And it's funny when a race, it was rescheduled for the dirt early. It's not like back home when races come off the turf late because of weather, and then you're in, and your horse has decent races on the dirt. Then you're really in good shape because then you end up running against horses that just don't like the dirt. But this isn't the case because everybody was warned early about it. So it's a straight up, honest, open 1400 race for sure.
Yeah. So really the plan will be to keep an eye on for those turf races?
Well, yeah, I mean, it just, well, for him especially. Amici, like I said, I don't see much improvement. He didn't show better speed on the turf by any means, but it was 6 furlongs, maybe 7 he would have. But it's why we opted. We're a little more confident in Amici in this spot than Wakud, which, I don't know, maybe it'll prove me wrong. As long as they run well, that's all I care about.
Oh, yeah, that's the main thing. Well, Amici comes out of stall 15.
Yeah.
So talk to me about the draw, because Wakud comes out of stall 1.
Yeah, well, that's the thing with. If it was any other horse but Wakud, I would, you wouldn't be saying, well, because you're post 1, you got to come out of there. All riders think that, which isn't always the case. But it looks like him being the way he is he's pretty. He wants to be up close anyway, else he doesn't really give you much effort. And the track now looks like it's getting to be much more speed favoring, like it was in November, than it is. So I'm confident about that. But it was very, very biased against speed horses all during December, I thought, and now it's going back to where it was in November. So. I think that helps his chances a little more.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, thank you so much for that. We look forward to this race, and best of luck as always.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Yes, I've got a question in the chat from James Rudman here, who's asking, will Wakud sit off the pace again in a contest like this when we've already just heard the trainer mention that it's a speed favouring track now?
I don't think he wants to, ideally. He was handy when he won here early in the season. He's a horse who kind of wants to stalk and then produce a turn of foot, and he does have a turn of foot, which is rare enough among the dirt horses. But as you heard Jimmy saying there, his disappointing run 2 starts ago, he was held up not by design. He came out of the stalls poorly, got in a poor position, and then you had to ride them as they come from that stage. Whereas he was always on the heels of the leaders last time out, and again, as Jimmy was saying, almost pulling double. He was nearly clipping heels with those in front, and when he was pulled out, he then found plenty to win. So I think he just wants to stalk the pace and go on. He doesn't want to sit too far off it. And again, from stall 1, you want to use that draw. You want to be able to sort of tuck in just behind the leaders from that position, rather than if you end up 7th or 8th or worse from stall 1, it's a really difficult place to make ground from.
I'm imagining we're going to put a line through 13 to 16 in this contest, just looking at their recent form. Is there anyone you want to give a mention to there before we make our way back to the top?
Of those, no.
Yeah,
no, none of them make any appeal.
That's fine. Let's make our way down from the top, because we've got horses like Beehive, Elzan Blue, Alatabi. They're the 1, 2, 3 in this race. Alatabi obviously unseated at the stalls last time out. Well worth watching what he does on this occasion.
Yes, he just stumbled. And if you watch the replay of that, Mohammed Al-Daham seems to be on his way down the second you join that. But yeah, he's just dipped as the stalls have opened, and that's it. There's nothing untoward about it. He didn't try to get rid of the jockey. We've seen a horse deliberately try to buck his rider off shortly after the start, but that was just unfortunate for Alatabi. And he's not without a chance on his best form. So he does appear to be the second string here. Obviously, Mohamed Al-Daham won the first race in these colours, but Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, I should say, rides Malian here. He's been the regular rider of Malian, so that's why the jockeys are on those particular horses. But Al-Otaibi is better than he didn't get a chance to do anything last time out. He's better than that form suggests, and it wouldn't be a surprise to see him competitive.
Beehive we know a lot about, but he's a fairly good yardstick here, and he's sort of a very good form base. If you're pumping Beehive, you're probably an above average sprinter.
Yeah, and the downside with Beehive in this contest is that he's giving weight away to all but Elzan Blue, and that makes life tough for him, particularly from stall 14, because he wants to use his speed. He's very genuine, he's thoroughly reliable as a rule, but he does have his limitations. He's no better than a rating of 90, and he's giving weight away to better horses.
We've not talked about the 5 Tudor or the 8 Bashawat. Is there anything you want to say about either of those runners?
Tudor seems to have run out of form, but he'd been really consistent around the 1400 metres in Taif, winning a couple of handicaps. His first 2 runs here were also good. I wasn't sure he'd adapt to the track, but he's been well beaten his last 2, just given the impression that a really busy period has caught up with him.
And Bashawat, the other one?
Bashawat's got plenty to prove on balance, to be perfectly honest. He's only been placed once in his 13 starts in the last year, and although he's not been disgraced a few times, it all seemed to suggest that he's an unlikely winner in this kind of race.
Now, I got into a little bit of trouble because of late with selections in our last race, so let's get selections in nice and early here. We don't want to get caught up with the quick loading. Who do you like here?
It was close between Malian and Wakood. Wakood, if he pops out of stall 1 and races, on one of his going days, he might be very hard to catch. But Malian's just the slightly more reliable of the pair, and he's my selection number 7.
I'm going to join you with the Malian pick as well. Hannah, you didn't get a chance to give us a paddock pick for this one, so who do you like here?
Against you on this one then, so my selection will be number 6, Wakood for me. John, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Hannah and the boys. Yeah, there's the obligatory moonshot. Of course, the sun will be setting fairly soon here in Riyadh. Final part of the card will be under the lights, but at the moment, shadows lengthening a bit, but still the warm sun beating down. And the horses will be loading soon. Looks like they're coming forward. Just to bear in mind, Wakood white cap for that one. Amici is in the usual red stable red cap. Doesn't always necessarily follow that the more fancied horse wears the first colours. I've found that over the last couple of years working here in Saudi, as they start to put them in. Tudor to come forward. Tudor is in. Horse number 12 is Sam 6, the blue and red colours to come forward there. The 1 is Beehive in the darkish blue. 7 is Malian. There's the 3 Al-Otaibi. About to go in as well. Malian in stall 11. Al-Otaibi comes forward. Once again, we've got some very fast loaders here. Spring Jig still to go in. They'll be waiting for the line. The line to walk in. The line is in. 1,400 metres, open race on the dirt. Gates back, away they go. Terrific start from Wakood right on the rail there. We saw that, although hasn't necessarily translated itself into mustard early speed. So it's Meilan who's showing up prominently. Beehive as well. Also prominent in the run is Amici, working away from that bad draw. Also prominent is Sam 6. There's quite an early pace bun fight here. The line has also gone forward, just nestling in behind them now, Wakood, after that quick start. They're followed on that one's outside by Eshkal, who's just being nudged along already. Right at the back of the field at the moment, Spring Jig, and also towards the rear is 7 Drums, as the field gets pretty strung out already. And it's Sam 6 that leads them to round the outside in second position now, or up the inside I should say. That's the line. Round the outside there in third spot is the favourite Malian, or one of the favourites Malian, who's now making really nice headway round the outer. They're followed then by Amici, who's just gone back after that good beginning and trying to stay on his Wakood. We've got a bit of work to do from there, so they're making the the swing for home. Sam 6 and Malian. Sam 6, the blue and red colours. Malian, the orange saddlecloth, the green sleeves nearest to us. And it's Malian now that goes on to Sam 6, who's ridden for all his worth in second. They're miles clear of the rest, who's headed by Amici, who's staying back on. Not a great deal from Wukud, and racing well inside the final furlong now. And this Malian is clear and not for catching. And it's going to be another easy win for a market principal here as they race up towards the line. Malian scores to Sam 6 in second. Bit of a gap back then to a fast finishing Tudor, who finished in third, very tight for fourth. So Malian got a slightly wide run in transit, but went in the end to get the job done in no uncertain terms. 1 minute 28.30 seconds. Scored in the hands of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, who, if you've been watching over the last few weeks, you will know is never too far away from the witness enclosure. Sam 6 finished in second. That's outrun its international market price, definitely, as indeed as Tudor, to finish in third. And in the end, the match that looked as though it might take place on paper between Malian and Wukud never really materialised. Wukud got away well, but then couldn't quite lay up with some of the early pace setters. And despite the fact that Malian didn't necessarily have the best trip, he's got the best result, no doubt about that. Malian the winner, Sam 6 Tudor. Runaholic finished in fourth. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4.
Double already for Thama Al Dahani. Let's catch up with him with Malian. Fourth win in a row for this horse.
Yeah, he's a good horse. He's a sprinter for 6 and 7 furlong. Today the race is a little not hard for him, I know. Before the race, I tell the Prince, he's in a good form. And he progressed too good with me. I see him, he's winning because he's winning maybe more than 5 lengths. That's good for me,
Well, talk to me about the Trainers' Championship, because you are doing so well at the moment. Obviously, it's delightful to see you again in the winners' enclosure. I mean, you must be super excited about that.
Yeah, I'm happy because the first year was a little slow for me to know my horses, but the second season for me now, I know my horse very well. I'm going, step by step. My horse is too good, and I'm happy with them. I'm going, up and up. Cross your hand and touch the wood, That's what I say.
It's exciting because you are competing against the likes of the White Stable and the Red Stable, so this must mean so much to you.
Yeah. This the main stable in Saudi Arabia, the white and the red. Really, they have a real good horse, a real good trainer. I'm happy, to have a champion with them. Because it's mean for me so many things good, for me.
Yeah, well, let's talk to me about Ricardo. Obviously, he's doing tremendously well also. So the jockey booking was fantastic, and he's a regular rider of the horse.
Yeah, Ricardo all the time the best. All the time listen to me. Today, I go to Bray. I didn't give him any other. He know the horse very well. Yeah. I told him, the horse step by step. You can do it easy, don't worry. And really, by the way, Ricardo today is a little sick. 2 days is sick, Yeah. I told him, don't kill yourself, because he's very sick, But I'm happy for him winning,
Yeah, he did say that to us, actually, that he did have a bit of a cold. But nevertheless, it hasn't stopped him.
Thank God. Oh,
thank you very much. We'll let you go and celebrate for the second time today.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to chat to Thama Al Dahani. A double on the day for him. Well, of course, like I said, Ricardo is a little bit under the weather, but still we can grab a quick word with him. And actually, if anything's going to cheer you up when you're feeling under the weather, it's a win at the races, of course. So they're just having their photo opportunity now. He's going to hop off and unsaddle. More congratulations will be had, and then he'll be ready to weigh in. Malian looks fantastic as well. This is always a lovely moment to see post-race, actually, to really see what the horse is like. And, I'm a big fan of seeing the muscles on the horses. Well, now is a good time because they're definitely pumping, that's for sure. Okay, Ricardo's now going to weigh in, and then we can have a word with him. Fair play to him for not feeling too well, and yet there we are, still got a winner. Congratulations. I know you're not feeling too well, but you must be delighted. It must make you feel so much better.
Yes, I can't speak too much. But you know what I say about this horse now, 4 winners. Thank you, Tamer. Thank you, stable, He keep the horse very good form. And he go alone, I know this horse, Tamer have this horse,
I'm happy for you because you are sick.
Thank you. But I know the horse all the time. I riding the same, you know. The horse jump very well. Just I look horses inside. I keep my breath a little bit, and two horses go in front of me. 600 respected pace. The track a little bit heavy today, I think, and I want stay with power for finish.
Thank you so much for that. Go and have yourself some honey and lemon. Go and rest.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Back to you guys in the studio.
She's not even just a crack reporter. She's offering medical advice as well. Hannah Baycroft can do it all. And yes, we actually were fortunate enough to catch up with Andre, who is Ricardo's agent, or not agent, manager, and sort of sorted him out with this job out here and how he's been out here the last few years and is building on. And he's so proud of his jockey here, who was just in such good form in December, clearly feeling the ill effects today. Like he's clearly under the weather. I'm no doctor, but I can see he's not very well, but still doing his best to ride this horse to the best of his ability and getting his first winner of the week.
Yeah, I mean, it won't be comfortable for him, but he's not gonna lose ability in the saddle because of a little head cold, and he's not going to let that get him down too much. We know that can be a massive pain trying to work through sickness, but he's an exceptional jockey.
Just to get a result for Paru, who's requested one, can we get the 1, 2, 3, please, Rory?
I'll see if I can get you I'm still waiting for the official result, but Malian number 7 was the winner. Number 12, Sam 6 was second. And number 5, Tudor was third. I do write these results down, by the way.
He's just looking
for
some starting prices to come through. That was the reason why
I think about Malian, I think it would have been 11 to 8. SP, just waiting for confirmation of that. That was the last price I saw about him. Tudor was 33 to 1. I think the runner-up was 66 to 1.
Sam 6 was 66s and Tudor in the 30s. And then the fourth place horse as well was a big price. I think 80 to 1. For the
disappointing runs from both the Red Stable runners there for Jimmy Jerkins. Wakood, he's a very good horse on his day, but if he doesn't fancy it, he really doesn't fancy it.
And he's still involved here. You can see them in 4th and 5th together, but they just fall into a hole, the pair of them, and end up finish well down the field.
Yeah, Wakood particularly drops out very quickly from that point, and I just haven't seen quite a lot of him on the race course. I think he sort of downs tools when his race is gone. When he's competitive, he's very good. And he's been competitive twice this season and has put his head in front to win quite well. But when things have not gone his way, and this is a weird one because he actually bounced out in front today, but then was settled just off the base. You see him in the red,
doesn't enjoy that
in the
kickback,
red visor in 4th place, but not enjoying himself. And as you said, he kind of he drops the lot in the straight. He'll be better back on turf. As I said, he was a good horse with Dermot Weld on turf. I think Dermot Weld doesn't make too many mistakes. I think the one issue with him is he was tried generally as a 2,000 metre horse, mile and a quarter horse. Back home, and he's actually proven himself to be better over this 1,400 metre trip. So that 13:51 on the turf seems to be a trip that suits him really well. And although he's disappointing here, it would be no surprise to see him bounce back at a big price next time out on turf.
Yeah, 13:51 contest could be right up his street, and there's a trial for that as well. And clearly, I imagine now the rest of the season he'll be spending will be on the turf.
Given the opportunities, yes. Yeah. I mean, that clearly suits him better. Although he did win on this surface earlier in the season, he doesn't like the kickback, so he pretty much needs to get his head in front to win. I'm sure there'll be handicaps that he could boss, but I don't think connections are particularly interested in sort of looking down that alley.
Not at all. But meanwhile, this horse, Malian, is now putting up quite a record. That's 4 wins on the spin, and what's interesting is that he can do it on both turf and the dirt.
He can, yes. He was quite an impressive winner on turf last time out, and just a horse who's absolutely thriving on his racing at the moment. Yeah, really good to see, and a very good performance from our winner there. Plenty of people getting involved in the comments as well, which is good to see. Jose Belmonte is impressed with Ricardo riding there. He's a huge fan of Ricardo. Sosa, very impressed with the ride and the horse, and he deserves a spot in the International Jockeys Challenge. Rory, that has become quite a controversial event, the Saudi Cup International Jockeys Challenge. Luis Morales didn't get the invite last year. I think someone getting the hump because they didn't get in doesn't make it controversial.
Well, I think it's interesting that there were riders that are very keen to get in and felt that they deserved the spot.
Was Luis's problem not that he wasn't in the Domestic Jockeys Challenge because he felt that it was a snub that he's been riding here for quite a long time and he wasn't considered to be a local jockey? So I think that was the issue with him, which is a fair point.
And it might be the same problem that Ricardo Sosa faces, is the fact that what bracket does he count under? Because I know he doesn't spend
he's
time
not,
in Thais,
he's not truly a local
Yeah.
jockey, and because he rides in Spain and France, I think he should be considered to be an international jockey. So we'll see what happens.
I tell you what, if he does make it into the International Jockeys Challenge, which was a cracking event last year, he would be one to follow because he knows his way around here like the back of his hand. The horses are already behind me. So, John Blance, it's over to you. Runners and riders for race number 3.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yes, we can take a look at them now. And once again, not a particularly sizable field. 12 runners got a post. Horse number 1 is Bolt Away, now F. Al Mudiani. 2, Monsieur Jumbo, another one from the Al Dahani stable. Very good form at the moment. Mohammed Al Dahan was already ridden a winner. He's aboard. Horse number 3 is Parshamin, the mount of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, another jockey looking for a quick double. Thunder Squall is 4, Luis Morales. 5 is Sunset and Vine, Ayad Al Turisi. And horse number 6 is Al Khatib, Selman Al Rashid. Moving on, number 7, Taking Names, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 8 is Ifraz, Tariq Al Mansour. 9 is Cool Legend, Camilo Ospina. Horse number 10 is Swing the Ring, Ali Al Mimoni. Horse number 11 is Prism, Osama Al Sharani. And horse number 12 is Trachonitis from Gate 2 with Khalid Al Mimoni aboard. 12 got a post. It's a 0 to 90 handicap over the 2,000 metres. And it's time to get back to the lads in the studio.
Thank you very much, John. Yeah, looking forward to this contest. The stayers are out in 4th, and we're going to have a look at a couple of them in action. The talking horse for this race, though, Rory, is Monsieur Jumbo. Nearly. Monsieur Jumbo, who ended a run of bad form with a very impressive win last time. This is a step up in class, it's got to be admitted, but he had back issues, and that was the reason for that poor form. Clearly, no back issues on this occasion.
No, he's bounced right back to form, dominating lesser rivals. Last time out to win by a wide margin. This is over 2,400 metres, which is his ideal trip. Although he was raced over shorter in the UK before joining Thamar Al Dahani, but he stayed at the 2,400 metres remarkably well for horses related to a very good 6 furlong performer, Mr. Jumbo. Back home, this horse, like Mr. Jumbo, was driven by Kevin Ryan.
Yes.
But yeah, he's really relished stepping up and trip. I had a really good time in Taif last season. Seemed to lose his form, and then we spoke to Tamer after this win, and he said, "Oh yeah, the reason he lost his form is because of his back, and that's all sorted now, so he's back to form."
Now, Jimmy Jerkins will be hoping for more luck with Boltaway, but he's proving a tricky horse to follow now, isn't he?
Yeah, you've been with him a couple of times, and he's been a little frustrating. You thought he got a bad ride here, and we're with him again last time out. I thought it was disappointing when he was only 5th.
Couldn't blame the jockey
last time out. So he does need to show that he can knuckle down and get a race won. He does tend to sort of do his best work late in the day, but I'm not entirely sure he's putting it all in.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. Got a bit of breaking news for you, Rory. Do you know the jockey Jefferson Smith?
I've heard of Jefferson Smith.
Big fan of the channel and should hopefully be coming here on February the 24th to ride a few races. He's just been in contact. Let's look at a couple of these. We've spoken about 1 and 2. Let's talk about the 3. Parshaman.
Yeah, Parshaman has got the class to win this without the shadow of a doubt. He had a good form in France, the son of Lope de Vega, but he's been largely disappointing since his transfer from France. He was second in a 2,400 metre open in November, but been below that level otherwise this season. And he was beaten 30 lengths in a similar contest to this last time out, so needs to bounce back.
Yeah, Thunder Squall is the 4th. Parshaman looks very well in the parade ring.
Yeah, a Thunder Squall represents powerful connections. Was back to form after a flop on turf when finishing a close 4th, beating a length and a half to Pride of Priory in a 0 to 90 handicap over course and distance last time out. He usually gives his running under these conditions, and he should be there or thereabouts from a mark of 88.
There are horses with long backs, and then there are Thunder Squall. Look at the lengths on him. Let's move on to Sunset and Vine.
Yeah, decent horse on his day, Sunset and Vine, but he's been struggling for form largely of late. His only placing in 8 starts this season came over 1,400 metres. He's now trying 2,000, and he's had plenty of racing to be trying a new trip. I don't think he's going to stay it.
Al Khatib is the 6th.
2 duck eggs in his last 2 starts, Al Khatib, but not out of this at all. He ran well when second to the well-handicapped Western City in a course and distance handicap in late November. 2 heavy defeats have come in cup races since.
Sorry, Taking Names is the 7 and Ifraz is the 8.
Yeah, second in a 0-85 handicap over course and distance in November. Taking Names run very poorly in his last 2 starts, which is not like him. Needs to bounce back.
Hannah is in the parade ring with Alex Moreno.
I am, yes, and he rides taking names in this next race. So talk to me about this horse. You said you've ridden it before when it won, so you must be going into the race confident, even though it didn't have the best run last time.
Well, I think he has a chance to do it, you know. He has 57 kilo, the other horse have 62, so I think he has a nice chance to win.
Yeah, so compared to the rest of the field, he could have a good chance, you're right, in the handicap. But like I said, you've ridden him before, so you must be confident with that.
Yeah, sure. I know the horse. We will see what's going on, you know.
Yeah. Well, I've got to ask you about your leg, because obviously yesterday we were very worried about you. You said pain is nothing, basically. How is it? Pain is pain, sorry. How is it feeling today?
Well, I have my body too sore, you know.
Yeah.
But, you know, I have to do it. I have to ride.
Yeah. Well, you are a real superhero. Now the bell is gone, so I'll let you go. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, the jockeys are just about to mount, so it's back to you, Callum.
Yeah, he is probably one of the most confident people I've ever seen in my whole entire life. Like, if I had the confidence of Alex Moreno, who knows what I could have achieved in my life? Because, my goodness, I mean, if we all walked about like Alex Moreno, I don't know what the world would be like, but it'd be intense.
He does make it sound reasonably straightforward here, although it doesn't look particularly straightforward for taking names on his last two performances. But normally a very reliable performer, but as I said, the last two runs have raised questions about his current well-being. He's not been out the races at all, to be honest. Alex seems pretty confident that he can bounce back, and he certainly has the form to be successful over Marco Vieti, but he does need to leave those two disappointing efforts behind.
Yeah, it would be. I always feel like he does his best work in lower grade handicaps, and I think he might be found out in 0 to 90 company. But Cool Legend is the 9. We've not talked about that horse yet. Finished in the money last time, coming here off a 3 months layoff.
Wasn't discredited when 5th of 8 rather, to Miyagi in a 2100 metre turf handicap on his Saudi debut, but he's unproven on dirt. Was a winner in Polytrack, I think, at Kempton early in his career, and I think in these circumstances others have got more convincing credentials.
A nice enough pedigree being by Cedar Stars there. Well worth keeping an eye on, hopefully, if he can handle
Not a dirt pedigree, though.
Not a dirt pedigree, though, is it? Let's be honest. So best of luck to Connections. And Crick didn't do too badly on turf debut. You'd hope that maybe there'll be a turf race for him somewhere this season. Swing the Ring has beaten a few horses that we'll see in our next contest with a decent effort last time out. Came widest of all and under a driven, determined Wigberto Ramos.
Yeah, he did his best work late in the day to beat Causeway by a head, and he's one to bear in mind, having shown that improved form last time out. Probably well suited by the way the race was run, and I'm not sure, although Causeway is a very talented horse, he might be a little bit suspect in a finish.
And he's running in a 0 to 75.
Yeah.
So that kind of shows.
It just feels like potentially the wrong race for Swing the Ring. He still rated at 75. He would have got into the 0 to 75 handicap later on, and that might have just been an easier spot for him. But he's in here on the 0 to 90. I think it probably finds him out. But at the same time, he's come here off what's arguably a career best run, so Connections clearly are entitled to give it a go. And
he's still very, very lightly raced as well, so there could be some improvement left in him. Interesting to see them stepping up in trip rather than dropping back. He did hit the line hard last time.
He did, yeah. So the step up in trip makes a bit of sense. It's not always a guarantee because you're finishing strongly from off the pace that you want further. But he certainly didn't lack for stamina of that day compared to Causeway, at least.
I just tell that to that purebred Arabian yesterday. Step up a trip with all he needed. Let's have another look at Boltaway here. He looked very good just going out into the track there. Very strong, muscled individual. This wasn't the last time we saw him. So this wasn't the last time out. This was on his penultimate start.
Yeah.
Last time out was a real disappointing effort. That was also on dirt. I have concerns with him.
Well, I would forgive his last run, which came over 3,000 metres, which should have been more of a staying test. But because no one wants to go the same sort of gallop over 3,000 metres they do over shorter, it ended up not being a particularly good test of stamina. The real stayer in the race was tailed off because when the pace lifted, he couldn't go with them. That was calculation. And I thought it was a kind of messy race you could probably leave alone. So as a one-off, I'd forgive that one from Boltaway. But to be honest, although he was second in the clip we just saw, he finished a closer second to the same horse 2 starts back. and if anything, he's just taken slight backward steps on his last 2 starts.
That's it. It's almost like, do you think he can bounce back, or is he actually just steadily dropping back? He's had quite a busy season. So.
He has. I mean, obviously, you don't want to be adamant with this. We were talking about a horse in the last race who'd been in really good form, Tudor, early in the season, and then he's put in 2 poor runs. I think, well, there you go, he's had enough. That's the end of the season for him. But given a little bit of a break, he bounces back. So it's always possible. You tend to, it's tempting to read a little bit more into these form lines than you should do. And although you can say, oh, Bolt Away, he's gone from here to here to here on his last 3 runs, it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to follow the same trajectory here. Horses do bounce back all the time.
Hey, you're writing these form lines. What are we doing? I'm reading as deep into them as possible.
Yes, I'm transcribing the form lines. I'm not making them up.
You're certainly not, and you do a really good job writing them up too. We've got 2 more to talk about, Prism and Tractitious. They're the last 2, 11 and 12. Prism for Abdullah Al-Manif has a row of duck eggs along his name.
It'd be interesting to hear what Abdullah has to say about Prism, who's got talent, but has barely beaten a rival in his last 5 starts. He's shown up well enough in some of those races, but he does back out of things very quickly. And I personally think that's a temperament issue rather than a breathing issue or something like that. So I've labelled him as moody and not one to trust. Trachonitis has ability, has been unplaced in his last 5 starts. He's only 1 from 20 in his career, but more importantly, he's racing off a mark of 74, even though his actual handicap mark is 69. So he's out of his depth in this sort of company. He would have made a bit more appeal in a 0 to 75.
We've talked about this a few times this week, horses from running out the handicap. This is the type of race where I'd be interested in running a horse out the handicap, because I can only really make a case for one of them. Monsieur Jumbo is your current 2-1 favourite on the international market, and I cannot physically find anything to beat him.
Well, we'll see what happens in the race. Obviously, he's shown that he can beat himself early in the season. If he's not 100% right, then something else wins this race. I can see Alcaty running a good race. Taking Names could bounce back, but I'm with Monsieur Jumbo as well. If he can back up that last run and get an easy lead, which might be important to him, he should follow up.
Rory and I are teaming up with Monsieur Jumbo. Hannah, who was your eye catcher in the parade ring?
I'm not making the same mistake that I did last time, Callum, that's for sure. Monsieur Jumbo is the one for me. Also, number 2 locked in. We're all in this together. John, it's over to you.
Well, I've heard that before. Right, they're about to load up for this 2,000 metre 0 to 90 handicap, and they'll be, once they start loading, they'll be loading pretty quickly. Don't worry about that. Trachonitis, who is currently dismounted. Khalid Al-Mamoni just doing 1 or 2 late running repairs. Once again, colour notices, Parshamim, and that one has the white distinguishing cap. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira aboard that one. Bolt Away, there you go, there is Bolt Away, right on cue in the red cap there, just if you're trying to identify them in the run. I know I will be. There's Taking Names in the background, and also Trachonitis. So the horses hopefully loading short. In fact, that's Cool Legend in the background, isn't it? Yes, Cool Legend, of course, grey. Trachonitis is not a grey. So that will keep you right as far as that's concerned. There's Thunder Squall in shot. The horse has won 1 of his 11 races thus far. Luis Morales is aboard. And there's horse number 11, Prism, Osama Al-Sharani riding. And then nearest to us in gate 1 is Swing the Ring, Ali Al-Mamoni. Monsieur Jumbo quite well fancied to make it a 3-timer for the Aldehani stable. Might get another interview post-race with Hannah. Stand by. 2,000 metres. All present and correct. Gates back. Away they go racing. Little bit slowly away was Bolt Away, but the jockey Nawaf Al-Mudiani doesn't look particularly concerned about that as they make their way through the early stages. Monsieur Jumbo has made good early headway. Spot the yellow colours there, the grey horse with the sheepskin noseband. Also prominent is Taking Names, the green colours down on the rail. They're followed in 3rd position by Thunder Squall, another sheepskin noseband sporter. Ifraz is also quite prominent in the run, as indeed is the white cap there of Trachonitis as they make their way onto the racecourse proper. Still towards the rear of the field, Bolt Away. The other red stable runner, Parshamim, is just in front of Bolt Away, so both those runners will have to pass Plenty to Win. Prism towards the left as we look at them on screen there in the light blue colours, in danger of being marooned out wide as they come to the bend. 1 or 2 that are out wide here. don't seem desperately concerned about getting in as they approach the bend. Is taking names, the green jacket who leads. To in second position, Monsieur Jumbo. In between the pair in third is Thunder Squall, the dark blue cap. Then after that, towards the outside, trying to get that little bit nearer, is Cool Legend as they start to make the turn. Then right on the inside now, just getting a little bit closer as well, the white cap there is Swing the Ring, who's now making a pretty eye-catching headway as well for Ali Al Mimoni. Seems to have plenty of horse underneath it, but not many gaps to find. So they're making the turn. It's Monsieur Jumbo, the yellow colours, who's being asked now just to go about his business. A set of goggles being taken down by Ali Al Mimoni aboard Swing the Ring, who's swinging along there. Now goes past taking names as if he's standing still. In between the pair, Thunder Squall. These three have now just got on. Taking names looks rather tired in fourth. Al Khatib is staying on from the back. And then after that, we've got Cool Legend. Down the lane they come inside the final furlong and a half now. And it's Monsieur Jumbo who's gone on. Swing the Ring has gone from going very well to being ridden along without a big intervening period. Thunder Squall isn't too far away still and perseveres. Monsieur Jumbo, Swing the Ring trying hard down on the rail. Thunder Squall hasn't given up either. Terrific race. Monsieur Jumbo the near side. Thunder Squall trying to poke its nose in front. Swing the Ring still there as well. A three-way go to the line. Goodness me. Possibly Thunder Squall, but don't quote me on it. We'll have to wait and see. Terrific finish, though. Swing the Ring was battling back as well, and Monsieur Jumbo looking for that stable treble for Thamar Al-Dehani. And, well, Thunder Squall's been declared the winner. I'm getting news that Thunder Squall is the winner. 2 minutes 10.54 seconds in a three-way go all the way down the straight. Swing the Ring swung into the race, going really great guns. Monsieur Jumbo always wide. Thunder Squall always just off the back of the speed there. And they've been declared as having the same time, 2 minutes 10.54 seconds. But Thunder Squall by a flared nostril with Swing the Ring in third. A terrific finish there to race number 3. There they all are going at it hammer and tongs in the closing stages. Thunder Squall, though, just having the nose down at the right time. Terrific stuff in our third race. We just see it now with the post coming. Been declared the winner, Monsieur Jumbo in second. Swing the Ring in third. Yep, there's the line, and you can see, look at that, half a nostril, a flaring of the nose has been enough to get the job done for Thunder Squall. And Swing the Ring's run a really good race there in third. But yeah, both declared for the same time as well, so there wasn't a great deal in it, but there was enough. Thunder Squall has won an absolute thriller in race number 3.
Well, that was fantastic, wasn't it? What a race for our third competition of the day. First winner back there for Louis Morales, and we'll be able to catch up with him. But how thrilling was that, winning by a nostril? I mean, that was exciting, wasn't it? And it just goes to show the fight in these thoroughbreds is incredible. Well, there's lots of celebratory hugs happening, so we will wait, as usual, for Louis to weigh in, and then we will grab a word with him. Marvellous stuff. Got the all clear, and he gives his saddle back. Brilliant stuff. Congratulations, Louis. That's your first win back, isn't it? That must feel absolutely amazing. Talk me about it.
well, pretty rough to come back like that, you know, in a battle like this. But thanks God, I ended up winning the race.
I mean, that was fantastic. A real fight to the line, winning by a nostril.
Well, we were fighting till the last 600, you know. I was between the both horses, and my horse is really brave, you know. He come back all the time, you know. In the last 3 jumps, he said, "I got it." Thanks God.
You did. You could really see the fight. Well, in both of you, as a matter of fact. Now, well, talk me actually through the race, because the draw wasn't too bad either. So the start wasn't too bad. So you got a good start and got a good finish.
Well, he broke a little bit slow because he moved the head to the sides in the moment the gate opened. But, you know, he quickly responds to me. So I keep him in a steady pace. But from 800, you know, we start moving pretty hard. But he resists everything, you know.
Definitely, and he bounced back from his last run, which wasn't so well, but it just goes to show he can fight for the line.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when I saw the last race, he moved pretty early from the 800. He put 2-3 lengths, and then he ended up like 3rd or 4th, I don't remember when. You know, he slowed down in the last 200. So today I tried to keep him the most I could, but when they attack me, I just go forward with them.
Well, let's catch up with you yourself. How are you feeling? Because obviously last time we spoke, you were recovering from an injury. You're a little bit nervous, but how are you now?
Well, you know, I thank God for them giving me the opportunity to come back and do what I love to do. You know, to support my family, the support for the Saudi community. God first, Prince Sultan bin Mishal, Prince Saud bin Salman, and everyone, you know, to support me. I just thank you, everybody.
It's good to have you back, and we're glad to see you back as well. Well done.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Thank you. Back to you guys in the studio.
Lovely to hear from our winning jockey there, Rory, and what a finish it was. At this point, we thought Mr. Jumbo was going to just pull away from them, use the stamina, but the eventual winner and the third had both said absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, the winner stays the trip well enough, but we know that Mr. Jumbo stays 2,400, so when he managed to get his nose in front but a furlong from home, I thought he would just prove too strong. There's just a little bit of, I think there's a touch between the front two late in the day, but to be honest, looking at the overhead shot, I thought, if anything, Mr. Jumbo was just leaning in ever so slightly.
We'll get the overhead of the full race.
The stewards may have a look at that, but it was a cracking finish and just a nose really in it at the line, as far as we would say. Mr. Jumbo got a really good start, but Mohammed Al-Daham did want to commit him. And it was taking names then, and Alex Moreno, who went forward on the inside and travelled smoothly for a fair part of this race, but dropped out of it very quickly again, taking names, and something's not quite right with him at the moment.
Great call from John Blance there, where he mentioned how well Swing the Ring was travelling in comparison to Taking Names at that point as they just round the bend.
Yeah, that's Swing the Ring, who's sort of tracking Take the Names at the moment, and he's already pulling double under Ali Al-Mamoni in the red with the white cap. This is a good run from him because he was stepping up in class. He was eligible for the 0-75 handicap later in the card over a slightly shorter trip, but he saw the 2,000 metres out well in this company, being beaten only by horses rated a good stone higher than him.
The first, second and third are in second, third and fourth right now. Nothing got into it from off the speed.
No, it's disappointing because plenty of horses were close up. It's not like the race broke apart at this stage, and there were some reasonably highly rated horses in that group in behind, but as you said, they didn't really make much of an impact, which makes it all the more disappointing that Taking Names should go from travelling well in front at this stage to finishing well beaten. We did see, who's that in fifth? That's Cool Legend, is it?
Yes, I think it is in those colours.
Moving up into challenging for a minor role there, but he's not able to sustain that. And again, this was his first ever run on dirt, so he's shaped up well enough. If you'd like that, you see Taking Names in the green on the inside now, just dropping off the front three, and it will be a three-way go all the way up the straight. We don't see this very often. Normally, when you get this configuration, something cracks sooner rather than later. You see Mohammed Al-Daham.
The winner is almost in third at this point, isn't he?
Yeah, he's disputing second with Swing the Ring at this stage. And it looked like Monsieur Jumbo, an easy winner over 2,400 metres last time out, was just going to go away and win this by a length. But no sooner has he gone half a length up than he paddles a little bit. And although he's got his head in front most of the way through the final furlong, on the line, Thunder Squall finds a little extra to get his nose down. and in front. And he was a deserving winner given how the race panned out.
Ali Al-Mamoni on the inside there on Swing the Ring. He was oozing confidence at this point, but you always felt out the three of them, he was the one that was working the hardest down the straight to keep this horse involved. And I think he actually triggers the little bumping that happens as he begins to wander off a true line right towards the line.
Yeah, it does tend to happen when horses get tired here, and not something you would ever blame the jockey for. Well, the stewards might, but I wouldn't. And yeah, they do get a little bit close together. I don't think it made any difference to the end result. I think they finished in the correct order in terms of how they shape. But yeah, they're all getting a little bit close together now. But Musher Jumbo's coming in. Maybe Swing the Ring is leaning out a little bit, and if any horse is sinned against, it's actually the winner.
Yeah, I imagine the stewards will probably take a very similar view, and although there might be a few warnings given out, I don't think there's enough to signal any holidays.
I wouldn't even do that.
Like
when horses get very tired at the day, and when they've been ridden very well, as all three of these were through the race, you've got to expect them to roll around a little bit in the closing stages. And while jockeys are tasked with keeping horses straight, the most important thing they're meant to do is get the horses' noses in front, and you've got to do one before the other.
And nobody's trying to hinder anybody else.
No,
there's no foul play.
There's no foul riding here, and that's the most important thing. And you know, I know jockeys, when they're trying their best and trying to keep within the rules, when they pick up a ban for careless riding, it must be really smart. When you know all you're trying to do is your best, you're not doing anything to hamper any other horse in the race, and nothing's been affected result-wise, and you end up with a 3-day ban for it.
I love Ali Al-Mamoni just looking across at the other jockeys, going as if, I didn't realise there were two of you there. They've crossed the line there. He'd probably think I'll finish second there. It ended up finishing in third. So unbelievable result for everybody involved. What a race for race number 3. We do move on very quickly, though, to a wildly competitive handicap. It's a 0-75 contest, a full field, Rory. John Blance, you can take us through those runners and riders.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rib tickler from a commentary perspective. The runners and riders for race number 4 coming up now. Al Fakir, the mount of Camilo Ospina, is horse number 1. Al Rawi, Mohammed Al Daham, is number 2. 3 is Lay Oyunak for Asil Al Sahani. There are some real old favourites here, household names for fans of Saudi racing. 4 is Roland Abdullah Al Hussein. 5 is Salam Alais, Ayod Al Tarizi. And horse number 6 is Dadan Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 7 is Hamdi, Abdullah Al-Kradis. 8 is Motamasek, Ali Al-Mamoni. 9 is Tayal Al-Kher, Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 10 is Fonda, Rayan Al-Toesh. Number 11 is Mohammadi, Luis Morales. And number 12 is Muhibukum, Khalid Al-Mamoni. 30 more, though. 13 is Palance for Mohammed Saeed. 14 is Green of Truth, Arbal Timyat. 15 is Hamza, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. 16 is Woa, the mount of Fawaz Wanas. 17 is Dars, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 18 is Mota Basil from gate number 11. And still they come. 19 is Najm Al Medmar, Rakan Al Obeid. And number 20 is Simon for Hamza Saad. Gate number 18 for that one. So 20 got a post. We're taking out a Hannah, who's taking a look at them.
Thank you, John. Well, this is my selection for the race. Number 1, Al Fakir, an absolute weapon of a horse. Well-muscled, big, imposing type horse, very tall and looking very well muscled, and I'm sure will do well. Horse behind is the next horse we're going to look at. Number 2, Al Rahawi, a finer looking type here, but nevertheless he is looking very well in his coat. Gorgeous muscle behind, very defined and tucked up underneath. Temperament wise has had a little bit of a head shake as he's gone round, but nothing to worry about. The next horse we're going to look at is number 4. This is Roland. Nice chestnut here. He's got the earplugs in. And he's having a little look around. He's a very sweet individual, perhaps not as defined as some of the others, or tucked up. Got a bit of meat on him, but he still looks good. Quite a bigger sort of horse, but he's nice to look at. And the last one, number 5, as the jockey's mount, Salam Alais. This gelding is looking tall just because of his neck there. He stands quite tall, but he's a finer horse, tucked up underneath and looking rather nice also. So that's some of these in the parade ring. Jockeys are on board. It's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Rory, do you just want to clear up the result for our last contest?
We do have a couple of requests for the result there. So full result there: first number 4, Thundersquall at 11-2. Second, number 2, Monsieur Jumbo, the 15-8 favourite. And third, number 10, Swing the Ring at 6-1.
Thank you very much, Rory. Let's have a look at some of these key contenders in this contest. We've got 3 to take a look at. The first one is the horse that Hannah has described as an absolute weapon, and that's Alpha Care, who was last seen winning well, but in 0-70 company.
Yeah, he's up in class, having dominated a 0-70 handicap here last week, a similar sort of contest. He beat Almash Luf by 3 1/4 lengths, so deserves to go back up the handicap after that. He's off 5 points higher, and he's carrying top weight again at a higher grade, which makes it look like he's got a tough task. But the handicapper did give him a real chance here. He rated 74 in his previous start, and he got into this 0-70 handicap last time out off top weight, which seems a little bit of a little bit of a gimme. So he's back. He's just essentially back up to 1 point higher than he was a couple of runs ago. He's got his confidence back after that win. He's well suited by course and distance, and should go well again.
Al Rahawi is the next horse to look at. I liked this horse when he finished behind Felfel. I remember Hannah picked out Felfel and I picked out this second. I thought he ran a massive race here.
Yeah, this is a good contest, the primary championship. Not that long ago. Lots of horses, as you can see, in contention in the straight. But Felfel wins it. Mui Bookham is the horse who's just fading out of things in second place, just as we joined them there in the light blue colours, but he fades out of the frame in the end. And Al Rawi runs all the way to the line, closing Felfel down, but not quite able to get there, adding to a very consistent profile this season.
Maltka's the horse in behind as well, the third, who's a fairly decent performer. This next one is Dars in the purple colours, nearest to us. I thought ran a good enough race, but this is a much, much tougher ask.
It is, but this form has already been franked. This was him finishing third to Swing the Ring last time out. Swing the Ring's just run an absolute stormer in a 0-90. Causeway, the horse, in second. Now the question after this was, although Causeway's got quite a high rating, he's rated in the 80s. Well, Swing the Ring was only rated 60-something coming into this, and Daz had a rating of 59 pre-race. So the question is, do you rate the race through the runner-up? Do you rate it through the winner? And you get 2 different results. Well, now you don't get 2 different results, because Swing the Wing has shown that is very good form in following that up with an excellent third, just beaten ahead in our previous race in 0-90 company. That makes Daz look very interesting here. It's very lightly raced, and the rating of 59 clearly inadequate, so he's a player here.
And a absolutely strapping individual. You can just see him in shot there in the purple with the pony. He really does catch the eye, doesn't he? He's shot up nicely in the sunshine, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. We've talked about the 1 and the 2. Let's go for the 3, Leo Unak.
And this one of many with a chance in this contest. Disappointed went down the field in the Phillies version of that primary championship last time out. Went behind Green of Truth. Needs to find last season's form to figure here.
Roland. Oh, Roland. He'd had a run under his belt now. Drops back dramatically in trip today.
Yeah, it was a blatant non-stayer behind Abu Sheikha last time out, but was still beaten 30 lengths that day, and there were 1 or 2 fairly moderate horses in front of him. He needs to show another one needs to find last season's form, but he's lightly raced, Roland. He ran very well in Taif last season. You weren't his biggest fan. But he was highly tried after that, and this will give you more of an indication of where he stands.
Salam Alays is the 5, another dropping dramatically back in trip. He was a well-beaten second last time out. That was behind Monsieur Jumbo, who arguably has boosted that form, you'd say.
Yeah, well, Monsieur Jumbo has run very well in our preceding 0-90 handicap, and won that 2400-metre open 2 starts ago by 10 lengths from Salam Alays, who was only asked to make ground late in the day, was held up. That is Salam Alays' way of going about things, but ran on past beaten horses to finish second. Given Monsieur Jumbo is a proper 90-odd horse, and Salam Alays is racing off a mark of 74 here, that's perfectly fair. And if this turns into something of a burn-up, and we can get horses tiring late in the day, Salam Alays is the type of horse to pick up the pieces. But at the same time, horses with that run style, if they don't go hell for leather and then they sort of quicken up, can get left behind. So is a bit of a hostage to fortune in terms of tactics.
I was just about to say the same thing there. Darden is the 6. Third place effort last time out with a dramatic improvement from what we've seen in his previous 2 starts.
Yeah, that was. There's a few of them met in the same race. And Dardan was ahead of Mohammadi and ahead of Hamdi.
Who beat them?
In third in a race won by Lajal Thati over 1,400 metres last week in this grade. Obviously stepping up to 1,800, but I think all of the horses who are in that contest have got form over longer trips anyway. So although this will be a different test over the 1,800 metres, strictly speaking, stamina shouldn't be what stops them. He's got form over 2,000 Dedan, so if he runs the same level again, he's got a chance. He's a bit in and out, and that would be the worry with him.
I was about to mention with him, he was third in that occasion, and the front two had pulled away a bit clear of the rest, so he was sort of best of the rest in that race.
Yeah, and it was fairly tight in behind, fairly messy in behind, so I wouldn't be drawing very particular form lines between the beaten horses and how far they were beaten there. The bottom line is they were all reasonably competitive. They come here fit and in fair form, and it's just a case of who you think would be better suited by this 1,800-metre trip and the way the race is run.
We're going to have to rattle through these because they're already circling down at the start, and we're only on 7. So Hamdi is the first one in that large Alsati race as well.
Yeah, got outpaced mid-race and then sort of stayed on when 8th that day. The return to further will suit Hamdi and isn't out of this.
Motomarsek shaped well for a long way before fading last time.
Yeah,
again, large Alsati race.
Yeah, well, it showed early speed and does have plenty of form at 1,200 metres. I have Motomarsek down as a non-stayer at this trip.
Talal Al-Khair, this is my pick in the race. I'm going to make it nice and early. Horse number 9.
Yeah, was placed behind Houghton of Youth in a better race than this over course and distance 2 starts ago, before finishing a creditable third to Farea Alanea over 1,600 metres last time. It's been eased in the weights for each of those runs, despite them looking pretty good. I mean, has been beaten a few lengths each time, but they've been competitive races, and he's run really well. So his handicap to play a big part here, number 9.
Fonda's the 10. Form has fallen off a cliff.
Yeah, the last couple of runs have been poor, and it'd be a surprise if Fonda could win this, despite a very good drawn stall one.
Mohammedi's an interesting run, 6th in that large Alsati race.
Yeah, the race that a couple of these have come out of, he was far from disgraced, having made or disputed the running for a long way, shaped better than the result, just fading out of things late in the day, was ridden quite aggressively there. He does perform at 1,600 metres as a winner at that trip. Whether he stays 1,800 is a question mark for me.
Muhi Bukum is the one that shaped well on the video that we saw.
Yeah, only finished 7th in the end there, but for much of that race, he looked the main danger to Fell. And I think he paid the price for trying to throw the race to that horse. Most of the way up the straight, it was ridden very aggressively. He hung on there grimly until about 100 yards out when he just got tired. I mean, and once that battle was over, he just seemed to lose his confidence and drift back in the field. That was over 2,000 metres. The drop to 1,800 will help, as will the drawn stall too. He's capable of springing a shock here.
The 13 is Palance, will love this trip.
Yeah, another one is liable to be a big price here, Palance, but he's got a good record over 1,800 metres. He didn't show much in his early starts, then was 2nd over 1,800 metres before winning on his next start over the same course and distance back in the spring. Ran an absolutely mighty race to be 2nd over 2,000 metres 2 starts ago, where he went clear in the straight. Looked like he was going to win by a few lengths and ended up getting caught in the line by a horse who came from out of the clouds. I thought he was unlucky there. The drop back and trip was no good to him last time, and he's another one who can bounce back if he can get away with stall 20, which is theoretically a terrible draw here, but I'd rather be drawn in 19 or 20 than being drawn sort of 12, 13, 14. I think you get half a chance from a very wide draw for this trip of avoiding trouble.
You're only saying that because I backed a horse that's in the 12.
Yeah, indeed.
Green of Truth is 13, was no match for Anna Kalajea last time out.
No, this is probably still a stiff enough ask for Green of Truth. Was a really impressive winner of a maiden, but beating fairly lowly rated horses. Was then well beaten when making its handicap debut in a 0-70 3 starts ago, trying to make the running that day and just faded out of it in the straight. Then came from behind to win a winners of 1 on her next start. Before again being sent to the front last time out in the
they're already
in the primary
loading.
championship. She needs to come from off the pace to show her best form from me.
Let's get selection from you, Rory.
I am going to go for Daz.
Yes, Daz.
We had touched on earlier on.
Yeah.
We saw him in the video. The form of that last race has worked out. I think the handicapper is right to raise him to 70 and stole 19. Although it doesn't look easy, he's got a big chance.
Daz is the pick for Rory. Talal Al-Khair is the pick for me, and Hannah has picked Al Fakka. So 1, 9 and 17 are the ones to watch. John Blance, they're loading up at rapid, quick speed. It's over to you.
Yeah, indicative of how tricky a race this is. I'm going to throw my little hat into the ring as well. Alpha Care. Yes, it's up in class, as Rory was saying, but had to come quite wide to produce that challenge last time. It was a decent effort, and I think it's more than capable, even up in grade this time round in the hands of Camilo Ospina from gate 3 as well. So we will see. They're putting them in. Still waiting for Najm Al Medmar to go in. And when Najm Al Medmar is in, got a full complement. The 11 still to go in as well, Mohammedi. But once again, a huge field loaded with the minimum of fuss. There's Camillo Ospina, the green cap there, gate 3. Off they go, they're racing over the 1800 metres. Actually, Alpha Care wasn't out particularly well. Good beginning by Mohammadi towards the right as we look at them there in the sheepskin noseband. Also prominent Mota Masek. Another one that wants to go forward here from a pretty wide draw is Zawoa, the red distinguishing cap there. Of course, 3 white stable runners in this race. And it's Zawoa, the red cap, the sheepskin noseband, who's prominent. Simon is also going forward, the maroon cap. And another one that's going well from an outside draw and cutting across nicely is Dars, the horse that Rory mentioned. And Dars has got to the front with a minimum of fuss in that purple noseband to in second position towards the outside. Simon also still there being nudged along is Zawoa to try and maintain a posse. Then after that in fourth spot is Leuniac, who's in the white and green colours and gets a first mention. And then popping up the inside now to try and get into a more prominent position as well. We've got the 11 horse there, Mohammadi, who's still going pretty well, but it's Dars that leads him to Mohammadi in second. Then round the outside in third and getting a little bit closer now is Al Rawi in the hands of Mohammed Aldaham, who's had a good day today. They're then followed by Al Afkar, who didn't start very well, now being driven along by Camillo Ospina, but gets a little bit nearer. Then right round the outside, Tail Al Khair getting nearer as well. So as they start to make the turn for home, it's Mohammadi and Dars and Mohammadi. These two have gone on. Alpha Care, though, is just staying on from out of the pack and is finding a little bit more when required. They're followed by Leuniac and the rest down towards the closing stages. Dars has just about got on top to Mohammadi, who's battling hard. Then Alpha Care, one that's finishing very strongly now is Palance, sheepskin noseband down the centre of the track, gobbling up the ground. Dars, Alpha Care, Mohammadi, Palance, Alpha Care now going on. Palance, though, is making up really great ground late doors. Alpha Care and Palance as they go to the line. Alpha Care has beaten Palance. Mohammadi is finished in third, and your fourth horse home was Dars. Great work from Hannah there in the parade ring. Alpha Care, fourth win at the 16th time of asking. Camillo Ospina didn't get a great start, but there was quite a bit of pace on there, and Camillo has not panicked. He's worked his way through the field, and Alpha Care has gone on to score. Good late headway from Palance as well. That one was on the scene in the latter part of the race. Some of those early pace setters have stuck around all right, but in the end the likes of Dars and Mohammadi have had those early exertions take their toll. It's good effort from Dars from that wide draw, and Mohammadi has boxed on well as well. And Tail Al Khair has stayed on quite nicely for fifth, but it's Alpha Care who's won. Was a winner last time out and has followed up here again, a horse in very good form of late, Camillo Ospina aboard. And another one for the white stable. They threw 3 darts at the board and one of them stuck.
Opportunity to grab Talal here, manager of the White Stable. Congratulations, firstly. Like I said when I first saw you, big horse can cover the ground well, and he just went to show that even though he didn't get on that bend, he caught up well. You must be delighted.
Yes, alhamdulillah, thank you. And Al-Fakhr, I think he's a good horse. Today it's 75, the handicap race, and he carries 62 kg. So I think it's a hard race today for him, but hopefully, inshallah, he will improve in the future. And all his winning with Camillo, so we know the key now for him. Yeah.
How tall is he? Because when I saw him in the parade ring, he's bigger, far bigger than the rest.
Yes, mashallah, he's big size, but I don't actually know the how exactly. But he's big size, yes.
Well, it's handy though, because like I said, you could see he really covered the ground well, so he's able to catch up, which is fantastic. And you can see that in his last race also. He did the same, came from the outside.
That's right. I think he prepared 10 furlong, 2,000 meter. Today, 9 furlong. But hopefully, inshallah, he'll improve. Yes, he has good pedigree, and I think, inshallah, he will be a good horse in long distance.
Well, of course, he's a 5-year-old, so where can we see him next?
We'll see now his new rate, then we'll decide. But I think he will rest around 2 weeks, inshallah. After that, maybe we'll run him again, inshallah.
Thank you very much and
Thank
congratulations.
you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Shukran.
Thank you. All right then, well, Camillo comes into the winners in closure, and you'll get the chance now to see how big Al Fakir is. I said earlier in the parade ring, he's very imposing, and he is. Handy if I had the old measuring stick, wouldn't it? But I've got to guess, let's say, I don't know, 16.3. You know what? I'd say maybe 16.3. He's big. I'd be able to know if I stood next to him, but of course, we won't do that now. Actually, how about that? We'll put that out to you guys at home in the audience. How tall do you reckon Al Fakir is? Do we say 16.3? He's a big lad, but I tell you what, he got the job done today, that's for sure. Fantastic photo opportunity here for Connections. And then they're going to pop the white stable rug on him, and then Camillo will unsaddle and come over to weigh in. Here he comes now, first winner on the board today for the white stable on race number 4, before we get stuck into all the Arabian action coming up next, so stay tuned. But before then, we've got Camillo, and he's got the all clear, and hopefully he's coming to us. He'll pick up his stick and his hat, and then we can go. He's just having a chat with Connections there. And then he'll come over to us, hopefully. Congratulations, Camillo. Well done. You really took advantage of the outside there past the bend. I said he's a really big horse, so he can cover the ground very well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you to the Prince Mita bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharain for giving me support. And Ahmed Neheri, the trainer. It's big horse, you know. He won last week. Almost similar race, handicap race. Today he come by again. Thanks God he's coming in good form. He continuing in the same format, thanks God. Today is a little bit afraid, you know. He has number 3, 62 kilos. It's difficult. I got a little bit problem there in 800 meters. I try to get the good position, but it's difficult sometimes. But thanks God when I ask him in the 600 meters, he's coming step by step and he can win the race.
Well, despite the trouble then you say that you got into, he still pulled through very well. And I mean, you know, he's only 5, so he's quite exciting to still got plenty in him to look forward to. Yeah,
he's nice. He's nice to ride, you know. He always, when you push him, he's coming. He's not scared. He's coming from behind. He's nice, you know. And especially that's 2 races. It's special races for him. And Ahmed, he bring the horse in very good form for those 2 races.
Well, there's something that I noticed. Like I said, he's a big guy, but he's tall. How tall is he? I was going to say about 16.3, so 16 hands 3. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. But, yeah, we'll see, you know. We'll see. It depends, you know. But thanks God we are doing good and we continue the same thing, you know.
Thank you very much, Camillo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think what the plan will be is I'm going to bring out my measuring stick and we will measure him next time. How about that? What do you guys in the studio think? How tall is he?
Oh, Hannah, he's never 16.3 in a month of Sundays. That's a 17 hands horse all day of the week. I mean, a pony 15 hands. Your average flat horse would be about 16. There's no way on earth that horse is 16.3. He's massive.
Yeah, well, you got to, once you say 17, then he sounds big. 16.3 sounds, you know, in the realm of listen, a proper good old-fashioned Gold Cup horse is 16.2, 16.3. So it'd be nice if he was 17 hands, just so you could say that, oh, there's a 17 hands horse running in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, but he's striking looking, and not surprising to hear him called a beast. Horse to look at here, stole 20, Palance on the wide outside, misses the break, and then is wide as the ball and in a terrible position after 3 or 4 furlongs.
He there with Roland at the back of the field there as well, and Salam Alays, both Salam Alays and Palance end up finishing in the top 6, I think it is. Salam Alays sort of picks his way through the field later on, but Palance
they both
well
tend to do
their
their best work late, but being drawn on the outside for a slowish starter, horses can kind of come out and then get a bit starey and you know, just lose their impetus, and that's what happened with Palance, who's run an absolutely enormous race in the circumstances. We had speed all over the track in the early stages.
Dars setting the early tempo.
Yeah, and he's run an absolute cracker as well. Mohammedi going up the inside, you can see in the grey colours with the white yoke. The pair of them have settled down to battle it out, and probably, I would say they probably pressed on a bit too far from home. But in fairness, they've both finished in the frame, so you can't really say that it was poor riding on their part. You heard what Camilo said. He just got in a bit of, he didn't get in trouble, but his horse just couldn't go with the pace when they initially picked up. But then he snapped back on the bridle here and is making good headway at this stage.
He just got Simon falling into his lap. I think that's what it was. Simon was just falling through the field, but he actually got a lovely toe in off Zoa, the stablemate as well, who came.
Exactly.
He stuck to the rail like a limpet, and he just got on the outside of that one. But once he gets open running, he
looks the winner here. Now, I was obviously looking at Palance, who'd come from an absolutely impossible position. We see him now on the wide outside there, moving into 4th place. I thought, oh, can he do it? It'll be a remarkable performance to lose the ground he did at the start and run on to win. But he's showing his real love affair for this track and trip. That's 3 runs now, and he's never been worse than second, despite the fact that he's been well beaten on numerous other occasions. But I like Palance. He's a late developer and a real trier as well, and he's won another solid race in defeat.
Do you remember him as a youngster?
Yes, I do. I remember him being...
Absolute
He was a nutcase,
nightmare.
yeah. He was, I remember his first 2 starts, he caused lots of trouble in the parade ring, and we thought, well, this horse doesn't have any ability, but he's got loads of temperament, because he was well out the back on his first couple of starts, but he needed a trip. And when he was stepped up to 1,800 metres, he's won second in a race, and I remember at the time thinking, well, this can't be very good if Palance has got place, but he then stepped up on that to win on his next start, and clearly is just a horse who's taken time to develop mentally and physically.
Credit to Dars, who's continued to show the good form of that race we mentioned previously with Swing the Ring. Another horse to come out of that race and do very well, which means Causeway, I think he was favourite that day, might not be as disgraced in defeat as he may have been on at the time.
Not at all. Even then, Causeway, on the figures should have just won that race, but it's beginning to look a lot better than it did. Dars has run a cracker here. Bear in mind he's eligible for a 0 to 70 handicap, and he's clearly going very well at the moment. Couldn't quite get the better of that battle he got involved with Mohammadi, and if either of those had got clear on their own, they might have got a bit closer to the winner. But the winner is clearly, he was let in lightly last time in a 0 to 70, and then was back up in the weights here, but he's got the build to carry that weight, and he's clearly going from strength to strength at the moment.
Yeah, now I'm down to my 17 hands comment now. I was very confident to start with, but then you say he's got the build, and maybe I'm just getting confused and blown away by the size of the boy, but just his strapping he is. But he's an exciting horse. But again, he's a horse that was maybe chucked in at a handicap last time out, but he's justified the support that he's had. He went off 5-1 favourite in the end, and he's justified that support with a win. Can we get a top 3 result there, Rory, before we do runners and riders for our next?
Yeah, I don't have SPs through at the moment, but the full result is first number 1, Alpha Care. Second was number 13, Palance.
Oh, I've got it. I've got the prices.
Third, number 11, Mohammadi. And 4th, number 17, Daz.
So Alpha Cut won at 5-1, joint favourite. Palance was second at 28-1. Mohammadi was third at 16-1, and Daz was 4th at 10-1. So it was a great opportunity to get involved. Lovely prices all the way through. With a 5-1 favourite, you cannot complain.
Not at all. Not at all. Well, he wouldn't have been top of your list.
No, he's bottom of my list.
But it just shows you that when these horses begin to hit form, you could make a case against him in his previous runs, but just the confidence he got from that win in similar conditions, but in a slightly lower grade, has seen him blossom, and he's won that just as easily.
And blossom he certainly has. Now, we were talking about markets. There are no more markets. The markets are all gone here because this is the first of our second day of the Arabian Festival. We have 8 races for the purebred Arabians, and we are looking forward to get stuck into it. I'm pretty sure the first race, if I judge by the horses behind me, must be a 3-year-old fillies contest. Rory, am I right?
Yes, so we're thinking all unraced colts in the next race coming up.
All unraced colts.
Full title of the festival?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. That's all yours,
You know what it is. The Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Arabian Horse Festival.
There you go, Rory. Appreciate you and everything you do. Now, we move on to this purebred Arabian contest. It is for the 3-year-olds. These horses have not seen a racetrack before. But, Rory, we did find the winner in a very similar race yesterday, and there is a theme here. Let's look for the horse that looks the most precocious.
Yeah, these are very young horses. A lot of them will look like they need more time. A lot of them will look like they're not really ready to race. So we're looking for something that's reasonably well muscled, reasonably well developed, and we'll be looking at the paddock as much as Hannah.
John Blance will take us through the runners and riders for this contest.
Yeah, there are going to be 20 of them as well, and we can start with horse number 1, Nawaf Gudar, who's the mount of Fawas Wanas. 2 is Sati Al Kanon, Abdullah Al Kradis. 3 is Jcsa or Ayad Al Tarisi. 4 is Shabel Al Sakra. 5 is Jcsa Al Shaitan. 6 is Mail Al Sarah Al Muntakaba, and that's the mount of Mohammed Al Hubail. That one doesn't get involved in the driving finish. Horse number 7 is Saklawi Sultan. 8 is Al Nabaj. 9 is Hashim Al Debia and Abdullah Al Hussein. 10 is Hutam, the mount of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Interesting jockey booking. 11 is Ayman Wasset, that's the mount of Turkey Alofi. Horse number 12 is Aksam Judah, Camilo Ospina. 13 is Al Lahi. 14 is Tayuni Al Naqwa. 15 is Maysur Al Hussein. 16 is Burkan A Nuna. 17 is Sati Al Izam. Horse number 18 is Zamil Al Zamila, man of Tariq Al Mansour. 19 is Shabal Al Kawuladia. And horse number 20 is Mubarak A Nuna. So all 20 of them present and correct. Here's Hannah.
Thank you, John. Yeah, we've got a bunch of fancy pantses in here, all the boys showing off. We're going to start with horse number 3, Jcsa, who has been dancing around but has began to calm down, actually. Got the noseband on, looking a little fluffy, and does have a drop in the middle of the back. Commonly what you see with these horses, but I'd like to see more muscle. Dropping behind. Number 4, Shabel Asakra, has the former snaffle in there to help with guidance. So considering that we don't know much about these horses, that should give us a little clue. Again, another horse that's been on its toes. We've just got to be careful because we have a loose one in the parade ring and they've caught it, so it's all good, and we'll continue. This one's got a bit of a drop in the belly, not particularly defined on the hind end, but its attitude is looking like it's ready to go. Number 5, horse behind, looking rather beautiful, similar to a Barbie horse, I'd say. This one is called Jcsa Al Shatan, with this gorgeous blonde mane. Look at this horse, a stand-up, but definitely more muscle is needed on this very fine Arabian. Lastly, number 6, Mail Asara Al Muntakaba, on its toes as well, like most of them are, but nevertheless this one looks very nice and looking like he's ready to rock and roll, which is what we like to see. Back to you guys to talk about these in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. If anything else catches your eye and no horses try and run you over, please take this back off us, because this is a tricky contest, Rory. We said it was easy to find the winner last time. Not so easy on this occasion.
No, I thought overall they initially looked a slightly better bunch, slightly better grown than yesterday's, but not many of them fit, and more negatives than positives that I can see thus far. The one we see in shot here, Zamil Al Zamila.
Give him a shout out.
Tariq Al Mansour, he looks all right. He looks healthy in his coat. I wouldn't swear he's 100% fit, but he's slightly better grown than most of these. So he gets. He does get a little tick. Stall 18, though, is going to make it very hard, I would have thought.
Yes, remember, they come out, they're loaded in race card order, so it makes it a little bit easier to follow. Number 2 will jump out of stall 2.
Indeed, yeah, so it makes it a little bit easier. Those with in single figures not many of them particularly caught the eye.
Do you know who was
big negatives?
The biggest eye catcher for me was the 10. That was Hutam. With Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on board, which I'd say the positive.
Bassam Al Musa trains Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, runs in the same colours as Mohammedi did in our previous race. He does take the eye to a degree. Stall 10 shouldn't be too bad for him, because I had a negative against number 9, Hashim Al Dabayan, and a big negative for Al Nabaj. Number 8 I thought was the least prepossessing.
That one looked like he was fresh on the ground, didn't he?
Yeah, we're seeing Nawaf Gudar go to post again. Looks very young and undeveloped. So that wasn't easy to fancy.
Did you like the 12, Akzam Judah?
Akzam Judah, I didn't mind.
Camille Spieler's one. I thought that horse looked a little bit physically mature. So he would get a star.
The camera is on Ayman Wasset, going to post number 11. Those are colours we'll see later on. Fala Al Harthi, the owner there, who has got a well-fancied one in one of our better races later on the card. That's not the worst in the field, and nor is Jcsa Al Shaitan running in the colours of Abadi Al Dafri. That doesn't look too bad on the way to post, but I'd be keen to just see how they all go down and who starts misbehaving at the start as well, because a lot of these, as Hannah was saying, showing off in the parade ring. I think mostly that's a little bit of well, it's complete immaturity.
Well,
and a bit
these
of
are all
nerves as
teenage
well.
boys. That's
They
what they
yeah.
are. They're just teenage boys, and this.
And you
will
are
be,
the expert on that sort of behaviour.
About to say, steady on where we go with that line of questioning there, Raw. But yeah, they are just really. They'll be shouting, roaring, having a good old look around, and it'll probably be the one who's most sort of focusing on the job that would have the best chance to win the race. So the first thing, look at the difference between 5 and 4 there. Yeah. I mean, they're both the same age. They are two completely different horses. I mean, 5 could be running in a pony race.
Yeah. Very pretty.
Oh, yeah.
But you wouldn't expect... Actually, I'm going to stick an extra X next to that. But very small and backward looking, and beginning to show signs of nerves at the start as well.
I just saw Alna Badge just go by there. That's the 8. Didn't look too bad. I didn't have any negatives about that.
I didn't like Alna Badge at all.
Oh, did you not like Alna Badge? So. Look at the 10. There's your winner, ladies and gentlemen.
The 10's beginning to stand out. As you said, he's a little bit more developed in front than behind. Yeah. But he does look a little bit better than most of these. He's got strength in his neck and shoulder, and that will be a big benefit to him. I suspect that Sati Al-Hazam will be one of the more interesting ones in terms of the jockey book, and Naif Al-Anazi on board, but still 17. Won't be easy. You'd imagine that Naif will be keen to get forward, and that horse knows his job from stall 17, should be able to get across past some of the less experienced ones.
The last horse we saw winning the 3-year-old race yesterday, did it from the front, broke well, looked the most mature. You could call him the winner from a long way out. Do you imagine we'll see something similar here today?
I'd have thought so. Yeah, I mean, you're not guaranteed that the horse that breaks in front will win, but it's a big positive. And the more we see of him, the more I'm drawn towards Hutam.
Is it worth giving the 13 dimension another grey? I don't know whether it's just because they're grey that they're standing out to me, but Al Lahif with a positive for me, I thought. We've got a jockey on there that I'm not quite sure about, but certainly was one that caught my eye immediately. And then we see colours that we know very well on the 14, which are Tione Al Naqwa. We know those colours quite well. We see them often in these purebred Arabian races.
We do. Very, very Saudi colours, as it were.
Yeah, Rakud Al Ansari, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a colt by No Risk Al Mori, a pedigree that will be familiar to fans of purebred Arabian racing in the UK. The 16 looks okay. That's got the eye a couple of times. Burkan Aynuna.
The 15's another one that's a bit chunky. I really am clutching at straws here with horses that you said. I'm just looking for something that looks a bit more developed, because some of them look very, very weak and immature.
They did, and again, the more we see of them at the start, the more we can get an idea of who's going to find the occasion a bit too much for them. Most of them have actually behaved better at the start. They seem largely fairly relaxed.
We had one get loose in the parade ring. That was the 16. That was Burkan Aynuna. Sorry, I'll get there eventually. Burkan Aynuna. That horse got loose in the parade ring, but seems to be more settled down right at the bottom of your shot now. He looks much more settled now down at the start.
Yeah, and before he got loose in the parade ring, which is very brief, to be perfectly honest.
And the jockey was
on board. He didn't get loose without his rider. To be honest, I've got to go for Hutam here. I suspect you're going to go for the same horse.
Yes, we're joining up again with horse number... What number is Hutam there on our race car? Horse number 10, Hutam, is going to be the pick for myself and Rory. Hannah, who did you like in this one?
I'll have take number 4, I think, please, Callum. Jbel Ashaka for me. Over to you, John. It's quite a tricky one, isn't it? What do you make of it?
Well, it's not going to be easy to work out who's going to win this, but it's not going to be easy to commentate on it either. Let's hope that don't make any glaring errors. Jcsa Al Shaitan about to go forward. The 7 horses, Saklawi Sultan. And none of these have run, so have any official rating. And we found out that NOR, after the horse's name, means no official rating, rather than there's been a massive colony of Arabian racehorses all bred on the outskirts of Oslo. The 11 going in, Ayman Wasset. Shabel Al Sakra to go in as well. 8 is Al Navaj. The 12 still to go in as well is Akzam Judah. The Number cloths do correspond to their stalls, though, in these Arabian races, which just makes things that little bit more logical. So we're waiting for the 8 to go in. That's Al Nabaj, Khalid Al Mamoni aboard. Once again, even young Arabian racehorses, very well behaved down at the start. Incredible scenes. Anyway, we're ready. 1,200 metres, youngsters. Gates back, and away they go. Nice start from Shabelle Al Sakra. Also up at the pace is Jcsa, and it's Jcsa, the sheepskin noseband, the white sheepskin noseband who's prominent there. Another sheepskin noseband is Hutam, the purple one, and the yellow sheepskin noseband cutting across from a wide gate is Thuwaini Al Naqwa. So it's Thuwaini Al Naqwa that leads at the moment, to Hutam, who's racing in second. Third horse there is Burkan A Nuna, followed then by Al Nabaj in the black colours with the pink saddle cloth in a relatively prominent position. Also going quite nicely at this early juncture is Lahif, and another one that's making headway from the back is Zamil Al Zamila. So they start to make the turn here and head on into the home stretch, and it's Thuwaini Al Naqwa that leads them to a good going now round the outside. Al Lahif, that's making really serene headway and goes into second spot now, followed then by Sati Al Kanon, the black colours, who's prominent as well. Now getting going down the centre of the track is Zamil Al Zamila, but as they go towards the closing stages, tackled and passed now the 14 horse Thuwaini Al Naqwa, now by the 13 Al Lahif, and it's Al Lahif that goes on by a couple of lengths to in second position Thuwaini Al Naqwa, and racing up towards the line Al Nahif in the end is a pretty easy winner. Al Lahif has scored. Going to be close for second. That might just have been Sati Al Kanon who got that ahead of Thuwaini Al Naqwa in third, but we'll confirm that once the judge has. Good win from Al Lahif, and this big field has, well, shown no real signs of greediness. Plenty of professionalism there to win in a time of 1 minute 23.48 seconds. Purebred Arabian, I'm sure we'll hear more of in the fullness of time. Mohammed Al Mazed was aboard, and from a wide gate has scored well. Sati Al Kanon has finished in second, and Thuwaini Al Naqwa, who was prominent throughout, has finished in third. Zamil Al Zamila was quite a long way out of its ground early and has made quite good headway late doors to get involved, and the first 4 miles clear of the rest, who were headed in by Shabelle Al Sakra, who started well but couldn't really build on that. So that's your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the first of the Sultan Bil Abdullah Aziz International Cup Day Arabian races. Plenty more where they came from. We've got another big field to come up in the next as well. But it's 13 Al Lahif, who's won the 5th.
And it is a win for horse number 13 in this contest, who is Al Lahith, was one of the horses that caught our eye in the prelims, Rory, and again, the most physical specimen has come out and won this race, and probably won it with a little bit more maturity than we saw in our race yesterday. She didn't just go from the front and blaze a trail, had to come past horses, travelled very nicely into the bend and won well under Mohammed Al-Mayed.
Yeah, has travelled sweetly through the race, she just said, and despite being drawn in stall 13, got a bit of room to work into, whereas the one we were with, number 10, has actually got to the front earlier on, Hutam, but then got across to the rail and ran perfectly well for a long way, just faded out of things in the last furlong. But this winner is knew his job well enough from the start to hold a fairly good position, and then was able to come wide of runners. You could tell turning into the straight he was travelling best of all, and it's got the job very well, and that's a double over the 2 days for our winning rider.
Yeah, a jockey we don't know too much about, but certainly knows how to get these purebred Arabians from A to B. In the eventual second, we had the strong finishing Said Al Kanon, who came from a little bit off the pace, and then in third we had Sayuni Al Nakwa, who was in third in those colours that we know so well about Raccoon Alabay. So it's interesting to see from this point. You thought the horse on the inside with the yellow noseband was going to do enough, but ended up getting a little bit tired late on and lost.
Yeah, unsurprising on racecourse debut. But the winner, as you said, knew the job pretty well. Was a little bit better developed than some. Still not fully developed, but good efforts, particularly from the first and third. Not that the second's done anything wrong, but Tuani Al Nakwa in third has run a big race for a long way, and then just got reeled in for that second place close home.
Yeah, watching from the start here, you can see the pace really early came from our selection here, Rory Hutam, who tried to get to the front, but once shadowed by the eventual third, always looked a bit behind the bridle, looked to be learning as he went along.
Yeah, if you're travelling really sweetly on the rail and you're leading, that's a great place to be. But if you're half a length behind, it puts pressure on you a little bit, and you always get the impression he was under a little bit more pressure than ideal in that spot. But still, showed something to work on, Hutam, and you wouldn't be dead against it next time. But as we said, Tueni Al Nakwa on the outside was always showing a little bit more natural speed and travelling sweetly. That's gone for home at this stage, but you see in about fourth place now in the sort of turquoise colours on the outside. That's our winner, passing horses for fun on the outside and clearly travelling very strongly. And in behind, Sati Al Kanon is one in these sort of dark blue and black colours in third place at the moment. That runs on to deprive Tueni Al Nakwa of second close home. But positive runs from the first three home. Form you can't rate very easily, and again, it's worth pointing out, we're talking about babies here. 3-year-olds, that's as young as you want to be racing the purebred Arabians, and they do tend to look a good year younger than thoroughbreds anyway, don't they?
Yeah, you can clearly understand why they don't run them at 2 and why they wait until 3, but for me, even some of these look very mature, very mature, like shouldn't be running immature levels, and there are some that do look mature, as you see with the leader here, Hutan, who's gone off like a rocket, but you can just see Ricardo Sosa is just niggling, even at this stage, is into the bend, trying to make sure he's got a chance here. I think your eventual second has got into a bit of a barging match with a couple of the others in there. The horse with those yellow colours across the middle. I couldn't quite tell you who it is right on the inside. Is that the 6 or the 8? I just see getting scrubbed along now with the noseband and the visor. I think it's the 8 out on the back, the horse that you mentioned earlier, being a bit of a negative.
That dropped back very quickly in the straights.
Got a horrible run through.
Yeah, so he's slightly embarrassed that had run an absolute cracker. You saw also involved in that was Burkhan Ainuna, who I give a bit of a positive mention to, number 16. That was the one who got loose in the parade ring, but as we said, didn't actually lose the rider, was caught after a couple of seconds. So that's run okay for a long way as well. Maybe doing it slightly on his nerves.
The one in the red colours with the white disc is Zamil Al Zamila. We gave that one a cheeky positive mention. Ended up finishing in about 5th. So
that's run okay from stall 18. I thought stall 18 was the killer for that one. Looked better than most, but I did think that 18 might be a really tough stall to come from over this trip first time out.
Yeah, if I was to pick between the winner we had yesterday and the winner we had today, I'd probably take yesterday's winner. I'd say, yeah, arguably the better performance, but take nothing away from this winner and take nothing away from Winning Connections. Lovely to see young and old all enjoying the presentations.
Did we have a
well.
winning time for the race?
Did we have a winning time for the race? I can ask our glorious producer, and he can. 1:23.48 was your winning time.
That's the best part of a second slower than yesterday's contest.
Well,
It was 1:22 and bits. So on that evidence as well, yesterday's winner looks a slightly better one.
The clock doesn't lie. Sometimes my eyes do lie, but the clock doesn't lie at all. We, though, are enjoying the winning scenes here. The groom's getting a prize as well, which I think is really, really a lovely touch from everyone involved in this racing festival named after Sultan the Good. You spoke about him yesterday being a man who sort of really provided medical care at a free cost to the needy here in Saudi Arabia while he was sort of a vice presidency sort of role. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, well, he was crown prince at one stage. He was also deputy prime minister at one stage. But as you know, at the end of his life, he basically he distributed most of his money between his sons to set them up, as you have to be here.
Absolutely.
But quite a lot of money of his considerable wealth went to good causes. Essentially, went to this trust that he set up, which was to provide services and healthcare to those who couldn't afford to pay for it themselves. So, hence that nickname, that Super K.
Not a bad
Super K is a
nickname
good
to
word,
have.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great word. Like I said, every day the school day with you, but known as something the good. I don't think I'll ever be known as Callum the Good, but hopefully I'll get something to go along with.
We can ask for suggestions.
Yeah, if anyone's got any suggestions in the comments about a nickname for me, we'll only read out the nice ones. But we must move on to our next contest. This is race number 6. It's another maiden, but this one for 4-year-olds. We'll see slightly different types here.
We do. I mean, we've got horses who've raced here, so we've got. We do have a few with the Nor suffix next to them, no official rating for 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But we do have ratings for number 1 and number 4 here. Number 4, Wasib, has run to a decent level of form and represents the Sofat Al Adiyat stable, who've got some decent horses here as well.
Is Wasib the horse that was beaten at a very short price when it ran a couple of months ago now? Are we thinking the same horse, or is it just a horse in similar colours?
Well, let's
have a dig
let's
around.
have a look.
While Rory is having a look around, I can let you know that we do still, at this moment, have the clash that we've all been waiting for. No late withdrawal yet. Talal Al-Kaladir and Nassan Al-Kaladir are set to lock horns in race 12. I am probably setting myself up to fail, but with each passing race, I am going to become more and more excited. Rory said I wasn't allowed to get too excited, so with each passing race, my levels will just go slightly higher, till I am nigh on unbearable if they are both circling down at the start before race 12. Do we know anything about Wasib?
We do know about Wasib, and we actually saw Wasib running on yesterday's show, not on yesterday's card, obviously. You remember the footage we saw of Talal Al Rayla,
yes, very impressive,
winning on debut. Well, the favourite for that contest was Wasib, who had a very high rating, a rating north of 100 at the time, was second on that occasion to Talal Al Rayla, who's shown himself now to be an absolutely top-class performer.
Well, that certainly doesn't look like a bad bit of form. John, it's time for the runners and riders for this, the second of our purebred Arabian contests.
Thank you very much, Callum. Horse number 1 is Kabez Athbar. 2 is Sarem. Sama Al-Sharani rides that one. 3 is Saka Onazar. No jockey declared for that one at the moment. Horse number 4 is Wasib. 5 is Gadir Alamir. 6 is Site Al-Sakra, Khalid Al-Mamoni. 7 is Nzam Al-Kanon, Ayad Al-Tarisi. Horse number 8 is Gara Abdullah Al-Khamis. Horse number 9 is Toledo, Rakan Obeid. Number 10 is Wasem, Abdullah Al-Fayruz. Number 11 is Azim, no jockey as yet. Horse number 12, Mahel Al-Dahab, Abdullah Al-Ofi. Horse number 13 is Al-Thahab, Marged, Yusuf Al-Bakawi. Horse number 14 is Tomes, Alexis Moreno. 15 is Al-Yatim. 16 is Rewat Al-Baraik. 17 is Abu Lubdar. 18 is Siraj Al-Hura, and 19 is Kawakib Al-Jazra. So 19 of them got a post for the second of the Arabian races of the day, race 6 in all. And we can get back to the lads in the studio.
Thank you very much, John. Yes, looking forward to hearing from you again as they jump off for this contest. Wasib, we've already mentioned, is probably the one that we're all very excited about with a rating. Let's look at some of the other ones with a rating as well. Kabeth Akbar, not running in the Akbar Racing colours, but may have been in their hands or around their hands at some point. That's horse number 1.
Yeah, that was it in that contest behind Talal Al Rayla last time out, and since finished 12th of 13 in a maiden, so difficult to see that one turning the form round with Wasib.
Looking for more horses with rating, Wasem, horse number 10.
Has had 3 runs in maidens or fillies maidens, including that race won by Talal Al Rayla here in November. On that case, Wasem was 16th of 20. Since run a little bit better to finish midfield in a race won by Basika last time out, but again, tons to find on paper.
Was about to ask for horse number 17, but I can't see him in the parade ring at this moment in time. He might be a non-runner that I've just missed, so I'm not going to ask you about that one. But number 18 does have a rating, and that horse is definitely in the parade ring. Dashing grey individual here.
Siraj Al Hura, who has an official rating of 82, is like all of these, is a 4-year-old, has had 9 starts without winning, but has been in the frame multiple times so far. The last effort not so good, but some decent form in the book.
Hannah, you're in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye?
This chunky sort right here, number 4, Wasib. Yeah, he is a chunky sort on his toes. He does look quite soft, however. There is not a lot of definition going on. He's quite soft all across his top line and underneath his belly. Dropping back, number 5, a finer mare that looks quite fit, actually, and she's definitely had been on her toes ever since she got in the parade ring. This is Gadir Alamir, being a little bit naughty with the head there. The poor handler, he's coped rather well. Hind end, she looks nice and toned, and underneath as well, like I said, a finer sort. Behind, number 7, Nazam Al Kanon. Very bum high here with a very dropped tummy, looks quite round actually. High head carriage is what you'd normally see with these purebred Arabians, but attitude-wise, I like it. Not over the top, looks quite calm, and might actually go well with that temperament. Number 8, Garaha is the next horse. I like the look of this horse because it's fine, but yet we've got some muscle definition there. There is still some work to do, particularly across the bum and a little bit on the neck as well. But in the coat does look okay and not walking too bad either. So that's some here in the paddock. It's back to you guys to go through this tricky card.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, we're going to try our best to go through it. We've spoken of those with a rating. Having seen them in the parade ring, the 4 is still the pick for you and I. Is it, Rory?
Yeah, it didn't get full marks, Wasib, from Hannah. Described it as a bit soft. And maybe it was a little bit soft in the finish last time out, but it's been a very good horse and is well clear on the ratings. So we just finished talking about the one we were on before we cut to Hannah. That's the 18, Siraj Al Hura. 9 career starts. As I said, the last one, an 8th of 13 in an Arabian Horses Open, probably not his best effort, but 4th to Clash. Before that Clash, we saw run very well to be 3rd in the King Faisal Cup, the Group 3 at Taif earlier in the season. Also placed again behind Al Nasrallah, 3rd to Nirhaz here in November in an open over 1,600 metres. So lots of decent bits of form for this one. Has been behind Al Nasrallah 3 times this season, but this is a much easier task in terms of hitting the frame, and I'd be surprised if Siraj Al Hura was not in the first 3 here.
Yeah, I think he's certainly worth a play in the top 3. Rory, we've struggled with the first purebred Arabian race. Surely this is the one that gets us back on track as we see a Zim in shot, who's just walking around the paddock, quite a small type. Hannah, you're in the parade ring. Who have you found?
I found Mohammed Aldaham, and I thought it was a good opportunity to find out a bit more about these horses, in particular horse number 3, Saka Oneza. What do you know about this horse?
This horse first time he ran here for my father. I hope inshallah run very good.
Okay, so that's quite nice. So it's for your father. So this is sort of a personal story now.
Yeah, this horse I know before the mother and father for this horse. My farm, for my father in Al Qasim, and he come to here first time to race for Riyadh. I hope inshallah maybe distance little bit not very good, short because 6 furlong. I hope inshallah run very good. You know, Arabian horse not same thoroughbred, different little bit. Inshallah, he run very good.
Yeah, well, before I ask you about how you ride them differently to thoroughbreds, did your family breed this horse?
Yes, yeah, for my father.
Okay. Oh, so this will be very special if this horse comes in.
Yeah, sure. Inshallah, he run very good. I hope this, because I think he have one sister for my father.
Okay, oh, fingers crossed. Well, tell me then, so obviously we've seen you being very successful with the thoroughbreds today. How do you compare riding an Arabian to a thoroughbred?
Yes, different, little bit small, and not same speed and action, little bit slow. But no problem, you know. All horse, all same. Some Arabic horse, very good horse. I hope, inshallah, all people today come to here for see who's good horse for new season. Inshallah, the good race I win. Inshallah, that's it. Welcome.
Thank you. We're very much looking forward to the race and also the celebration of purebred Arabians over these 2 days. It's very exciting. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, lovely to hear that from Mohammed Al-Daham, who we cannot stress enough has been an absolute superstar for us on the channel over our 2 stints here in Saudi Arabia now. Because when we first spoke to him, very much in his shell, not very confident, but he's very, very confident now, and that's a lovely shot there. Look at all the generations enjoying the racing.
Yeah, I completely agree. I really appreciate how the effort that Mohammed Al-Daham has made to engage with us, because it's something that he wasn't keen to do, but he didn't seem to have the confidence to do it when we spoke to him first, and he felt that his English was limited. But he gives us an awful lot, and he does make an effort, and that's a nice touch. You know, we don't know an awful lot about these horses, so being able to get inside there and find out, you know, this is a horse that's homebred by his father, Suleiman Al-Daham. You got the family connection there, and makes it feel just a little bit more tight-knit than it does on paper. So we'll be cheering for him here, won't we?
Oh, I tell you what, the roof will come off the studio if he wins on this one for sure. Do we know this horse is making first start here at Riyadh? So looking forward to it. One horse who isn't is Toledo. That horse has had a run under his belt. Looked good in the parade ring, but the form of that run was not particularly strong.
No, it was well beaten on debut. That was back in Taif in September behind Al Nasrallah. Al Nasrallah is a multiple winner. We touched on that. Is finished in front of Siraj Al Hara a few times this season. So no shame in being beaten, but that was only 12th to 15 on the day. On form, that isn't good enough to get involved, but as you said, does catch the eye in the parade ring.
Definitely.
And never judge a horse on debut, particularly with these purebred Arabians, who are all liable to need a run first time out as well. So don't expect to see such a moderate performance from Toledo this time around, and it wouldn't be a huge shock to see that one get involved in those eye-catching green and red colours.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Wasib here, Camille Ospina on board. No Risk Al Mori being the sire, a sire we know plenty about, is very active in this purebred Arabian game. As I mentioned yesterday, doesn't have to be live covered, so he can cover a lot more mares than he would if he had to do live covered every time. So every chance that No Risk Al Mori will have success. But we'll be talking about purebred Arabians. Now I've got a good chance to segue here. Sheikh Mansour, owner of Manchester City, has just bought a stud in France for 28 million.
Yes, I saw that.
And there was a lot of discussion, he's not really involved in horses. Well, that is a lie. He is involved with Waseb stallions, who are purebred Arabian racing stallions. Big involvement in that, and now he's stepping into the thoroughbred game. So I had a bit of a deep dive. It's not just endurance racing stallions that they've got actual racing stallions, and it's very interesting to see what he's going to do now getting involved in the thoroughbred game.
Particularly interested when someone with that kind of wealth makes their first involvement in thoroughbred racing the purchase of a stud and a breeding operation. Suggests that they're in it for the long term and they plan to do it properly, rather than, you know, we've seen a lot of people sort of go out and buy proven horses for big sums, so that you're guaranteed runners at the big meetings. But if you think about this as a long-term project, then having that breeding operation is very important. And some of those, the French studs are massively, they've got massive history behind them as well, and you know they're proven. And it's not just a case of, right, let's throw some money at this. You're looking at tradition there as well. It's quite a good marriage.
And when it comes to studs and those sorts of environments, it's not just about your location. It's about the grass. It's about the amount of sunlight you can get. It's about how these foals are raised. And I think you're absolutely right. With experience of being involved in studs, whether it's not be thoroughbreds, but having some stud experience would make sense as to why they've gone and made that purchase. But £28 million, it's not cheap.
It's not cheap, no, but again, it's the kind of purchase that I like to see, because it does suggest that it's not just a passing fancy, and it suggests that he's looking to get involved at the grassroots of the sport as well.
And another big tick for French racing, which is going through a real resurgence after a couple of very bleak years.
Yeah.
A real resurgence both in flat and jumps.
Yeah, there was a case there where you looked at a French Group 1 and you'd see just a minority of French runners in there, and the big French stables often struggling to keep their silverware at home, but things seem to be looking up there.
And we see Mikel Barcelona, obviously, last week coming here and riding a big cup winner too. He's just left Godolphin after 12 years, now joining with the, oh gosh, goodness me.
The Aga Khan.
Aga Khan, you couldn't believe that slipped out there, who have got a big base in France, and we're very much looking forward to seeing what he does for his new boss. And as you said, Rory, that is another long-term investment in your career there, joining the Aga Khan. That's a long-term job. Hopefully, we'll see some superstars of the future here in this purebred Arabian maiden as they make their way down to the start. I can't take my eyes off Toledo, who just canted out of screen there, but it's going to be very hard to oppose Wasip here, Rory, isn't it?
Is it Camilo on board Wasip?
It is Camilo on board Wasip.
It took a real tug going down to the start. There's Toledo.
It's also taking a tug on the Rakan Al Abeid there.
But yeah, it looks a nice type. Yeah, Wasip almost a little bit free to start. That would be a slight concern for me, but he's got outstanding form claims, one or two others. Now, Al-Tahab Maj is down as being ridden by Yasser Al-Bakawi, but did I not spot a slightly more familiar face on board there?
Give me a number.
Number 13.
Number 13, I missed it, sorry.
I thought it was Naif on board that going down.
Is it blue colours?
Yes,
yes, that's Naif. I saw him in the shots. Yeah, it's definitely Naif. You can't miss that beard.
No, you can't. No, so a couple of jockey changes if you happen to have got your hands on a race card for this, which is...
Firstly, well done.
Yeah, congratulations for that. But again, listen, if you follow the Jcsa on Twitter here, you'll pick up quite a lot of this stuff. And again, you do have the opportunity of translating those posts that are made in Arabic as well. But quite a lot of the Jcsa stuff is done in English. But those who respond will tend to be racing followers and racing entities here who will respond in Arabic, but it's easy enough to get translations of those. So you can find out plenty about the sport here without having to get out of your armchair.
There's Mohammed Al-Zaham's runner there, Saka and Aza, the three here. Quite a strapping individual there. Looks like it could come on physically. There just seems to be a bit big and raw.
Yeah, Mohammed seemed to be reasonably confident that it would put up a good show on debut, but I think you don't ever hear jockeys saying, this won't be at the races today. But yeah, it has strength about it, has size about it compared to some of these. You'd say it could tighten up for the run, but hopefully that'll run well. We're big fans of Mohammed Al-Daham on the show, and as we said, others to catch the eye, Toledo, who is a very striking grey, isn't he? You see at the back of the shot there.
He's still very keen as well, though, isn't he? He's got the cross nose
and that's a little bit of a question. He might just
Yeah.
be a work in progress, and he was obviously well beaten on debut. Another one to mention, the horse just coming through our shot there, the grey. Nizam Al-Kanon has got no form. Ayad Al-Tarisi riding, but this one runs in the same colours as one of our favourites from later on the day, Lissy de Violette.
Oh, okay.
Carries the same colours, so significant owners there. That's the Al-Nafal stud, I believe. You can't always trust what's written on our race card here, because that's all been roughly translated from Arabic. But yeah, that's the Al-Nafal stud owners of Lissy de Violette, who's unbeaten, having won that Group 3 in Taif in September. First time I got a chance to see him.
Just hearing that the 11, which is Azim, is just being checked over by the vets behind the tape. So that's just a note that if you like the 11, you just see there in the pink colours, the vets having a look. That was the one that I thought was very small in the parade ring. And you know when the jockey's bigger, and our vets down there, not the tallest of gentlemen,
No.
and they made that horse look even smaller. Than just having a look at the back.
I reckon if your tail touches the floor, you maybe should have a think about how soon you should be running. And that's the case with this one.
Alex Moreno is supporting probably the best colours here aboard the 14. That's Tom Mays. Here goes in those very striking colours. We don't really know anything about this one, but we know it's not bred in Saudi Arabia because we see the little essay that suggests they can qualify for the desert bred races, and he clearly would not. Let's find a winner. I think we're both on Wasib here, horse number 4. Is that right, Rory?
Yeah, Wasib should be the horse to beat on all known form.
Hannah, what are you on here?
I quite like the 10, Callum. Wasem, that's my selection for this race, and we'll see how that goes. John, what do you make of this race?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, they're putting them in, and they're going in very quickly. So it's going to be, once again, a bit of a cavalry charge of Arabians. Still waiting for the check jacket of Wasib to go in. There's the striking colours of Tomés and Alexis Moreno aboard. Again, some eye-catching jockey bookings. Got 3 left to load here. Tomés to go in. Also still to go in, we've got Mahel Al-Dahab. Has to move forward is the 12, Mahel Al-Dahab. Stand by. 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres again. All installed. Oh, no, they're not all installed. That's Azim, who is not in. They're off, and they've gone without Azim. Azim not with the field as they make their way through the early stages. Nice start from Gara in the black and yellow colours. Also pushing on is Al-Thab Majdi towards the outside as well. Tomés in the red, blue and yellow colours as they make their way through the first furlong and a half or so. Another one that's pushing on is Sarem, who's got the inside gate there and is just following through the early leader Gara. So it's Gara to Sarem. They're followed in third spot by Gadir Alamir in the spotted jacket there. The black cap still rather wide on the track is Tomés, and it's about 4 or 5 wide as they make the turn at the top of the course. And Mahel Al-Dahab is another one who's quite wide and trying to make progress. But as they swing for home, it's Sarem that leads to, in second position, Gara. Then after that in third, Wasib is one that's appeared from the pack and is suddenly staying on very strongly. Wasib has inhaled this lot at the 2 furlong marker, goes on by about a length to, in second position, Sarem, well clear of the rest. Wasib, Sarem, Wasib by about a length to Sarem, who, given its credit, is battling hard down on the rail. Wasib and Sarem, they're well clear now. Azim, so it's not Azim staying on, something else staying off the back of the field, but as they race up towards the line, it's Wasib who's clear and Wasib who's going to win. Wasib the winner to Sarem in second. Third horse over the line was Rawayat Al-Baraik, and the fourth horse home is Wasem. Wasib, horse number 4. The winner, Camilo Ospina, who was down to ride in Arabian in the previous race and well, wasn't declared on the race card, or the race card I was looking at, but he's got aboard here and he scored. Wasib, the winner, to Sarem, who's finished in second. Third horse home was Seraj Al-Hurra. So Abdullah Al-Kraid has finished third on that one, and Wasem has finished in third. So Wasib, the winner there, 1 minute 23.29 seconds. Sarem in second. Third horse home was Seraj Al-Hurra from a long way back, and Wasem has finished in fourth. That's a 1, 2, 3, 4 there in the 6th race on the card. 6 more still to come, including that big confrontation a little bit later on as well. Right now, it's Wasib who's won very easily race number 6.
we go. I'm definitely learning this purebred Arabian game. It's one that I thought was a bit of a beefcake in the paddock, but hey, look at that. Absolutely storm time. Took the bend very well and put up a very good fight to the line, which is fair to say. I had a good look at Wasib actually when he came in. Very nice wide chest as well, and you could see that from the replay, how he really ploughed through that dirt. It was very interesting to watch. But yes, nevertheless, there we are. That is another winner for Camillo Ospina. So he's just about to weigh in, and then we will grab a word with him on Wasib, who is the winner of race number 6 in our Arabian Horse Festival Day 2. He's got the all clear, and he's going to grab his hat, and then we'll grab him. Congratulations, Camillo. You do, I can see, have the dirt all over your face. So well done. Tell us about the ride, then you can tell me about the ground.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, he's nice horse. You know, first time he finished second. Today I just scared a little bit for the distance because this horse is for more distance. But thanks God he tried to. I tried to go close to the pace, and when I asked him, he responded very good. But he's a baby, you know, he's new one, he's scared, you know, he waiting the another horse, but inshallah he give him more than this. He's a nice horse.
Yeah, well, I know you say he's a baby and he's scared, but actually he took on that bend rather well and then put up a very good fight to the end. He really hung on there.
Yeah, no, he's a nice horse, you know, when I ask him, he respond very good, but when he pass in front, he's waiting for the another horse, you know. But thanks God, he do very good today, and the doctor Jabri, he said he's good horse, but for more distance today, 6 furlong is difficult, but thanks God, he won.
Well, tell me about the track. As I said, I can see you've had a bit of a mouthful out there. How is it feeling?
No, good, you know, when you win, you feel good, yeah. And thanks God. I just say thanks God.
Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Camillo Ospina there will be over the moon with that success. If you watch this race back, the winner did not break Will, but Camillo, in all his experience, didn't panic and knew the best horse would come through. But then the second panic came when he took the lead and didn't really kick on the way we thought he would.
Yeah, he might just be a little bit... Hannah called him a little bit soft physically in the parade ring. He might just be a little bit soft in the race because he wants a bit of company once he's got to the front, and he didn't go away from Sarem, who I thought was going to battle back, but his class is just won it out from the end with the runner-up just eased in the last 20 yards. But he was entitled to win this and what he did last time out. You know, running up to a group winner essentially in a maiden race last time.
He just missed the kick and got squeezed out of things, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. But Camillo knew that there was a massive gap between the best and the worst in this contest, and has just bided his time and moved up there looking to pick his way through the fields. Whereas you're right, maybe a less experienced jockey might have panicked a little bit, expecting to dominate the race from the start. But he tucks himself into a nice position and is soon in a solid position. The runner-up, Sarum, is also always handy from stall 2 as well. And that one has, as you said, boxed on very well when challenged. Our third got behind a little bit. That was the third best horse the second best horse in the ratings, really, Siraj Al-Hurra, who we talked about a fair bit.
Right down at the bottom of our screen right now.
That one's further than this trip, but has plenty of experience against good horses as well, and has run through beaten horses to get into third place in the closing stages. The grey running on now down the outside of the field. So even though we didn't know much about most of the horses, we were able to find the winner and one other for the frame. So maybe we're getting the hang of this, Callum.
Slowly but surely. I'm saying I'm watching that race back. He was never really fully on the bridle, which would be a concern for me, because stepping up a level, he's going to need to travel better than he's done here. Now, we can learn from the start. He's clearly just missed the break a little bit there, coming out of stall number 4. But it's the fact that he never... You know when sometimes jockeys rush a horse up and then they either pull or snap back on the bridle? He did neither. He just never really got going, but he's just kept finding for pressure.
Yeah, and his jockey knew that given his relative class in this race, he didn't have to do anything dramatic to get his head in front. Just saved ground towards the inside, waited for horses to begin to drop away around him, and he's got a lovely toe through.
Maybe snaps on the bridle there a little bit, actually.
I think Camillo's pretty happy with where he is at the moment, and his main danger is right in front. Just makes sure that he pulls clear of the of the leader at this stage. That's Gara, who just begins the weekend. You don't want to get caught behind a weakening horse on the rail. So Camilo does the professional thing and just pulls outside of that one. And then you can see that he's being tugged into the race by Sarem, just gets wide of that. And I think at this stage he probably thought he's going to go away and win by 3 or 4 lengths. But once he gets to the front, he does idle. He doesn't do a tap when he gets there. And
his ears aren't wiggling though, is he? He's just not going. Like, it's not like he's having a think about things.
But he's also not. He's not really tiring either,
No.
is he? He's just not going on when he gets to the front. I think he could probably do with headgear to A, to help him brake, and B, to help him travel.
Because he is holding his
when
head
he
to the
gets
side
there.
as well, isn't it? You can just see it's sort of
and
kinked out
plenty of
to
these
the
purebred Arabians do wear the headgear, and it's no shame to do it. But that would clearly help him. Won't be the easiest place now he's won a race, especially with a high rating. Rated 98 coming into this race, he'd stay on that rating. I don't think you get dropped for winning, even if you haven't run to that rating. But we shall see where he rocks up next.
Yeah, those 4-year-old purebred Arabian races are looking more and more exciting by the day, as we can see Winning Connections enjoying this moment. And this is such a huge couple of days for the purebred Arabian racing scene, especially here in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, it is. Yeah, as we said, this is culturally very important, and it's not just this 2 days racing either. As I said, it's a week-long affair. Celebrating the purebred Arabian horse here in Saudi Arabia.
We've got some Arabian showing happening off course as well, so if you're interested in that side of equine discipline, then there's plenty to get involved with there, and I'm sure there's some fantastic prizes on offer for both participants and their connections as well. But whilst we celebrate this victory with Camille Ospina, we must move on to our next contest, Rory. This time we've got the 4-year-old horses and older, so they're all allowed to take each other on here. And we've got some names we know, the likes of Shibal Gouda, Saif Barzan, Sakran Al Khaladia, Merced Aisa, all these horses that we know a bit. Khalil Al Dam sneaks in at the bottom here. Not our superstars, but clearly horses we know.
No, some better than others. Obviously, Sakran Al Khaladia has got a rating of 92, but Shibal Gouda is the class act in this race, rated 105.
Hannah, where on earth have you found yourself?
Come along with me, because I have found a very interesting race goer, but they seem to have closed the gate, which is super annoying. So I'll tell you what, we'll hand you back to you guys in the studio. We had it already and they've locked me out. So back to you guys. I need to find a way out.
Oh, I just love live television. Absolutely love it. Trapped behind the gate, Rory, is every reporter's worst nightmare.
Indeed, right, well...
John, go on, give us a run of the riders for this next contest. Hopefully we can get Hannah back. I'm concerned where she is now.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's hopefully get Hannah back very shortly. But Saif Barzan, horse number 1, is top of the list for this 9-runner field. 2 is Gadanfar Al Cham. Horse number 3 is Khalid Al Zamilia, mount of Adil Al Fayruz. Horse number 4, Abdullah Al Fayruz, I should say. Horse number 4 is Shibal Gouda, Abdullah Al Rashid. Horse number 5 is Sakran Al Khaladia, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 6 is Murshed Isa, Mohammed Al Habib. 7 is Marrakesh Gouda, Abdullah Al Hussein. 8 is Shayman Al Khaladia, Fahad Al Faradi. And horse number 9, Kahilan Aldam. So that's horse number 9. Now the good news is Hannah has been freed, and we can get back to her now.
I found another way out. I can't believe they locked me out. Anyway, meet Toby. So Toby is a race goer. He's here. He's not long been on the race course today. So we're going to find out his experience. But Toby, you actually work here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, don't you?
Correct. Yeah, I work in Riyadh. I've been here since last year. I'm starting to work at a company called Jadwa in investment management. So yeah, enjoying it so far.
Fabulous. Well, tell me about your experience racing here.
It's been good. I mean, I've been a few times. I'm a passionate race goer from back in the UK, from my experiences in Hong Kong, where I've lived before I've been working here. And it's very good. It's very good. I mean, I think what's interesting about coming racing here is it's very manageable. You know, you can walk, you can see all the runners on the track, you can walk easily to the paddock. It's a very relaxed atmosphere. You see over here the jockeys coming in and out. So in some ways it's more informal than racing in the UK. It seems you can bump into people and talk to each other like I'm talking to you. So yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it's a really nice atmosphere, isn't it? So of course you've been in Hong Kong. How does that compare from racing here and in Hong Kong?
Well, in Hong Kong, I mean, racing is huge, right? So it's very busy, very frenetic, very exciting. So it's great. Here, it's more relaxed, and I'd say there's more potential for families. I think that's one big difference. In Hong Kong, you can actually not go in under 18s. Because of the gambling aspect. So, whereas here I see there's a playground down there, there's children about. So I think that's a big difference.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Hong Kong, our race day commentator today is John Blantz, who was obviously was in Hong Kong for 3 years, which I'm sure you've definitely heard the name of.
Yeah. No, it's always good to see the circulation of racing names. Seems that Riyadh's attracting those names, which is good for the future of the sport here.
Yeah, it is indeed. Well, thank you so much for that. It was great to meet you, and enjoy the rest of your race day.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Lovely to hear from Toby here at Riyadh Racing, a regular visitor to this course. He's been on the channel before and is a really nice gentleman as well. Rory, let's start from the top and work our way through these. Are we able to do that in this sort of race? I know it's not going to be easy, but there's only 9 runners, and I feel like we can give this a good go. Saif Barzan comes here with a rating of 77. 4-year-old in this field, taking on the older horses, only has to carry 56.5 kilos, which would give a little bit of a chance.
Yeah, worth bearing in mind with the way the race card is, where the race card is written in draw order, not necessarily in weight order. So Saif Barzan, as you said, doesn't have a huge amount of weight to carry, was placed a couple of times here. Horse we've heard of already on the show, Al Nasrallah.
Another
beat
one
him in a 1600 metre open here in November, and then he ran third to Mubashirat Al Hassin next time out in a similar contest, another open over 1600 metres. So showing a fair level of form. Gets a rating of 77 here. Gets a bit of weight from Shibal Gouda, who's the top rated in the race, and shouldn't be disgraced. Although the weights and measures suggest Saif Barzan is going to struggle to get the better of Shibal Gouda.
I still think it's tougher for these younger horses stepping up against their older rivals, but we saw yesterday it's not impossible if you're talented enough. Danfar Al-Sham is the 2. That comes here with a rating of 80. 7-year-old individual. This entire carries 61 kilos. That's to give quite a bit of weight away to the horse we've just mentioned.
Yeah, we've seen Danfar Al-Sham somewhere. In France, one would imagine. In fact, I might find somewhere else to find that. Disappointing in 2 runs here, though, was has run in a couple of opens since arriving. I'm sure a winner in France back in the day, but 15th or 16th behind Soweti Khalid Al-Khalidia in an open here in November, and then ran last week when finishing 12th or 13th behind Bin Altair. So it's plenty to prove on the form that he's shown here, but as you see, he gets that rating of 80 on the card for what he's done before. It's actually been dropped to 76 since last week's run.
I've got him. He ran 3 times in France and did not win on any of those 3 occasions. They were at Le Test de Bouche and Toulouse. Hannah, where are you now and what's caught your eye?
Well, I'm not locked out this time, that's for sure. Right, number 3 we'll start with Khalid Al-Zamilia. Looking rather great, has the racing bit in and the cheek pieces. Gorgeous shine on the coat. Number 4 is the horse behind. Has the noseband, looking rather nice face there, and alert, having a good look around. Nice fitness lines. This is Shbil Gouda. Lovely grey, this horse. Dropping back, horse number 5 now. Another grey, Sakran Al-Khalidia. Another one with the noseband, a higher head carriage. And on the hind as well, which of course is typical with this breed, but you can see that fitness line behind is really defined, and particularly underneath, but a finer sort. And the final horse we'll look at, number 6, is the horse behind. Mushrad Aiza has the blinkers on and a real nice shine in that coat. You can see it gleam as he walks. Nice defined hind, although he looks like he is crouching slightly, but I think that's just because the jockey's got on. He's not walking the best, but I don't know if that's just because he's being strange. Yes, I'm not sure. I'll keep an eye on this one, but that's a little look in the paddock. They're heading out to track and they'll be shortly going to post.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, really appreciate that. As per usual, we had made our way down to Khalid Al-Zamilia. That's the next one we're going to have a look at. Rory, did we find any information on that one? Because we did find information on Gadanfa Al-Sham, but didn't make him any chance.
We haven't seen Khalid Al-Zamilia, who's got a good chance on the ratings, rated 96, but the last time we saw this horse was in the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship for Arabian horses back in March 2023, when he was well below form on first start for a new yard. You're going back quite a long time, October 2021, since he won a maiden here over 1400 metres and he doesn't seem to have all the ability of old, I'm afraid. So that rating of 96 looking very dubious.
I'm just getting some breaking news here. The clash is still on. I've just spoken to the stewards. The concern that I've got for the stewards is I've asked, could you let me know if Talal or Afsan are late withdrawal from race 12? The answer is no. Now, I presume that means no, they're not late withdrawals, and not no will not let you know that they're not going to run.
Do you know what I think? I think it is the other no, to be perfectly
Am I
honest.
just wishful thinking here?
No, stop bothering us. Thank you very much.
Leave us alone. Stop asking questions. Let's move down to Shibble Gouda. We know a lot about this one. Top-rated horse in the race, just going down to post now. Should have a big chance here.
Yeah, Shibble Gouda is the top rated here, and we've seen, as you said, plenty of Shibble Gouda on the racecourse here in Riyadh and in Taif. He is, I always want to call him she, because maybe it's the faulty tars thing. Shibble, but hasn't had an awful. Well, I was going to say having an awful lot of racing of late. Has run twice since October, and has been below form, finishing 7th in a 90 to 105 handicap here in December, and then 5th of 7 just last week in what would be a better race than this. That was the Imam Turki bin Abdullah sword behind Talal Al Khalidia. So no shame in being beaten 11 lengths on that occasion. This is a big drop in grade, and Shibble Gouda should get it done, but the quick turnaround is always a little bit of a concern.
We will talk about the 5, but just looking at the size of Murshid Isa, the 6, just trotting through shot there, gorgeous mover. Wow, what an imposing individual.
Yes, does look okay, Murshid Isa, but is not the easiest to fancy on form, with a rating of 71 when you consider that the horse we just talked about, Shibble Gouda, is rated 105. And no obvious reason why Murshid Isa is going to suddenly improve as a 7-year-old gelding, but does take the eye. Is quite an impressive looker, but form-wise not the easiest to fancy.
Let's go back to the 5, Sakran Al Khalidia. Comes here with a rating of 92. Alex Moreno in the plate.
Yeah, another one who needs to bounce back from a disappointing run in better company. This was last to finish in the Gulf Cup behind Maita Al Khalidia last month. That was the first run since again finishing last in the King Khalid Racetrack Championship at Taif for a different stable. So a little bit to prove at the moment. If you go back to Taif earlier in the season, did win a 0 to 100 handicap there, beating Hafadak Ala Al Khalidia and Sharfa Al Hizam. Coming back to that form and give it every chance, but a bit to prove in the last couple of runs.
Any of the others that are worth mentioning as we get down towards the bottom? They are beginning to start the loading process.
No, our old friend Cahalan Al Dam is in there, but it essentially belongs in sort of 0 to 65, 0 to 70 handicaps. So I'm going to go with Shibble Gouda as my selection in this race.
Shibble Gouda. I'm going to take you on, Rory.
Okie dokie.
With the completely unknown in Shamam Al Khalidia. Because those connections should not be taken lightly in an event like this. There must be a reason.
Yeah, has just had the one start and was on place, but obviously, could be a fair bit better than it showed there.
Hannah, who caught your eye?
Well, Callum, I like the look of the 3. Khalid Al Zamilier is the one that I like the look of in this next contest. John, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, horses are about to load up, and well, we can see the 5 horse in shot there. Sakran Al Khalidia. Stand by for plenty more Al Khaladias as the evening progresses. Kaylan Al Dam was in shot there as well. So this is a general theme of these sorts of races, or these races as part of the series we'd had over the last couple of days. The unknown horses take centre stage first, and then we start getting Arabian horses that we've seen quite a bit of as well. So they're about to load up. Good to see that Toby's enjoying his time at the races as well, and yeah, hopefully that was the key thing about working in Hong Kong all those years ago, was the real love that the public had for the sport over there. Wasn't something that had to be confected. It was already there, and the more people that we can get into racing here at Riyadh and beyond, the better, because then the sport becomes more and more sustainable in the future. Shaman Al Khalidia goes in. Gadan Far Al Cham to move forward. Khalid Al Zamilier, the next to come forward, and then we have the 5 and the 4, Sakran Al Kaladir and Shibal Gouda. All in. They're ready. Actually, they're not all in. They've still got the 4 to come forward, Shibal Al Gouda. Also hearing news of a cat running across the track. Our eagle-eyed producer has spotted that. Incredible scenes. Stand by. They're ready and racing. Hopefully with the cat fully now out of danger as they make their way through the early stages. Sakran Al Kaladir is one of the leaders. Also there is Marrakesh Gouda. So it's the Sakran Al Kaladir that leads to Marrakesh Gouda in second. Then towards the outside in third, making nice early headway as well, is Shibal Gouda. So watch your Goudas here as they make their way through the first couple of furlongs. Then towards the outside is Kahil and Aldam. That's your leading quartet. Right at the back of the field at the moment, Saif Barzan, and also towards the rear is Gadanfar Al Cham. So they're heading towards the turn out of the back straight, and it's Sakran Al Kaladir in the hands of Alexis Moreno. Seems to have got to the front and is just beginning to dab on the brakes here to control the speed out in front. Shibal Gouda is on the outside of that one in second. Then right up the inner, we've got Khalid Al Zamilia, who's now making good progress. Towards the outer now, looking to get involved as well, is Kalen Aldam as they start to make the turn for home. And it's the 4 now just going on here. Shibal Gouda to on the inside in second, still going well. Sakran Al Kaladir. Alexis Moreno does appear to have a bit of horse under him, and now just though beginning to struggle as the 4 kicks on. So Shibal Gouda to in second position, Sakran Al Kaladir. Then we got Khalid Al Zamilia, followed then in fourth position by Saif Barzan. The rest now beginning to struggle. Inside the final 400 metres they go. Pushes come to shove for Shibal Gouda, who leads down on the rail. To in second position, Khalid Al Zamilia. Here now though comes Saif Barzan, who's going really well down the centre of the track. Shibal Gouda, Saif Barzan, Shibal Gouda. Well inside the final furlong they go now, and it's Saif Barzan who's hit the front, goes on by half, goes on by 3/4. Saif Barzan the winner. To Shibal Gouda's finished in second. Khalid Al Zamilia finished in third. Fourth horse home, Sakran Al Kaladir. Saif Barzan has scored. Came from quite a long way off the pace. It's not unheard of in these Arabian races that those that lead, even under the situation or under the circumstances that happened there, i.e. Alexis Moreno got to the front, then just tried to slow things down. In the end, even that wasn't good enough to prevent a little bit of a pace collapse there, and Saif Barzan has stayed on from almost last halfway in the race to come home in front. Shibal Gouda in second, prominently ridden through most of the race. Khalid Al Zamilia has finished in third, and Sakran Al Kaladir in fourth. A length and 3/4 and 10 1/4 lengths the margins there, but it's Saif Barzan who's come from off the speed to gobble them all up in the 7th on the card.
Saif Barzan is continuing the trend of 4-year-olds getting weight, being very, very dangerous here in Saudi Arabia, Rory, and that was a performance that broke your heart in the final strides there.
Well, you give me a chance by going for the Al Khalidia well, not newcomer, but unrated colt here, and I thought it was going to be easy for Shibal Gouda off the bend. But he couldn't quite get away and got run down late in the day by Saif Barzan.
The words "you've given up the lead" were mentioned as they swung into the straight, and
Wow.
I may have cheered on a horse that I didn't select because it was beating both you and Hannah's selection to keep the cause
Don't worry,
exactly the same.
Your time will come. Don't you worry.
Yes, my winning time will come to maintain the crown that I stole last week in tremendous fashion. I've just got some breaking news for you here that I think is well worth.
Is it as
mentioning.
breaking as the last breaking news?
I think it is as breaking as the last breaking news. I think well, it's not.
This needs some gravitas then.
Yeah, it does need a little bit of gravitas. So let's watch the jockey get weighed in, and then once that's weighed in, I will reveal the news to you. Here we go. We've just got some nominations for the Saudi Cup happening in just a few weeks' time. They include the likes of Laurel River, who was the Dubai World Cup winner, did it from the front on that day in very impressive style. Sierra Leone, obviously a serious 3-year-old last season. A Romantic Warrior coming from Hong Kong, hugely talented individual. Mystic Dan of the US, another Group 1 performer. Forever Young, who won the Saudi Derby here last year before running very well in the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness, I want to say as well. Senor Buscador, last year's winner, 25-1 he was when he won this race last year. Danon Defil from Japan, Soul of an Angel from America, and then El Khadija from Argentina as well, all getting involved in the Saudi Cup at this early stage. The race is just beginning to form. We've got 28 Grade 1 or Group 1 winners in the original nominations here.
Yeah, that's exciting news, and obviously it helps to look forward to the event when you get an idea of who the entries are, the nominations, as it were, for that international contest. And we've got a big race meeting in a couple of weeks here, sort of local trials for Saudi Cup weekend as well. But good to see what's due to come next month.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting, and we are all continuing to build up to the world's richest horse race, the Saudi Cup.
Senor Buscador, the lead is taken by Espositoro, but right on the line, Senor Buscador might have tipped him out.
2nd of February is going to be a very exciting time here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But in the meantime, Rory, we can track both the winner, who's currently in last place, and the second, who's currently in third place.
Yes, Sakran Al Khalidia from stall 5 went up there early, the grey with the light colours and the light blue cross belts. And Shibal Gouda seemed to be in a very, very good position at this stage. That's the grey moving through to into second place, with the other horse in the same colours, Marrakesh Gouda, just moving out of the way. And things seem set fair here for I'd say our favourite, but the top-rated the Shibal Gouda, just getting a lovely toe into the race, but one or two staying on from the back of the field. Khalid Al Zamila, who was the selection of Hannah in the paddock, is moving into a challenging position now in the white with the royal blue cap, and Saif Barzan behind that one on the rail, the blue colours with the sash, the blue and white sash.
Nice set of colours, isn't it?
It is a nice set of colours. Into fourth place now, and setting sights on our leader. I believe that's another winner for Mohammed Al Masid, who's. I had 3 winners at this meeting, and we've not seen him. I don't think we've seen him at another meeting here in Riyadh all season. Just a specialist with the purebred Arabians, and he's ridden a very well judged race here. Pulls wide off the bend, having safe ground throughout the race. That's the ideal way to ride this track if you can. And then just angles out and goes for Shibal Gouda, who looked in a decent position, but couldn't find any extra when challenged. And although it has rallied went past Shibal Gouda, still was a length down up the line, and no real excuses. They didn't go particularly fast in here. Shibal Gouda was ideally positioned, and the winner, Safe Barzan, has, according to the rating, shown improved form. But as we said, Safe Barzan's got a few bits of form in the book that give him a squeak here in receipt of weight, and he has got a decent ride. Slightly awkward tail carriage, slightly awkward head carriage, but runs on nicely to get the job done. Shibal Gouda on the inside. Again, you wouldn't say that he's definitely giving everything on the inside. And,
the one who is the horse in the middle.
Yeah, he's on an absolute cracker, which is the that was Hannah's selection, not carrying the colours that are on the race card there, but Khalid Al Zamila. He hasn't shown his best form for quite a while. Bounced back and showed there's a bit of fire still burning there.
Hang on a minute. We know this gentleman collected the trophy.
We do indeed.
This is Ahmed off the Arabic channel collecting a trophy. Well done to you, sir. Congratulations. And hopefully we'll grab a word with him at some point, because he was very helpful for us yesterday before the big race, and now he's got some success in his own right. So that is lovely to see, and congratulations to everyone involved in connections there. Well done all around. Lovely trophies as well. We've gone from silver to gold now. We know we're getting into the good stuff.
Yeah, again, something very impressive. You need a considerable mantelpiece to hold them. But that's the way it should be, really.
Yeah, you need to drill some new holes into your walls to build a new shelf, I reckon, to get all of those up, because they are fairly chunky, and you wouldn't imagine your bog standard IKEA shelf on holding those up.
I'm not sure I've seen a branch of IKEA here.
Oh, I have. Yeah. The branch of IKEA in Saudi Arabia, mate. Don't you worry about that. Yeah, they're very close by. We'll stop by on the way back, Rory.
Maybe we won't stop by on the way back.
I've got
other things to do. And there's the big cheque for 100,000 SAR. Here's what you're not actually winning, but if you can tear it in half, you can have half of that. But,
enjoy the £100,000, which you must share with second, third, fourth and fifth. But we must move on to our next contest. John Blance, take us through the runners and riders for race number 8.
Yeah, this is the 9th race on the card, and it is the 8th race on the card. The 8th race on the card. Yes, we'll get this right in the end. Horse number 1 is Serdad. 2 is Tawa Madison. 3 is Hatun, the man of Abdullah Al Hussein. 4 is Kinfolk, Mohammed Al Daham. 5 is Basika, Camilo Ospina. Again, can he ride another Arabian race winner? Horse number 6 is Lady de Violet, Louise Morales. Number 7 is Mubashirat Al Hassin, the man of Abdullah Al Rashid. Horse number 8 is Lamiral La Majori, Adol Al Lofi. Horse number 9 is Zelzal Al Khaladia. Horse number 10 is Saytara. Number 11 is Lacey de Violet. And horse number 12 is Sorlan Al Khaladia. So just to confirm, this is definitely race 8, and there are definitely 12 on the card as well, and the horses are making their way into the parade ring. And I think we're all just about ready to go now. We go back to the studio.
Don't worry, John. We'll get there. This is the race number 8, and we've got some interesting runners here. Let's have a look at some of them in action. Mubashirat Al Hassin is the first one we'll take a peek at. This is a fairly decent enough performance. They pulled a mile clear.
Yeah, first two pull a long way clear. Mubashirat Al Hassin, our winner here, beating Shatrat Al Karnian by 2 lengths in a 2,000 metre open here 3 weeks ago. This is a solid enough performance, and in a race of this nature makes Mubashirat Al Hassin one of the more interesting ones, although we're about to see some other footage that suggests that this horse might just be held on an earlier piece of form, but fitness on side with this recent run.
Well, Rory, take it away with our next runner here, Lacey de Violette. What do we make of this one, and why does she hold the form?
Yes, this is Lacey de Violette in the grey, in the brown and, I say, beige colours, being chased by the horse we've just seen, Mubashirat Al Hassin. This is in a Group 3 contest in Taif, the best race for this age group at Taif, the Prince Faisal Cup. And Lacey de Violette proved very game to win this. Clash is the horse on the inside, who runs very well to be second. Not much between the three of them at the line. And the question, I suppose, with Lacey de Violette is whether she'll be ready for this. She has changed ownership since I was talking about. We're going to see one of these colours later on, and actually not running in these colours if the race card is correct. Al Qanun studs. Now the official owners of Lacey de Violette, but she looked very, very good in 3 runs, improving with each of them to go unbeaten through the Taif season. Always a bit of a question mark of a long break.
It's a long break coming
Is
to
she
Riyadh,
going to be
yeah.
as effective at Riyadh? But this is a good place for her to start in a race like this, and she's already beaten her main danger on paper.
Clash is a really interesting form line there because he's a very good horse in his own right. Beat a very well fancied Lucas Gaitan horse last time we saw him in a very good cup race. So certainly having the beating of Clash looks to be probably good enough to win here, you'd imagine.
Yes, again, if she can run to the form she was showing earlier in the season, yeah.
Hannah, it's all yours.
Thanks, Callum. Let's have a look at some of them then. Number 7, Mubashirat Al Hassin is the horse we're currently looking at. A gorgeous, shiny coat on her, a noseband. She's having a little look at us. She's damp on her head, but that's just where they've washed her down a little bit. It's very chilly now. She looks very, very good and very fit indeed. Dropping back, horse number 8. Is the next horse we're going to look at. Coming up now, L'Amiral La Maggiore has the blinkers on and the nasal tape. Also got some bit guards on as well. Plenty going on the face there, but let's look at the body. Beautiful shine on this coat. Also, not walking too bad either, actually. Doesn't look stiff, so that's a very good sign for me anyway, and a nice powerful shoulder also, but the shine really stands out on this horse. Chunkier sort than some of the other finer purebred Arabian horses. Number 10 is the next horse we're going to look at. We're going to skip past this one who's being a little bit naughty. Number 10, as we move on, the next horse, Seitara, who's very chilled out, this mare. Nice cut to the mane there, good job from the handlers. Got the noseband on. You can see her ears going quite a lot. She's having a good old listen to what's around her, but she's very, very fine. She's very tucked up underneath. And there's not a great deal of definition on the hind end, but as I said, she's very tucked up and a fine looking thing. Quite leggy also. And the last horse at the back, number 11, Lacey de Villette. Is the final horse we're going to look at. Not walking too bad either, Lacey de Violette. Not a great deal of definition on her hind end either, but nevertheless she still looks good. She also looks quite nice and tucked up underneath. Also not walking bad either, so she looks great. It's a yes from me. That's some of them in the parade ring. It's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, there's Lacey de Violette in shot, just looking very nice there. Any concern for you there, having seen the 11 just walking around the parade ring?
No. Yeah, again, she looks well enough. I wouldn't expect her to come here looking gross or backwards. But you never know quite how fit they are until they run here. And of course, we know that she was very well suited by that deep surface in Taif, and not all horses who relish Taif relish this surface, but she's top rated here. As I said, she's already got that verdict over Mubashirat Al Hassin, who's proven that Taif form to be pretty strong anyway. That's been working out very well. I wasn't sure at the time how strong the King Faisal Cup was, but second, third and fourth have all done something for the form since.
Yeah, the couple with ratings that are worth a mention. We'll start off with Kinfolk, who runs in colours that we know very well. That is the number 4 on the race card.
Yes, Kinfolk has got a little bit to do on paper here. Possibly maybe the least interesting of 4 we got ratings for. Has a rating of 77, but again, Mohammed Al Daham rides for Bassam Al Musa. You got to respect the horses who run for Ajmal Stable as well, and Kinfolk is a horse that should be thereabouts given the lack of depth in this race, but I'd be surprised if he's good enough to finish in front of Mubashirat Al Hassin and by extension Lacey de Violette as well.
I'd say let's take a look at a couple that we're seeing on short. Here's the 2. Not got much form to go on, but looks well. We're going to have a quick peep at the 3 as well. I thought this was an interesting horse. Talk about horses that are still a bit front heavy. Still got a lot of development to do in behind. The 3.
Another who's bred by the Al Daham stud. So Mohammed Al Daham's father is the breeder there, but not the trainer of Hatun.
This is the 4 who we just mentioned, Kinfolk. Not the most exciting on rating, but looked much better than the 5 that we're just seeing here.
No, was a winner of a maiden first time out. Was then beaten a long way, stepped up in class last time out. That was in the King Faisal Cup, so was held by a couple of these already, Mubashirat, as we said, and Lacey de Violette. In fairness, that was a big step up from that debut effort, so it was a bit of a shock to the system. Maybe we'll do better with time.
A couple of nice lookers there, Lady de Violette, and this is Mubashirat, who we saw in the video footage. But I did think Lady de Violette's with an eye-catching individual. She filled the eye. She's a big girl, and hopefully she can take a step forward. This is the 8.
Yes,
this is Lamoureux Lamajori.
You mustn't confuse Lady de Violette with Lacey de Violette.
Yeah, get that
Easily done, and they actually were confused in our race card earlier on.
This is the 8 with a rating, Lamoureux Lamajori.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Lamoureux Lamajori was well held last time out, but in a very strong contest, having won a maiden first time out. The maiden win was on the 12th of December, then just a fortnight later ran in the primary championship behind Alcácer, Al Hareth and Vizier. So it was a really hot contest for a maiden winner to be running in, and was far from disgraced and being beaten 14 lengths into 9th of 15 that day. That's a solid effort, and I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Lamoureux Lamajori step up again.
What do we make of these Al Khaldir youngsters? They just don't seem to be at the races at the moment, do they? Zelzal Al Khaldir is the next off the production line, and I've just got concerns, really.
Yeah, it's similarly has a similar profile to the one we talked about in the last contest, and you get the impression that the Al Khaldir stables horses who are running here, other than in the very big race, are running here for experience. But you never know. Doesn't particularly take the eye beforehand. But because Zelzal Al Khaldir, and we've also got Solan Al Khaldir for Nasser bin Mutlaq in this race, but I think they're horses to look at.
That doesn't go.
We're without Solan.
We're without the 12. I had a look over my shoulder just to see, and the 12 has not made an appearance. So I'm suggesting we're going.
Hope that's not a sign of things to come then.
Yeah.
2 Al Khaldir stables horses declared.
Don't worry, the steward won't let me know.
Only one running. Well, there won't be any formal non-runners. Anyway, in a manner of speaking.
But surely they'll know there'll be a late withdrawal.
The races don't really exist.
Oh, yeah, of course. Do you know what? It probably did mean a no, didn't it? I'm now looking back at it.
We might not be able to. Well, in fairness, we did get a scratchings list early on, which included those races. But in terms of the way the races are being sent out internationally, all these Al Khaldir stables races, or all the purebred Arabian races this week, aren't being published formally, because they don't quite fall under the Jcsa banner, although the meeting is run in conjunction between Al Khaldir stables and the Jockey Club, but the organisation is on behalf of Al Khaldir stables. When for it to be properly sanctioned by the Jockey Club, they'd have to do all the admin as well.
And there was just little things like stools tests and stuff like that. A lot of the horses that we haven't seen before, we don't know whether they've been stools tested or not. Now they've been very well behaved.
The Jockey Club have encouraged normal procedures to be followed. So in terms of flu jabs and all the normal procedures, which wouldn't have had to be followed when this meeting was run. This meeting, obviously, 2 years ago was run at the Al Khaldir complex itself, so it wasn't under normal Jockey Club rules, and the rules for preparation, etc., didn't really apply, and we're kind of in a no man's land now, where because it's run on a JCSA racecourse, the Jockey Club are asking Al Khaldir stables to make sure that those procedures are followed as far as possible, but they can't guarantee that's happening. So this is not included as part of the normal package.
Just another day at the races here. We just see the 7 going down to the start. That's Mubashirat Al Hassan. We've seen her in action already. The 10, we didn't really give a mention to. Quite a pretty individual. Caught the eye in the parade ring. This is Saytara, who we're going to have a talk about here, number 10.
Ayat Al Tarisi riding Saytara. AE, the breeding suffix.
I've got nothing. But we've... Arab Emirates?
Probably, yeah. So we'd say UAE, I suppose,
yeah.
If you drop the United from that, just Arab Emirates, yeah. So that makes sense. It'd be an Emirati horse, owned by Hunlan Studs, and trained by Ayman Al Hamlan, who's had a few runners on this card as well. So again, difficult one for us to weigh up in terms of the fact that it doesn't have an official rating. There's no form in the book. for Saytara, but does look okay on the track.
A-Man also has the other good looker, Lady de Violette. That's another one of his runners. So he'll be watching this very closely. Just make sure he hasn't got anybody else sneaking in. But yeah, that's his runners. So we're looking forward to seeing how they go. Yeah, for a selection here, Rory, are you sticking with the horse?
Oh, I want to know what you're going for.
Well, yeah, no, I'm going to follow your guide here. Lacey de Violette is going to be the pick for me here. If I had to pick just blind, I would have gone 10, but you know the form is there, so I'm going to pick the 11.
You're going to go for Lacey de Violette? No.
You're going to take me on?
I think.
In the spirit of competition.
I'm going to go for Mubashirat Al Hassin.
Oh, okay.
The difference between this, as you saw from Taif, there was only a length or so between them on the track. Mubashirat Al Hassin has the benefit of a recent run, which Lacey de Violette doesn't have. And Mubashirat Al Hassin proved that she was effective on this surface as well. So although Lacey de Violette appears to be the better performer, there are more boxes ticked by Mubashirat, so I'll give her a chance. I know that if one of them wins by 10 lengths, it's liable to be Lacey de Violette, but that's just life, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's the side thing. I've got Khalid Al-Mimoni on board my runner. You've got Abdullah Al-Rashed on board here. Usually you take a jockey booking into account, but with these horses sometimes there's the unknown riders that are actually the ones that you want to be on side with.
Sometimes, yeah, well, this has been true for this meeting. Abdullah Alofi on Lamir Al-Lamajori, who's the other one to consider. As I said, that's got a stone to find with
He'll know if that
Mubashirat.
Al-Khalidi is running or not, won't he?
He may do, who knows. But that's actually an interesting one as well. I wouldn't be ruling that out. But I'm going to go for Mubashirat so we can have a proper head-to-head.
Well, we went against each other in the last race, but didn't really have a head-to-head, as I was out the back of the telly after about a furlong and a half.
Yeah, I should definitely get a half point for that.
Absolutely disgraceful. Half point Delagi striking up again. Just seeing them walking around there, I saw the 8 with probably, that's Lamira Lamajori, who you're talking about, is certainly a good-looking individual. There's the 10 again, just coming through short. Red noseband. She's a really gorgeous type. She's got a beautiful head. She's got some size about her. I wouldn't be surprised if she runs a big enough race here. It wouldn't.
Yeah.
We don't know whether it's her racecourse debut, but certainly an exciting horse. So selection for the team for Rory likes number 7, Mubashirat Al Hassin. I like number 11, Lacey de Violette. Hannah, who is your pick?
I really like the look of number 8, L'Amiral La Majori. This is exciting. We're all on different. Well, that's me locked in. So, John, it's now over to you.
Yeah, welcome back to the commentary box, and they're going to be going in shortly for definitely the 8th race on the card. And once the loading starts, it doesn't tend to stop very quickly. Hatun goes in the check colours. Basikar to come forward as well. And we've got Lacey de Violette, quite well fancied by the pundits. Kinfolk to come forward. Five of them still out. Tower Madison to go in. 8 to move forward is L'Amiral La Majori. So the 8, the 7, and the 9, the 7, and the 6 as well. The 9 being Zalal Al Khaladir. The 7, Mubashirat Al Hassin. And the 6, Lady de Violette in the purple colours there, the blue headgear with the noseband. Two to go. Mubashirat Al Hassin is the 7 horse. And then the 6. That will be Lady de Violette. 1,600 metres, the metric mile, stand by. Gates back and away they go. Slightly slowly away was L'Amiral La Majori, as we saw in the previous Arabian race. Being off the pace isn't necessarily a massive handicap as they make their way through the early stages. Tower Madison is the leader. 2 in second position, Mubashirat Al Hassin. They're followed then in third by Basikar, who's prominent. So too is Zelzal Al Khaladir. That's the 9-horse racing pretty prominently. Also there is Lacey de Violette, as you can see in those dark colours, and getting a little bit closer around the outside. One that's in danger of taking the turn very wide is Tara. Also towards the rear of the field is Hatoon. And Lady de Violette, who's a little bit slowly away, is now just moving into mid-division. Also towards the back of the field is Kinfolk there in the dark blue and orange colours with a white face. So they're making the turn. Mubashirat Al Hassin is your leader. 2 on the outside. In second, Lacey de Violette, just hanging a little bit awkwardly. Lacey de Violette in third position. We've got Zelzal Al Khaladir, followed then in fourth by Basikar in the two-tone blue colours. Then after that at the inner, Tawa Madison just getting a little bit tired. So they're making the turn for home. Mubashirat Al Hassin is the leader, but taking aim in second is Zelzal Al Khaladir, followed then by Lacey de Violette, whose run has petered out rather insipidly as they go inside the final 400 metres now, just hanging a little bit back towards the rail. Mubarat Al Hassim, but is now on the straight and narrow. To in second position, Zalzal Al Khaladir. They're now well on from the rest. It's a battle between these two. Mubashirat Al Hassin by a couple of lengths. Still the leader, Zalzal Al Khaladir, to try as he might, can't bridge the gap, and racing up towards the line, Mubashirat Al Hassin is the winner. Zelzal Al Khaladir has finished in second. Third horse home was Basikar, and the fourth was Lacey de Violette. Mubashirat Al Hassin, the tip of Rory Delaghi, our expert as far as all things equine are concerned, really, whether it's a thoroughbred or purebred Arabian. They all come alike to Mr. Delaghi. Mubashirat Al Hassin has scored, beating Zelzal Al Khaladir, who came with a reasonable looking run without ever looking like it would get past, and they've drawn well on from the rest. 1 minute 52.98 seconds the winning time there. Mubashirat Al Hassin came into this race rated 102, and might get bumped up a few points for that as well. Zelzal Al Khaladir in second, 8 3/4 lengths clear of Basikar, who's run a decent race there to finish in third. And the fourth also was Lacey de Violette, with a slightly awkward head carriage through that race. So that was your 1, 2, 3, 4 race number 8. Still 4 more to come. Stay with us.
Rory Delaghi, you've taken the lead there. Big moment in the selections contest there as Mubashirat Al Hassin has used race fitness and course experience to her advantage, turning the form around emphatically with Lacey de Violette and never looking in danger there. Went through the race comfortably and won well there, Mr. Delaghi.
Yes, that was very pleasing, I have to say.
Well done.
Have I hit the front too soon, though?
Oh, who knows? We've still got a whole other day of racing tomorrow as well.
I can't
and
realize,
no
yeah.
more purebred Arabians after the end of play today as well.
I can't idle in front.
You can't idle in front. Have you got blinkers on?
Sadly not. I think I
No
need them
visor?
these days.
Cheek pieces? Anything?
Well, to be honest, if anyone needs severe headgear here, it's Callum Helliwell.
Yeah, I need more than severe headgear, mate. That'd be a nightmare of the horse. But yeah, a good performance there from your winner, I thought. And again, when you talk about, she's not the most strapping of individuals. She is a bit of a pony. You can just see there the jockey giving her a kiss, well done, and she deserves that too, and plenty of winning connections here, enjoying the moment. But she's done that well, Rob.
She has done it well. Yeah, it was a good opportunity for her with, particularly with Lacey de Violette, who'd beaten her at Type in September in that King Faisal Cup. Clearly not at her best.
And look at the size
for
of the
whatever
saddle.
reason.
I mean, he must have been wasting away to get that weight on her, because she's not got much weight to the back. She went under, what did she have, 56 kilos? So yeah, the jockey would have had to be quite light there. So you can see no saddle whatsoever.
Yeah, but well worth it if he had to get down to that weight. There's not much of her either, but she's genuine, as she showed in defeat 2 starts ago, and then she got her head in front in open company last time out, and this was another step in the right direction. Well, she had to improve again to win with the favourite. A little bit disappointing is a moot point, but she can do no more than win as she has, and she should win more prizes.
Yeah, she's far more genuine than the second, who's shaped much better than we've seen previously. Zelzal Al Kanadir. We had concerns about the Al Kanadir youngsters, but this one's run a pretty good race. But the story really is the eventual fall.
September. I mean, that's a good 4 months, 4.5 months off the September. I mean, that's a good 4 months, 4.5 months off the track. And her first try on this surface as well. So it's easy enough to forgive in the grand scheme of things, but Nick's run will be less forgiving, let's say.
Yeah, certainly will be. And again, she'll be another one where this race won't appear on your race card, so she might be shorter than ideal in the overall international market when she is declared for next.
Yeah, that is very possible. Yeah.
You'd be reminding yourself that she's had a run before, team, and it wasn't too impressive. So all fingers crossed for her going forward. But Rory, your selection, they run around a bit in the straight, but the eventual second's never going by.
Yeah, the second has travelled well, as maybe a slightly better looker than the winner, and a slightly flashy traveller. But to be honest, I must say I didn't panic at any stage that she wasn't going to get the job done.
I'll tell you what, I was panicking. Hannah, where on earth have you found yourself now, and what have you got to tell us?
This is exciting. I've got the assistant trainer here. This is Saad Bubsheit, and you're going to tell me more about this horse. I believe you said she won this race last year.
Yeah, she won last year on Al Khaldiya, and we are prepared from last year to this race to win again. Alhamdulillah, Allah give us the wins, and we hope to come more on the future.
Yeah, and you were telling me that actually she's had quite a bit of success in a row now.
Yeah. She won the second game on the row, and we hope it's complete to the next race, bidnallah.
Yeah. And of course, she's a 4-year-old, so where are we likely to see her next?
I think you will see her in big race.
Okay.
Yeah, you will see her in big race, inshallah, and she win.
So at the stable, you're very excited about her.
Yeah. She give us good eyes, and she has give a lot of thing goods on training and with the other horses on our training, and she inshallah give us more in the future.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for that, and well done.
Nice to meet you.
It was nice to meet you too, the assistant trainer to the winner. A very stylish gentleman as well. I quite like the little excess he had on his outfit today there. That was quite cool. But he would have been really happy with his performance, because she's tried, hasn't she? She really has.
She has.
It's not a head bowed down in anger, but she's certainly giving her best effort.
Yeah, she's very genuine. As we heard there, she didn't win this race last year because it's confined to 4-year-olds, but she won at this meeting last year, as you can see. On the Jcsa website, that sort of mystery win that has no
in early January.
Winner's name not there. Finished position 1 of we don't know how many. We know what the date was. It was the fourth last year. So it was the first day of this meeting last year. This meeting was the 4th or the 5th of January last season. No time, no race type, no track, no jockey, no trainer. We do get a rating, oddly enough, but that's it. And she was winning for the first time since that, when scoring in that open race in November, which set her up nicely for this. She'd been behind Lacey de Violette 3 times in Taif this season, and also second to Clash, as well as finishing 3rd behind Lacey de Violette and Clash here. In Taif rather, in September, the King Faisal Cup. but she got her revenge here with fitness on her side.
Yeah, look at these trophies. I mean, the trophies just get more and more impressive here. Very great win for Connections. Trainer we know well. Has plenty of success here. The gentleman you just see in shot there. And now we see one more trophy. Well, they're trying to hand out one extra trophy, but no one knows who to give it to. There you go. Get that trophy, young man. He's wasted away to get the weight. 56 kilos is not a loss of weight. He had no saddle, and he's had a very, very good winner. Congratulations to all involved with our winner of race number 8. But Rory, race number 9 is just around the corner, and we go into 0 to 70 handicap company. But one thing you can say about this race, we know about these horses.
We've got form for most of these, and number 6, Cetic, is a horse we've seen in winning action recently.
Yes, Cetic is a really interesting horse. Won 2 starts ago, if I'm right with Cetic, or did it win last time? I think it was 2 starts ago.
Like he's been busy if he's been beaten again since that, but yeah, he made all the running in a handicap here a couple of starts ago.
Fairly impressive style. John Blance, it's a 0 to 70 handicap, and you need to take us through those runners and riders.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. There are 13 of them in all. Horse number 1 is Afar Al-Thahab. Number 2, that's Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 2 is Turek Al-Naif, Yasa Al-Bakawi. 3 is Sarahiyat Al-Khaladia, Ayad Al-Tarisi. 4 is Rams Gouda, Mohammed Al-Hubayl. 5 is Al-Hassas, Abdullah Al-Kradis. 6 is Cedik, Mohammed Al-Gharib. Number 7 is Hazel, Khalid Al-Mamoni. Horse number 8 is the Gui Latois. That's the man of Mohammed Ayami. Horse number 9 is Munir, Abdullah Al-Khamis. Horse number 10 is Humama, Abdullah Al-Hussein. Number 11 is King de Violet, another de Violet, Abdullah Al-Orfi. Horse number 10 is Al-Mohandes. And horse number 13 is La Didi, Osama Al-Sharani. Over to Hannah now, who's going to cast her eye on them in the parade ring.
Not quite the parade ring this time. I have someone else. This is Philip, and he's a chargé, and that means a deputy ambassador, a deputy French ambassador here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, Philip, you are enjoying a day here of racing. Can you tell our viewers about your day and how you came about here?
First thing, I would like to thank very warmly the Saudi authorities for inviting us here at the Jockey Club to attend this horse race. I'm always very happy to share this very strong tradition around horse in Saudi Arabia. Horse and horse racing is a great part of the identity of Saudi people, and so it's always a pleasure to share those moments and enjoy a beautiful day of horse racing here. Saudi people are always very welcoming, so it makes the thing even more enjoyable. So I had a great time here. Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic. Is this the first time you've been here, did you say?
No, I came once for the Saudi Cup. Yeah, it was wonderful. It was a wonderful event and much more crowded, but such an event. Really very exciting and great races. And so it's always a pleasure.
Yeah. Well, do you go racing in France? Can you compare it to French racing in here?
Not really. I'm not really experienced with horse racing in France. So for me, it's more of a discovery here. I'm doing here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. And what a great discovery it is as well.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Really. Those horses are beautiful, and the level of the competition is impressive. So everything is, and the weather is it's a bit chilly, but it's for Saudi Arabia. It's very nice because summer is very hot. So we enjoy being outside. There are fires and the warm spirits of the Saudis. So we're very happy to be here.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Philip. Well, of course, there's an exciting race at the end of the card. So you stick around, and you guys at home stick around also.
Thank you, Hannah. Let's look at these in the field. This is the 1 Afar Al-Thahab, and he's followed by the 2 Tariq Al-Naif, who looks in really good nick.
Yeah, Afar Al-Thahab's got a bit to prove. Was last of 19 in a 0 to 65 handicap last time out, won by Degam Al-Khaladia, and was well beaten on his previous start as well. Tariq Al-Naif comes here having finished a very creditable 4th in a 0 to 65 handicap, won by Cetic, who we'll also see shortly.
We'll see Cetic very soon.
That was on the 28th of December. On his previous start, he won a 0 to 60, beaten Najashi and knees over the 1600 metres, so he comes strongly into the equation.
This is Cedric in shot here, Rory. What do we know about him?
Well, Cedric he's a little bit in and out in terms of his form figures, but the key to Cedric is being able to dominate. He wasn't able to dominate when he was well beaten behind Tarek Al Naif on the 20th of December. It turned out a week later and made all the running to beat Prince Aimer by 4 1/4 lengths. And that's the key. I mean, he won a race very impressively here last season when getting to the front and running away with it. But when he can't lead, he just doesn't seem to try very hard, which is why he's got such black and white form figures.
Humama is the 10, a good-looking individual there in colours we know a lot about. Rating of 66, would have to have a chance here.
Yeah, Humama, as you said, rated 66. Another one trained by Bassam Al Musa in the colours of that Ajmal stable. Abdullah Al Hussein on board as well, and you can give Al Humama Humama rather. A decent chance on the pick of his form.
I must admit, I just saw Al Humandez, and that was certainly the paddock eye catcher to me. Just really strong and marching around the parade ring. Does the form match up with what we see on the racetrack?
Sorry, who are we?
That is number 12, Al Muhandis.
Al Muhandis. Let me dig out the form
this
for
man,
Al
it's just a
Muhandis.
live form research. You're getting all the work here. And we'll find out more about Al Muhandis as soon as possible.
He's an 8-year-old. Of these, who do you have on board for him?
I've got Hamza Alaisi.
Hamza Alaisi.
I think.
Not a name I'm massively familiar with, but this was still a maiden Al Muhandis, but running pretty well in maiden and handicap company. 2nd of 5 in a 0-70 handicap 2 starts ago, and then 4th under Hamza Saad. Last time out in maiden, so pretty consistent.
Hannah, you're in the parade ring now, I imagine. What are you seeing?
Well, I see a naughty horse. This is number 4, Rams Gooder, who has been playing up. So this is a bit of a paddock negative. He's been neighing and jumping around, got the headgear on, but he's getting a firm little tap there from the handler. Next up, we'll have a look at horse number 6, the one you've been talking about, Rory. Another grey horse we will look at, which is Cedric, coming up with the headgear on, the noseband. All sorts happening on the face. Chunkier sort, but listen, I've learned that these chunky ones, they are well capable of completing a race in front of everyone else. So yes, he does look a little bit soft in terms of muscle. He's not super ripped, but he looks rather powerful. Next up, we'll look at the horse behind. A chestnut coming up, horse number 7, Hazel. He doesn't have anything really on his face, so he seems to be quite a simple chap. He doesn't walk very well behind. It looks rather stiff, but his fitness line is defined. And lastly, we'll look at the horse behind, number 9. Number 9 behind, Mania, looks beautiful in the coat. She has got a noseband on, and she's having a little look around, but she has been walking quite nicely. Little gentle spook there as the bell goes for the jockeys. In terms of coat, she's looking slightly fluffy, but nothing to worry about at all. It's the gleaming of the coat I quite like, considering it's fluffy. So that's a look at some of them in the parade ring. Bell is gone, jockeys are mounting. What do you guys think in the studio?
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, that's Munir just getting the leg up there. Abdullah Al-Khamis in the saddle. Rory, you've got form up for some horses now.
Yeah, Hannah's mentioned a couple there.
Go ahead.
Rams Gooder wasn't given the biggest positive from the parade ring, but has bits and pieces of form. Was 3rd in a maiden handicap and a 0-70 affair a couple of races ago behind Safe Nisa, beaten 12 lengths in the end. That was a wee bit disappointing in what wasn't the most competitive of races. And then only 7th of 18 behind Jubal Samhan last time out in the 0-70. Although Jalmood was beaten 5 lengths into 3rd, and we saw Jalmood win a better race than this yesterday. So maybe not beyond the realms of possibility that Rams Gooder could be competitive if putting his best foot forward, which he doesn't look guaranteed to do. Hazal also got a mention from Hannah in the parade ring. Another long-standing maiden, which is a little bit of a concern, and recent form figures for Hazal, not the best. But this is probably an easier task than he's had of late. He was in a 0-85 handicap in October here, where he was well down the field. In a 70 to 90 next time out, and then a 0 to 80 again behind Hashem in his most recent start. Rad Al Sengar, who was a winner here yesterday, was second in that contest. So not much encouragement in recent efforts, but this is a fair drop in class in terms of where to go. This is a 0 to 70, and there aren't too many. Normally we see 3 or 4 on the top weight.
Hannah, you were down there still in the parade ring. We just saw Rams Gooder just be a little bit difficult going down to the start, reflecting what you said he was doing in the parade ring.
Yeah, well, that's definitely one to keep an eye on. But in the meantime, let's talk to Abdulrahman, who is the analyst for the Arabic channel. But you have a runner in this race. It's horse number 12, who I quite like the look of, I have to say, Al Mohandes. Tell us more.
Sure, thank you so much. Big thanks to the guys in the studio and everybody behind the cameras. Yes, we have Al Mohandes today. He's been running in the past month. I mean, maybe about 2 or 3 races. He's been doing well. He's let's say in the money place. He came second and third. We've been waiting for this race. Basically, it's a big race and big prize money, big name, and hopefully today he'll be a winner. Today we gave instruction to the jockey. We need a win. You don't need to wait too much. Stay behind the pace or take the pace. Stay second, third, and hopefully we'll have a winner.
Yeah, and I've just seen that he's 8 years old, but of course with the ages with these purebred Arabians, it actually doesn't mean anything because they have so much power.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, it's not like the thoroughbreds. Thoroughbreds usually, if they reach 5 years old, you're lucky. And in terms of Arabian racehorses, they mature late, and especially with some bloodlines like this one, his Amr bloodline. These type of bloodlines, they give more and more by aging. Yes, he had some issues for a year. He could not run, but he came in a good condition now. And as you said, give him a good training, good treat at the stable, good follow-ups, and you'll see him running.
That's interesting because we did see some younger ones misbehaving, so it's good to know that actually they do mature. Well, we better congratulate you from race 7, Safe Barzan. You were the owner of that winner, so congratulations. You must be delighted.
Yes, thank you so much. I mean, Safe Barzan, he's been doing well in the last 3 races. He came third. Usually we put him in the front. We changed in the last 2 races. He started waiting, and he's usually a horse who need to go in the front. But with Mishal Mazid, this great jockey, and Abdullah Nahabi, who's my partner in training, and all these horses. I mean, this festival, alhamdulillah, we have 4 winners. Yesterday we have 2, and today we have 2, and hopefully we'll have more to come. So today we were hoping at least he comes 3rd, 5th. We need to raise up his rate from 77 to 80 so he can enter the custodian mosque, or the founder cup. Which is going to be maybe in 2 or 3 weeks. But luckily he came first, so we're more than happy now.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for your time. I'll let you go and watch the race, and thank you very much.
All the best. Thanks to the guys in the studio. All the best. Bye-bye.
The worst thing was is we both waved when he said thank you.
Well,
he can see us.
He can't see us, but you still feel it.
Abdulrahman Al Fahan.
He's waving back now, though.
There
so,
you go.
He knew.
Abdulrahman Al Fahan is your owner there, who's obviously had great success there, and told us it's Mishal Al Majed is the great Arabian jockey, which we didn't know too much about.
Yes, he's having a very good time, but obviously, trying to dig out the names is not easy when you're getting them from different sources, and the spelling can be slightly different as
Absolutely.
well. So Mishal having a tremendous week.
There's the horse in short that I quite like. That's the 12, the one that Abdulrahman's involved with. This is Al Mohandes. What did you know about that one's form? Was your little deep dive?
We had a little look at him, but it's interesting that Abdulrahman was fairly positive about his chances. Here he comes here in a fair degree of form. Hasn't got a win on the board, but has been running well off late. 2nd of 18 in a maiden over 1,400 metres. On the 19th of December, turned out a week later in what looked a winnable handicap and finished 2nd again in a small field, and then was 4th of 14 back in maiden company last time out, and would have been probably a slightly stronger race than this. So he's running creditably, and obviously he's taken his racing pretty well as well. It was Malzaman who won that race, if you remember. He looked a half decent prospect last time out. Jcsa was the winner of that maiden handicap.
That's the concern,
on
though, isn't
Boxing
it?
Day. Jcsa,
that's the concern.
it looked a very, very winnable race. Al Mohandes couldn't get the job done, but still ran respectably.
They'd have been disappointed with that.
I think
wouldn't
so.
they?
Yeah, I think it was turned out quickly there because it just looked like a really winnable race. But this is not the strongest not to 70 handicap you will see. That's the same grade as he was running in 2 starts ago as well. So he should be thereabouts. His ability to get the job done is now under a little bit of question because we called Jcsa a few choice names on this show before, but Jcsa got the job done. A few old friends in that maiden handicap who've been struggling to get their head in front.
Yeah, and then Jcsa was battered on next start as well.
Yeah, and as you'd expect, really, facing a slightly stiffer task. But Al Mohandes is at least fairly unexposed in the grand scheme of things for a horse of his age.
Technically going in the sort of right direction, and hasn't been running badly in the
yeah,
field.
I mean, it's running consistently well, but I do think I'd be surprised if there isn't one or two too good for him in this field. But we do hope he runs very well for Abdul Rahman, who's been a massive help to us in recent times, and hopefully will be in the future as well.
Absolutely.
For crossing that bridge and helping us with the with aspects of the game that we're not familiar with.
Yeah, totally. You're absolutely right. Rory, do you have a selection in this race? Because you've kept it quite close to your chest here.
Oh, I see. It's like that, is it?
Okay, I've already let you know where I stand.
I'm gonna take a chance on a horse who appears to be out of form, but looks in really good order at the moment. That's Munir.
Oh yes,
9.
Munir. Well, it'll be a big story for one.
Recent form isn't particularly good, but he's running in slightly better races in the last 2 starts, and he does stand out as being in very good condition, and hopefully he can find his way back to form in a slightly easier contest.
I thought the 10, Hamuma, looked well in the parade. Remember the last horse I said looked really well, finished dead last, so maybe not the best to go on looks. Afar Al Tahab, another one that shone to me, as well as the 2, Tariq Al Naif, who is an absolute bulldozer. Selection for myself is Al Mohandes, the 12. The selection for Rory is Munir, number 9. Hannah, who is going to be your pick in this one?
Callum, we're in this together. Number 12 for me, Al Mohandes. I can see he's still on his toes, but not to worry in this sprint. Looks like he could run a good race. He looks great. So, John, it's now time to head to you for our race number 9.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, they are putting them in. Afar Al Tahab goes in. Next to come forward is the 5, Al Hassas. Then we have Munir to come forward. Hazal will be next. Turak Al Naif is horse number 2. Yasser Al Bakawi rides. The 11 is King de Violette. The 12 there is Al Mohandes. Horse number 4 is Rams Gouda. 3 is Sarihat Al Khaladir. The 10 is Humama. Two to go. Al Humama goes in. Red colours of Sariat Al Khaladir will be the last. 1,200 metres again. Sariat Al Khaladir is in. Stand by. Lovely drone shot. Off and racing. A little bit slowly away was Tariq Al Naif, also tardy from the gates was Sariat Al Khaladir as they make their way through the early part of the race. Ladida or Ladidi has now gone on. Leads from that wide gate. Also prominent is Hazal. And another one that's up with Hazal is King de Violette. So King de Violette and Hazal, very similar colours there. Hazal, the orange saddlecloth, the near side. King de Violette just in between horses. And then towards the outside, the fast starting Ladidi. That's the 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Followed then up the inside by Sedik, who's being driven along. Bit of progress being made by Hamuma right towards the rear of the field at the moment. It looks like Munir is struggling somewhat as they start to make the turn for home now. And the lead remains with the 13 13. Lady Di out in front by about a length. Two in second position, battling on King de Violette. Lady Di, King de Violette, followed then by Al Mohandes, who's getting into this as well. The grey horse in the blue colours, and after that trying to stay on as well. We've got Al Hassas, but as they go inside the closing stages, Lady Di apparently leads. She's out in front by about 2.5 lengths to Al Hassas in second, then Tarek Al Naif, who's staying on down at the rail but racing up towards the line. Lady Di has scored to Tarek Al Naif in second. The third horse home was King de Violette, and the fourth was Al Hassas. Well, however this horse is pronounced, you don't care if you've backed it to win. Lady Di, she scored in a time of 1 minute 23.56 seconds. So we'll get the minor positions all sorted out very shortly. A rather triumphalist wave to the crowd by Osama Al-Sharani as well. He's very happy. Get one of those big checks that he can't bank later on. Turek Al Naif in second, Al Hassas in third, King de Violette finished in fourth. 2.5 lengths, half a length and a length. They're the official margins, but it's Lady Di who has scored. All you fans of the British royal family. Turek Al Naif in second, Al Hassas in third, King de Violette in fourth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4 on race number 9. We continue to count down to the big clash a little bit later on. 3 more races still to come. Stay with us, and Callum and Rory, and also Hannah, who are all finding you a few winners this afternoon.
Yeah, great to see Omar Al Tawili with a winner here. A man full of confidence. You can just see into the one to our right of the horse there. His left, our right is his TV terms. And a very confident trainer. Often when you catch him before the races, Omar will tell you, I'll talk to you afterwards because I've got you, I'll have your winner. But he's had a winner
I think Hannah spoke to him yesterday actually on the show before one of the races, and he was fairly confident there. But Lady Di, she was fairly lowly weighted here, wasn't she? Number 13 on the card. Not guaranteed she was
Rated
lowly weighted.
63, 57,
yeah, 57 kilos
weight.
on board, rated 63, and she's got the job done. So nice for Osama Al-Sharani.
He'll have his claim, won't he? So he should be 54, 55, yeah.
55 there,
yeah. There you go. So his claim was in use there. And Hannah has found Omar as well. So great. Hannah, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, I've got Omar Atwali here, the trainer. Talk to me about this horse. And firstly, congratulations.
Thank you. She is Lady D, everything. This is distance 1,200. She's very good in this distance.
Yeah.
yes.
She also looks very great as well. So talk to me about this horse. Its previous runs. I mean, obviously you're very fond of her.
I think she is very good, fastest in the short distance. Today, I think I call my friends to come. I think I win. Yes.
Okay, so you were confident, I see. So you've got everyone here to celebrate. Now, being a 5-year-old, we've learned today that these purebred Arabians, they mature. So when they get older, it doesn't matter because they can still win, as we can see. So plenty more to come from her?
Lady, she is one of 3 sisters. All things win. Maybe RB Lady Mary, I think, and all of them families win in USA. Just this in Saudi Arabia. I need. Thank
Where are we going to see her next?
I don't know. Just I see. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Well done, Omar there. Great to see him. And Osama doing the steering. Had a 2-kilo claim as well, which would have helped him out a lot here in this contest.
Yes, and he's been impressive this season. Omar
Full of confidence, isn't he? He's a jockey that he just loves the
unless
game.
if you're riding for Omar Al Tawali as well, you're going to get plenty of confidence, because every time we've spoken to him, every time you've spoken to him, he always seems fairly certain that his horse is going to win, and he gets good success with the horses that he has. He doesn't have the fanciest horses in his care, but he does get good wins out of them.
He gives me Mick Appleby vibes, you know, where he's just like, they're not running in the big races, but he's going to have a winner every week, you know, you can almost set your watch by him.
Yeah, he'd benefit from there being more purebred Arabian races on the card, more sort of low-grade handicaps and stuff like that. But Lady Di obviously came from Logwood Soldiers. Let's not take the mickey out of our excellent commentator here. But yes, Lady Di, or Lady D, as they say in France. She got away very well from stall 13 and disputed the lead throughout. There was a bit of pace inside her as well. Hazal was up there in those blue colours with the grey sash.
King de Violette's also up.
King de Violette in very similar colours, also pressing on. But Lady Di always pretty comfortable with the lead. You'll see Munir shortly in the black colours just loses position in a couple of strides here. You see, he just seemed to take a false step there, and he drops out of contention after that. I thought he was moving up to be a little bit dangerous at that point, but
I thought he got squeezed, but he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't really. No, he just
Yeah.
seemed to panic at some, and maybe that's why his form figures look like what they do. He does have ability, but you see the way he dropped out here with that minor incident. There are plenty of them queuing up to chase after Lily Di at this stage, but she's tough in front, and she holds on to win pretty much all out. But it's a likeable performance, and Osama is very, very pleased with the result, as you see with that celebration at the line.
Tariq Al Naif, who looked like a bit of a bull in the parade ring, has run a good race to come second from well off the speed.
Yeah, that's run on, as you said, well from the back of the field, and should do better. But again, you know, bearing in mind we're essentially looking at sort of a 0-65, 0-68 handicap here. I wouldn't be making too many notes on the others.
Yeah, I think they all are much as pretty much was summed up when I thought, where are we sending him next? I don't know. We'll just see where we go.
That's the thing. When you've got a handicapper, you just got to wait for those races that fall the way they do. You can't make big plans for a mid-60s race.
You'd imagine you could stay in 0-70s maybe as well.
That would be ideal.
That would be the ideal thing. That they don't tend to get chucked up too quickly unless you make a special request and you want to win a handicap.
Indeed, yeah. Tariq Al Naif has run a solid race there and seemed to finish with a bit of running left. So, bearing in mind that this race won't appear in the form book in future, is there one you'd want to put in your Saudi notebook?
Far out to have, certainly not. That horse fell out the gates and never went a yard. But I would imagine if I had to pick one, Tariq Al Naif would be the one. If I had to take one out of this race, has come from a long, long way off the speed. But did they collapse in front of him? You'll get a good view of Munir taking a false step here.
Yeah. We just missed it.
No, we didn't.
But yeah, it was a strange incident because it didn't seem to be an awful, you kind of assumed he must have been tightened up for room. But what I would say about Tariq Al Naif in this race is he actually travelled very strongly throughout. It wasn't like he was just running past beaten horses. He travelled well and has seen it out. And he wasn't given a hard time either in finishing second. So he might be the one to put in the notebook and go for a 0-65 handicap rate at 64 coming into this.
Yeah, we'll come on. They did do a rating adjustment, didn't they?
Yeah, he might go up a pound for this given, but they're finishing a bit of a heap in behind, so I think he probably stays on this mark.
Yeah, let's see how he gets on. It's exciting to see how these horses go. Hannah, what have you found?
Well, I haven't found anything just yet, but I've got some news for something a bit later on. So our next race will go as usual. Then after the next race, there is going to be a 7-minute delay. And this is because there is going to be some sort of Arabian horse display out on the track. So this is all I know so far. And by the sounds of it, this is all most people know at the moment. So the plan is, I'm hoping I'll be able to show you guys a bit later on what this display is. So if you didn't have any reason to stay tuned, perhaps you're going to take a break, definitely stay tuned. There's going to be Arabian horse race, not a horse race, but an Arabian horse display. And then, of course, we've got all the action for our race 12 at the end. So it's all very exciting. But until then, let's crack on with this next race. We'll head over to John Blance for those all-important runners and riders.
Thank you very much, Hannah. And let's take a look at race number 10. Looking forward to that display as well now. Horse number 1 is Alam Al Ghaya, Mohammed Al Hubail. 2 is Rabba Gouda. 3 is Thea Athbar. 4 is Asad Al Khaladiya. 5 is Kafu Athbar. 6 is Urshan, the man of Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 7 is Alhambra, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 8 is Flawless, no jockey declared for that. And the 9 is Furdoors, Abdullah Al Rashed. So that is race number 10. Of course, we get closer to the feature of the day, race number 12. Still no news from Callum's mates, the stewards, yet. Looking forward to hearing anything when we do get it, or hearing that all's well in terms of the big clash a little bit later on. Right now, though, you can see they're in the pre-parade ring. They'll be making their way out very shortly. Back to the boys.
Thank you very much, John. I was just saying to Rory off camera there, the reason why we're going to have this purebred Arabian display is to distract us from one of the big two being withdrawn just before the offer breaks.
Sneakily led away. You'll get pictures of everyone looking at this amazing display, and in the background,
see Talal just being wandered away.
Well, oh, you have little faith.
Oh, please! I'd love it if they did clash, but the more
it would almost be just a wonderful surprise.
Yeah.
At the end of the night.
Oh, such fun! But we do move on to race number 10. Just the 3 races left, Rory. Here. Before we get started here, what have you made of this Arabian festival so far? I know we've got a big race to round us off with, but I thought yesterday's action with actually, when we came into it with a little bit of trepidation, not too much knowledge of what was going on and sort of going by the seat of our pants, I saw it with a really enjoyable day's racing. I think today has been just as, if not more.
Yeah, I agree with that. We weren't absolutely... Well, we're looking forward to it, but also I like to be really well prepared in terms of my notes for this, and we don't get to see the runners for this until quite late. And then you do have issues with different translation of names, which means the spelling can be different. It's quite not always that easy to find the horses or indeed the jockeys at times. But the action's been exciting. We've learned a few things as well.
Yes, and that's been really helpful. Yeah.
I do like picking things up, so it's been a bit of an education, which is always good.
And you found a couple of winners as well. I've found the odd one. Hannah's had a couple of winners too. So there's been plenty of positives to take from the last couple of days, and now we're seeing some more positives as winning connections of our previous contest in race 9 pick up the trophy. The young gentleman there picking up that trophy, and I'm sure he'll be over the moon with that success. It's been great to see some of the more the dignitaries that have been coming from other countries handing out awards, and that's again just the spreading the knowledge of racing in Saudi Arabia as a real professional outlook is so important, and people like Omar have been so helpful in doing that as well, speaking English, perfect English, on our channel, and we have to be eternally grateful to him. And this will be a big success for this man who's often seen in lower grade purebred Arabian races. Yeah,
absolutely. It's always good to see that, and a great chance for I don't want to say lesser lights to shine, but people that the focus doesn't tend to be on that often, to show the ability that they have. And that's an aspect of this that I've enjoyed as well.
And there is Osama Al-Shahani as well, a young jockey riding full of confidence. He's just so good at the moment. It might be different when the claim goes, but
that's a common phenomenon with claiming jockeys, particularly when you're very young and you're riding winners and you believe that you've got nothing to learn, you've got huge confidence. As you get older, you find out there is more to learn, and a little bit of self-doubt
Don't
can
become
creep
the
in.
flavour of the month either. I think that's the thing with a lot of these young jockeys.
Even if you've done nothing wrong at all, if you're riding very well, just by losing a bit of your claim, by going down from £7 to £5, or going down from £5 to £3, or heaven forbid, losing your claim altogether, suddenly the phone stops ringing as much as it would have, and you need to have fortitude to see that through, and that tends to be a big test of young men.
A very, very good conversation I had with young Eddie Greatrex, son of Warren Greatrex, who had such a fast start to his apprentice career. And then we had a lovely conversation about it where he talked about, I lost the claim and that was fun, but it's the injuries. And then while I was injured, no one was calling me asking for when I was coming back.
Yes.
And he said that was different. When he was an apprentice, if he got hurt, people are saying, when are you coming back? I'm looking at a big handicap somewhere.
Yeah.
When are you going to be fit to ride? And when he got injured as a young professional, without his claim, no one called. And
Yeah,
he said
and
that was the
must be
hardest
tough.
thing.
Yeah,
and I think
absolutely.
that's so important for these young riders to learn and understand. And it is exactly the same over here, because we had some very exciting apprentices last season who have not quite lit it up as much this season. So we can clearly say there's plenty going on.
Indeed, yeah. It's very rare that that we've got a Billy Loughlin in our hands, for example, who's basically gone from really inexperienced 16-year-old 7-pound claimer to fully fledged jockey in a year, and has just carried that momentum all the way through. No breaks, and showing himself to be. I mean, he is exceptional. He is the new Walter Swinburne. I wouldn't be the first person to say that, but I wrote about him after he won the Coventry at Royal Ascot last year. I think saying exactly
as well
that.
with his dad after he came in. Dad didn't even train the horse, and his dad just absolutely in bits. And he's a racehorse trainer that started Billy's career, and they've done very well. But those scenes with his mum and his dad afterwards were really, really wonderful on that day one of Ascot. But Hannah has seen these horses come into the parade ring. A couple of good lookers here. Horse number 8, Flawless, just coming into shot. Sorry, that's not horse number 4, Asad Al Khaladia, same colours as Flawless.
Yeah, we're going to look at number 4, Asad Al Khaladia, who's looking marvellous on the toes there, as we can see. He's having a little look around, but nothing to worry about. A gorgeous shine on the coat, and the muscles behind look great too. Dropping back, horse number 5 is the next horse, who's a completely different temperament, really taking it in his stride. This is Kafu Athba. Again, another nice shine in the coat, but more muscle on the hind end, or more defined, should I say. Lovely muscle along the crest as well. A nice green bridle too. What a looker this one is. Number 6, a grey we're looking at next. This is Ershan. Ershan, another chilled out chap here. Walking wise, not too bad. Perhaps a tad short behind, but not too much. Not a lot of definition compared to the horse before, but nevertheless, he still looks okay. And then the next horse we're going to look at is the horse directly behind, who has really got a walk on. This is number 9, Feardoors. I love the walk, and I have now decided this is my paddock selection. 1, because of the coat. 2, he's really striding out and walking out properly, which is something I would like to see more of in this paddock. Has the headgear on and a large loose ring snaffle. But you can see just from this horse, as I said, it's the walk, it's the coat, and we've got some good muscle behind as well. I'm looking forward to seeing Feardoors in action, chaps. I'll leave you with a picture of him.
Oh yeah, Hannah, he looks lovely, doesn't he? Really nice look at Feardoors. Rory, how would you like to get across these 9 runners?
I'm going to rule a few out because they're significant out the handicap, unfortunately, including Feardoors. It's a 70 to 90 handicap, but again, the bottom weight is 54 kilos, which should equate to, if my math is correct, for the older horses, a rating of 83. Oh no, it shouldn't be 83, should it? Oh,
don't ask me. I got a C in math and I did foundation paper. I'm not the one.
So you've got Asad Al Khaladia is rated. It's got 60 kilos and is rated 90.
Yes.
So it's top. But 54 kilos is 12 beneath that, so it is 78. So there are plenty of these who are out of the handicap.
Yes,
Alam Al Gaia is £5 out of the handicap. Alhambra, number 7, is £7 out of the handicap.
7, 8 and 9.
Flawless is £8 out of the handicap, and Feardoors is £5 out of the handicap. Doesn't completely rule them out, but it does make the task a fair bit harder. And maybe the 5 in between, Rabaguda, Thayer Athba, Asad Al Khaladia, Kafu Athba and Ershan might be the 5 to focus on.
Yes, well, let's talk about Asad Al-Khalidi, because he goes to the same connections that have Flawless. Clearly, Asad Al-Khalidi is this stable's first string here, ridden by Serb Altimia, a jockey who we just mentioned, talking about apprentices. A very, very highly regarded apprentice last season, hasn't quite had the same success this year.
No, just had the he's just had one run for his current connections, Asad Al-Khalidi, and hasn't been in the best of form. Actually, having changed stables again since last start. Actually, so there's a possibility this bounces back to form, because we've seen 2 or 3 horses this season move to the Al Shamari stable and improve, but. A 14-year-old now.
Yeah, I mean,
most
he did
recent
look
run,
good, didn't he?
Tailed off in a 1600-metre open last time out, finishing 7th of 9, and then you're going back a long time before his previous starts. He's been off the track since November 2023.
There he is.
And so on ratings, he's got a chance, but actually 2 big breaks in what he's done, and he comes here as a 14-year-old, which asks massive questions.
There we go. We'll put a line through him. What about Rabaguda, the 2?
Rabaguda is a lot more likely race than most of these. Showed a bit of ability behind Rayaf Al-Khair on debut and built on that when beating Angad Al-Khalidi and Barzan Al-Rayla in a maiden in November. You remember that race. Angad Al-Khalidi was a long odds on shot, got turned over. And then
that in a 4-year-old only race, if I'm correct in thinking that.
I don't know. I think it was a 4-year-old only. It was 4 years.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it was for 4-year-olds and upwards or just for 4-year-olds. Yes, I think it was a 4-year-old maiden, and then was stepped up in class last time out, finishing behind Alcácer. Alcácer then won the primary championship of the racecourse last time out. So was behind that and Thayer Athbar, but that was a tough old task, finishing 8th of 18. I would expect Rabaguda to step up on that.
Well, the next horse is Thayer Athbar, who we just mentioned had a form link with Rabaguda there.
Yes, that was finishing second to Alcácer in that 70 to 90 handicap in November. Hasn't been seen since the middle of December when finishing 8th of 12 behind Alanud as opposed to Alanubrud. That's something I've learned this week, which is excellent. I knew something had to be slightly amiss there. But yeah, Alanud won that. It was a slightly disappointing performance from Thayer Athbar to finish 8th that day, beaten 16 lengths. But we know that he's got the ability to bounce back.
Is the argument the trip there? That was over 1,400. His better results have come over this trip of 2,000.
Absolutely, yeah. That the previous excellent second to Alcácer came over 2,000 metres, so should bounce back over this trip. Carlos Jalmud, who was successful yesterday on this in this celebration of Arabian racing.
What a celebration it is. Well, we've talked about Asad Al-Khalidi, so what about Kafu Atbar? Another one of the Atbar racing horses that isn't running in those colours.
Yeah, I mean, a fair few of them do move on from that breeding operation, but Kafu Atbar is rated 87 these days, just turned 6. Another son of No Risk Al Mori, who we talked about as a prominent sire who showed very good form in the UK.
Long time since a win, isn't it?
Long time since a win, but some half decent efforts this season after a move of stables, finishing 3rd in the Notto 75 over this trip, and a little disappointing since. But again, the 1,400 metres would have been sharp enough last time out, and he wasn't beaten that far that day. Kafu Atbar will benefit from a return to this trip after finishing 9 3/4 lengths, 5th to Daigam Al-Khalidi over the 1,400 metres last time out. He'd be on the shortlist too.
What about a horse like Urshan, the 6th? Likely race compared to plenty of these, and was a winner over this trip in November 2024.
Yeah, this is my idea of the winner of the race, Urshan. He's unexposed. He's just turned 4, so he's been running in some of those good 3-year-old races at Taif and here. I've kept a reasonably close eye on him. He's not particularly flashy type, but he did build on a good second to Makeen Athbar. Remember we saw Makeen Athbar make a winning debut here in October. He was second that day, beaten a fair way, but he built on that when beating Alia Madison and Marmar Al-Khalidi in a maiden next time out. Then found it a lot tougher against Clash and Makeen Athbar in an open on his most recent start, beating a fair way that day. But I could see him bouncing back. He wasn't He raced for a different stable last time out, according to the figures. But he's back with Bassam Al Musa,
Oh,
who
right,
had
okay.
him beforehand.
That's a positive, isn't it?
It certainly is a positive. Yeah, obviously he was a winner for Bassam Al Musa 2 starts ago, and he's young and he should be progressive.
And Abdullah Al Hussein's back on, so he must be back with Bednar Musa, because when he's changed stables, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira's ridden him.
Yes. But it's a slightly odd one to change
Yeah.
stables for one race. That was obviously a disappointing effort on paper, but it was a tough race, and this is a lot more in his pay grade. So I would have thought Ershan could easily get himself back on an even keel. And again, this does look like his trip. He was a winner over this trip, looking like a grinder over 2,000 metres. He lacked the pace to challenge Makeen Athba before that, and that disappointing effort last time I came back at 1,600 metres. So he's another one. There's 3 of them there that we expect to improve, stepping up in trip from 1,400 or 1,600 metres. But Ershan's very low mileage, and I think he might do better still.
Only the 9 in the field here. You'd imagine that they will crawl along early in this. I don't imagine we'll see a big tear up of pace, and they'll just steadily go for fast, because it's a rhythm thing with these purebred Arabians.
It is, yeah. No one tends to. Well, we did. We had one that went well clear last night in one of the races, didn't we?
Did we?
We did.
It's all gone into a bit of a blur.
Yeah, I'm sure
Rory.
it has. And we thought, well, that's going far too fast, and we'll have to end up finishing second. So
Yeah. Oh yes, of course. Yes.
So
you're right.
it's possible that someone will do that again.
And maybe even more possible in these smaller fields.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't expect any fireworks as such. I mean, most of these are horses who want the trip and don't want any messing around. Just getting back to Firdaus, who Hannah liked. I assumed he was slightly further out the weights than he was, so I think he is worth a second look. He does come here off a fair run in similar company last time out. 65 to 80 in actual fact last time out, when finishing 3rd in a big field behind Saab Athba and Rad Al Sengar. And again, worth pointing out that Rad Al Sengar has boosted that form by winning yesterday, even if he is a little bit of a monkey.
He's a little cheeky monkey. But that was him breaking his maiden, I think, at the 12th start.
That
right?
was, yeah, exactly. Obviously, he's been
Unbelievable.
running in handicaps and looking like he's about to win for a few starts now. Prior to that, Firdaus was racing against the likes of Al Hareth and Preciosa Al Ashai, so a race he couldn't possibly have won. So he's another one to bear in mind. He was no match for the front 2 last time. I'd beaten 9 1/4 lengths in the end. But again, he's got place claims on the generic form that he's shown, and it's worth pointing out that Hannah thought he was the pick of the paddock.
Yeah, and there was a beautiful shot of him just trotting down to post. He's a gorgeous mover, absolutely beautiful mover. Maybe he'll be part of the purebred Arabian display that will distract us from Talal Al-Khaladi being walked away in a horse box. But if they turn up in the parade ring and Talal's not running, I might be out on the track. I'll be fuming. We've built this up so much. But they are down at the start here, ahead of this 10th race of the Cup. Just seeing a one-horse.
You should have asked if they've both turned up. Did you ask if they've turned up?
Yeah, well, I should have done that, shouldn't I? That was it, yeah.
Is one of them coming out yet? Have you seen them? Have they been checked in?
Because I asked for an update, and that was probably the wrong thing to do.
Have they had their chips scanned?
Yeah, that's it. Well, again, but if it's not under Jcsa rules, do they even do?
I think they do. I think they want to do everything as close to the rules as possible. And although I've said earlier on that they can't guarantee everything's being done, it's the pressure is to make it as close to a rules race as possible.
Yeah, very exciting time for the purebred Arabian racing community. We know Hannah likes Firdaus. Rory, who do you like?
I like Ershan.
Ershan for you. We're going 3 different horses because I'm sticking with Saya Atbar. We'll have to give 2 kilos to Ershan, though. That might make it a bit tough for him, but that's going to be my pick. So I like horse number 3. Rory likes horse number 6 to go 2 clear. And Hannah likes horse number 9. John Blance, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, race number 10 on the card, over the 2,000 metres this time, so the starting point right at the spur at the end of the back straight. Long run to that bend, still waiting for the 4, Asad Al-Khaladiya, and the 9, Firdaus, the one that attracted Hannah's attention in the parade ring, to come forward. There is Firdaus. Got to go quickly back to the guys in the studio.
We've just discovered the 6 is a non-runner. Who do you want instead?
I'm going to go for Thea Atbar.
Thea Atbar joining the crew. So myself and Rory like number 3, who's definitely running, and Hannah likes number 9, Firdaus. John, sorry about that. It's all back to you.
That's all right, no worries. Team effort here. Producer was very keen that I got back to you. This is Asad Al-Khaladiya to go in. They're ready. And they're off and racing. Rabba Gouda a little bit slowly away, but is trying to make up for it now. Another one is a little bit tardy. It was Thea Athbar as they make their way through the early stages with a lovely drone angle. Asad Al Khaladir is the leader to Alam Al Gaya, who's towards the inside there in second. Rabba Gouda is in third. Followed then in fourth position by Kafu Athbar. Then on that one's outside Alhambra. They're followed by Thea Athbar, who's right on the rail or near to the rail. And then right at the back of the field at the moment is Ferdors as they make their way through the first couple of furlongs or so, 400 metres. And it's Alam Al Gaya who's out in front. In second position, Asad Al Khaladir. Followed in third by Rabba Gouda. And then towards the outside, making a little bit of headway, is Alhambra. Spot that one in the grey and yellow colours. Even further wide is Ferdors. Then just nestling in behind the rest of them there is Kafu Athbar. Then Thea Athbar as well, just at the back of the field at the moment, just in behind Ferdors and slightly in behind Alhambra as well. But still a pretty well grouped up field here that makes its way to the end of the back straight. Alam Al Gaya out in front by about a length and a half. In second position, Rabba Gouda. In between the pair, Asad Al Khaladir. Then towards the outside, Alhambra. Even further out is Ferdors, just making a little bit of headway, but will be trapped 5 wide as they take this turn. So it's Alam Al Gaya that's now been tackled and passed by Rabba Gouda. Then up the inside, Kafu Athbar, who's now making good headway as well. The green cap who now bags that rail. Ferdors continues to stride along nicely round the outside. Then Alhambra in fourth, followed then by Alam Al Gaya, and the rest are struggling, making the swing for home now. And it's Rabba Gouda who's just about the leader. On the rail in second, Kafu Athbar. Ferdors has come via the Cape, but is still going well after that torrid trip. Long gap back to Alam Al Gaya and the rest. Now inside the final 400 they go. And look at this, Ferdors go. Leads by a couple of lengths now in second position, Rabba Gouda, then Kafu Athbar, but it's Ferdors by 2, by 3. Has had to come 3, 4, 5 horses wide round that long sweeping bend, but that hasn't checked its progress at all. And Ferdors is clear. Ferdors by 4 or 5 lengths in the end is going to take this out very, very easily indeed. Ferdors the winner. Rabba Gouda has finished in second. The third horse home was Kafu Athbar, and the fourth horse home was Alam Al Gaya. Hannah knew. She told you this early on in her little paddock piece that this was a real proper looking, I was going to say racehorse, Arabian racehorse, and certainly has strode out, get the grammar right in the end, really, really well, given that run in transit that I was talking about. Abdullah Al Rashid didn't seem particularly bothered at all about sitting 5 wide round that turn. He knew what amount of Arabian horse he had underneath him, and it was plenty. Has gone on to score very nicely. Ferdors 2 minutes 23.13 the winning time. A 5-length winner for Hannah's selection. Rabba Gouda second, 2 minutes 24.11. Kafu Athbar ran a good race to finish in third, and the fourth horse home was Alam Al Gaya. So there we go. That is your 1, 2, 3, 4 in race number 10. 2 more still to go, and hopefully the winners keep on flowing.
Well, Hannah knew. Feodor's is your winner here. Horse number 9, Rory, slightly out of the handicap, but still put up a very good performance despite having to come via the car park around the bend.
Yeah, well done, Hannah, for picking Feodor's out. He'd been running pretty well, but was just out of the weights in this contest. But that well-being trumped the handicapper, and Feodor's has won in good style and backed up the impression he gave of being in rude health in the preliminaries.
Yeah, got the better of a scrap with Rabah Gouda, who has continued to show his good form, and then Kafu Akbar travelled like a good thing around the bend halfway through that race.
Yeah, it did travel very strongly through the race, Kafu Akbar, but it was just a little bit pottery around the turn. I noticed there on the replay, and that had to be switched off the rail to come wide, but at that stage Feodor's had gone for home and put the race to bed, and he was pretty impressive in the end. Some disappointments in there, obviously. Thea Rathba, I jumped on that just to stop it for you. You'd be delighted to hear.
Well, that's fine. I think we knew our goose was cooked fairly
quite a long way
race,
from home, really.
And then remember, it's the fact that you're not taking this too seriously, Rory, is the main.
Well, I was taking it seriously in the first place until I realised that the information I was being given in non-runners was incorrect. So apologies for droning on about Ersham just before the start there and when that horse didn't run. But we're seeing a replay of the contest now, and as Asad Al Khalidiyah briefly goes to the front, Alam Al Gaya showing a little bit of pace on the inside, but really the race wasn't going to take shape for quite a while, and the winner's just won from the back at this stage on those red and orange colours towards the rear of the field. Biding his time and looking perfectly happy to do so in this field. As you said, we weren't expecting a massive burn up in this, and
there wasn't one, was there?
And there wasn't. There were only the 7 of the 9 declared went in there. But the one horse who just didn't travel in the race was Thea Rathba, who's at the bottom of our shot now on the left. Got himself a little bit behind, and although he seemed to travel okay at this stage, once the pace begins to lift, and it's just doing so now, he immediately came off the bridle and didn't make any ground and just struggled. Feodor's is going quite wide at this stage in the grand scheme of things, but travelling well within himself.
Turn, isn't he? It's
I don't normally want to be doing that, but he's not being forced off his line. That's the key here. It's not so much that you should never be wide on the track, but you don't want to be going up to challenge horses who are going to be swinging wide themselves and pushing you off the track, and that's not what's happened with Feodor's. He's held that position, and he's always had daylight in front of him to make his ground. Never going to be checked in his run, and he looked a likely winner at this stage. Just latching on to the front pair and going on. Kafu Athba on the inside, as we mentioned, but Feodor's looked determined at this stage and has gone a couple of lengths clear now as we watch that picture, and he's not going to give up that lead. Rabah Gouda's run pretty well throughout in second place, but had no answer when the winner went past, and has just plugged away for second place there.
It's a bit slow motion stuff in behind there as Rabah Gouda, who finished very tired, beat Kafu Akbar, who, like I said, travelled very well, but you knew pretty early at Feodor swept around the outside that all hope for Kafu Akbar was pretty much out the window, because that horse was just beginning to struggle. You can see at this point here, Kafu Akbar really cantering along, taking his rider into the race here, but just watch in those orange colours with the red cap, swinging on the outside. No matter how well Kafu Akbar, Feodor's is doing 2 to their 1.
Yeah, he was always travelling well with the leader in his sights at this stage by coming from off the pace. On the other hand, I think retirement surely beckons for Asad Al Khalidiyah, who's coming back off another layoff here and backpedalled pretty rapidly from halfway. He's a 14-year-old now and hasn't shown form for over 2 years. So you'd like to think Connections will decide that time is up. For him.
It's going to be very hard to find a race for him, isn't it?
Still an entire as well, so
Poor guy doesn't want to be racing anymore.
I wouldn't have thought
He's got other things on his mind. But yeah, they pulled a fairway clear. They're all a little bit strung out all over Riyadh.
He's the only one really striding. You see the others, the stride shortening. They're looking tired.
And Hannah mentioned the walk. She said he's the best. He walked.
He did walk extremely well. You noticed that yourself, and he's really using himself and still using himself well at the end of the race.
Yeah.
So it shows that an active walk is always a good thing. And Hannah's looking for that with lots of horses. She doesn't always see it. But she's always on the lookout for a horse who does walk as actively as that. When they go slowly around the parade ring, you don't always see that, obviously, because of the bit. If they can be kept roughly in order and well spaced in the parade ring, you're more likely to see a good walk. I think Hannah gets a bit frustrated by the fact that sometimes they end up in little clumps around the parade ring, but this horse really showed himself to good effect pre-race and in the race itself.
These small field races often lend themselves to an opportunity to find yourself in space in the parade ring, because they're going around the smaller ring, only 9 in the field. You're going to get some chances to stretch out and really get a good walk on, and that's what Hannah's looking for when she's in the parade ring. Rory, Hannah has gone somewhere else, and she's always buzzing around this racecourse. Let's go and find out where she is and what she knows about this Arabian horse exhibition.
Goodness gracious me, imagine how many steps I'm getting in. Well, this right behind me now, you can see in the distance. We'll see a bit more in a minute. So we'll see the horses come by. This is a traditional display. So this is called the Arabian costume class. And it's a chance for us, the viewers, to be able to see the horses in action come across. So at the moment, they're in clumps and they're going to do a nice display. And it's a really good chance, actually, to see what the traditional horses look like, the attire or the work that goes into these horses. Now, I have just asked if these horses are perhaps ex-race horses, Arabians, of course, and they're not. So these are purely for the display of the purebred Arabian, which is very exciting. Now, I've been told that there will be a national anthem, and then the horses, as I said, will come by and I can explain to you a little bit more about what is going on. But I tell you what's fascinating about the purebred Arabian, for those of you that don't know, the purebred Arabian is said to be one of the oldest breeds in history. It's absolutely fantastic, this horse. Their durability is brilliant. How they look is fantastic. And they just look amazing. I mean, if you're joining us for the first time, if you've got any questions, pop those into the comments, because there's plenty of people around for me to chat to today. If you've got perhaps you've seen this before. If you have, let us know for sure in the comments, because we'd love to hear from you. And especially as we've got time actually before they get going, because they're still hanging around. But back to what I was saying about how old this breed is. The thought is around 3,000 to 3,500 years old, okay? So just think about that. That is how old this purebred Arabian breed is. And you know what they're capable of? Endurance. Some of them show jumpers, you see children on them because they're so, I call them spicy, but what I mean is they've got so much energy and so much power. They're great for dressage. They're so versatile. They're a fabulous, fabulous breed. So let's have a look. What can we see from here? So they're going up the track a little bit more, and they're going to get a really good run-up, I'd say, for this display. And at the moment as well, we've got the prize giving for our previous race as well, which is all great. I can see that on the big screen indeed. So we're going to have a look at the prize giving now, because we've got a bit of time. Look at that, absolutely fabulous. They've got the trophies in the air. Honestly, it's brilliant, the atmosphere here today. Of course, it is a celebration of the purebred Arabian breeds. It's day 2, so if you're joining us, you've still got time to actually watch yesterday's. Now it's time. The purebred Arabians are coming along the track here now. You will see them in just a moment. They're actually doing a U-turn. It looks like that could have been a little practice. I can actually hear a drone above me as well, so I think the drone will come across and get a fantastic shot. But it's really exciting. And like I said, if you're joining us for the first time, you'll be able to see how great the camera work is here. We're spoiled for choice. Drones, cameras everywhere, so you'll be able to get a fantastic view of the purebred Arabians. Let's have a little look. So just to let you know, they are cantering back up to the track, so you can see them on the drone. A really good shot of them, and you may notice what they're wearing. So this is traditional clothing worn on the purebreds Arabian. locally hand-spun traditionally, hand-woven from natural materials such as wool, camel and goat. The hair will be dyed in different colours as well, but it's all natural dyes, interestingly. Indigos for the blue and red, saffron for the orange and yellows, kermes for the red and woad for the blue. It's really interesting that the tradition really is straight, you know, to the dyes. It's all fantastic. Now I can hear a drum, so I don't know if that is the music, but the horses, I think what they're doing now, they're just kind of having a little practice, and it's lovely to see on course. We've got plenty of people gathering round, but while we're here, I'll tell you a little bit more about what they wear, and it's very interesting. As I said, we were talking about the colours on the costumes and bits and pieces. Tell you what, we've got a bit of time, so let's head back to you guys in the studio, and I will tell you more in due course about this traditional display we are about to see.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, looking forward to seeing more about these traditional displays, and we can just see still getting horribly wrong here, Rory. Got no idea whether you can see me. I can't see you. We keep going. Raw, we were talking about young apprentice jockeys, and I've just remembered I wanted to bring up with you Billy Loughnane.
Yes.
He's just spending some time out in Australia. Had a chat with his father. He's earning money hand over fist there. He's winning some decent races. I think he had 5 winners over there within the first 2 weeks. He was flying along. And his dad was like, he wants to come home. Still homesick, and you sometimes forget.
He's still very young. Yeah, he's only 18. Yeah,
he's just a child, but he's been part of sort of the racing world for about 3 years now. He suddenly stopped putting years on him, and actually he's still just a really young boy.
Yeah, because he was ready to. He was wound up and ready to go the minute he hit his 16th birthday, and he hit the ground running. And I think his birthday's in October or November, so he started quite late in the season a couple of years ago, but was immediately getting a hatful of winners, and he was suddenly the jockey to follow from the start of the following year. And
he won that flat race. He won the what's the first flat race of the season for the Brocklesby? He won a Brocklesby first ride on the turf as well, which was pretty mind blowing as well.
Absolutely, and then he rode 100 winners in the calendar year, which I don't think any apprentice jockey has. I don't think any apprentice jockey has done here in recent memory.
A real feat.
You might be going back to someone like Frank Wooten around the time of the First World War. Obviously, it happens in the States, the way racing works in the States, with everyone based at a single meet for a long period of time. It's possible for jockeys to ride several hundred winners in a season. But for an apprentice here, the way the apprentice system works, it's just unheard of for anyone to ride the number of winners he did in the season. But because he didn't stop, and he just kept riding winners constantly, he's never gone out of fashion, and he was such a just ready-made jockey. He was, he wasn't just useful claiming £7. He was almost as good as the £3 claimers straight away. And as you saw him at Royal Ascot last year, as good as a lot of the senior jockeys within 18 months of his career starting. Just a real superstar. As I said, I remember Walter Swinburne winning the Derby at the age of 18, and he was already mentally a tremendously mature jockey at that stage. And Billy Loughnane strikes me as being very much in the same mould.
Yeah, and Mika Barcelona won a Derby at 19 as well, so it can be done, and these young riders can do so much. Rory, I was thinking about that, and I think this is a conversation I've been wanting to have with you for a while, actually, because you're an Irishman yourself, and I always discuss when we talk about young riders, we always talk about pony racing. Yep. And for years, it was in Ireland, that's where you've got to go. You've got to go pony racing in Ireland. That's where the strength is. That's where you'll learn to be a jockey, and that's where you'll get your stuff. The Bowen brothers famously homeschooled from the age of like 12 or 13, sent straight to Ireland, riding for Gordon, spending some time at Willys, and really getting that experience on the ground. These new waves of these young flat boys coming through, flat boys and girls coming through, they're all staying in the UK. They're all staying home. The PRA has a lot to... the racing industry should be thanking the PRA a lot more, I think, because...
Yes, absolutely. In fairness, Britain was well behind Ireland in terms of the competitiveness of pony racing a decade or so ago, but there's been an awful lot of work done since then. You've only got to go to Dingle and watch the Dingle Derby to realise this is not something that people are doing for a bit of fun. This is hugely competitive, and it's real. And again, there's a lot of racing for young riders on that pony circuit. It's massively competitive. There's no question of anyone just being given an easy time. If you can ride a hatful of winners in the pony circuit in Ireland, you've got to be good. And pony racing in the UK has become a lot more competitive. I say 2 decades, I suppose. But you have to really step up. There's no point just being nice about it and saying, "Isn't this lovely that little kids are given a chance?" You got to treat that as if it's a stepping stone to the big leagues, and therefore you've got to make it as competitive as possible and make sure that the step from that to the next level isn't too steep for these jockeys.
And it slightly is beginning to close that gap between the haves and the have-nots, because a lot of the time, a lot of these young jockeys were sons and daughters of trainers getting these opportunities because they're based on the yard. But now what we're seeing is lots of young riders, especially the young riders that I work with a lot at the National Horse Racing College and at the Riding a Dream Academy. Those are people that are coming from non-horsey backgrounds, but there's some great people across the country
and you don't,
who are offering ponies to them.
You don't have to own your own ponies, and that's
the key thing,
massively important, because obviously, you know, in any kind of horsey pursuit, in the UK particularly, you've got to be quite wealthy to be able to keep ponies. Ponies, you know, they will bankrupt you fairly quickly, and you've got to have your own ponies to give your kids chances. And obviously that rules out a huge percentage of the population who simply don't have that spare cash to do. So you need to have a scenario where you don't have to own your ponies, and you can actually just go there, and if you've got the talent to ride them, you're given the opportunities, and we've come a long way in a fairly short space of time.
And that for me is massively important, and we're seeing that now up and down the country. I get messages daily from people who look like me riding for racing yards in the UK. Got to shout out Charlie Fellows, who's done huge amounts of work with kids who come from inner city backgrounds, who have been able to make them feel at home at Newmarket, a town which isn't easy and can tune up and pick you up very quickly. And the work that he's done and the work that he continues to do, they're trying to build a hostel for those who are the 16 to 18 bracket, so fresh out of racing school, wherever in the world they've come from. They get a little bit of a somewhere to hold on to before moving out onto their own big and proper, because it's such a big transition. We talk about it with the likes of Billy. You start at 16. You're in a man's game. It's absolutely flying along. Currently, we're just waiting for some royal delegation members who are maybe running a little bit late, which is why we are, as you can tell, filling some time. But that's not a problem, because now I think it's only right that we get a little bit of Cheltenham talk in while we have a little bit of a gap here. There's been a little bit of cold weather in the UK back home. Not too much has happened. We don't really know much after the end of Christmas, but Rory, is there anyone that stood out for you over that Christmas period, back end of December, beginning of January? Who really shone for you?
The horse that really caught my imagination, not to throw anything left field in there. Sir Gino was the most impressive performer, and I would say that race because Ballyburn. Your first impression is, Ballyburn just isn't can't cut it at 2 miles against the best. You watch that race back, and the pair of them absolutely destroy their field down the far side of the track, heading out onto the second circuit. They dropped the decent Nichols horse, and the pair of them looked very good.
Very exciting. We're hearing the signs of movement. So let's get down to the track and find out what's going on. Well, let's have a look at what's going on down at the track. Aha! We have a flag here. This is exciting. This feels like something's happening. We've had a few practice runs, and we're seeing now the national flag of Saudi Arabia being waved with these purebred Arabians. And maybe we will get a national anthem. If the national anthem does come, we will be quiet, of course, and we will just wait and see what happens. Obviously, we were just waiting for the royal delegation to arrive, and now they have arrived. This will be a massive moment for the Jcsa to really show off their connection with not only Saudi Arabia, but with the wider public as well, the racing public as well.
Yeah, indeed, and also in a way that absolutely celebrates the horse locally in culture here as well. And these horses are something else, really, aren't they?
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're absolutely gorgeous individuals, these purebred Arabians. Really, really striking individuals. They've got those beautiful heads and the light bodies, the dip in the back, the low belly that they're so often associated with. And we will see some of the best-looking purebred Arabians doing their thing in Saudi Arabia across the next couple of days. This is a true international festival of the purebred Arabian horse.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we're getting all the benefit. It's not just about a handful of races; it's about these sort of displays as well, and about that the whole celebration of the purebred Arabian, which is absolutely central to the history of Saudi Arabia.
And we're seeing the procession is going to move along at a slow pace at the moment, continuing on a walk. The 5 greys and the singular bay in this group as they make their way down. I think that's round the far side away from us, isn't it? And they'll come down the straight the other way. There's a few other gentlemen on the track as well, so I'm sure there will be a full-on display at some point. But as we see, we're just working our way down. Great horsemanship here, because these horses will see a lot of space around them, and it doesn't matter if they're purebred Arabian or not, they'll still want to have a go and see that space.
Oh, they will, yeah, exactly. So this keeps you slightly on edge watching it, but it should be a really impressive display.
Noticeably, they're in European-style tack. If you want to do a big old history lesson, when the people from the England, United Kingdom, Northern Europe came over for the Crusades, the main difference between the cavalry fighters from that side of things and the cavalry fighters in the Middle East was the Middle East riders had stirrups. And that was the main difference, and that was why it was so hard to deal with cavalry riders from the Middle East, because they had stirrups and they had a much better seat. So it was a huge difference, and something we brought back to the West when we saw it. Like, this is genius. But you can see, still using European saddles in European girths. Meanwhile, we talk about Faisal and our outriders, they all use Western saddles.
Yes, absolutely.
So it's interesting just to see the difference in styles in there and just see what is going to happen on course. Now, I imagine we're still going to be holding back and waiting for a go officially, but I've seen, just checking over behind me, there's plenty of people out ready for this this show, and I'm just kind of waiting to see when it occurs at the moment. We're still just biding our time. It is 5 horses lined up at the moment, with the 6 leading the charge. I'm hoping it's just going to be a straight canter down the straight, which should leave no issues at all. You see our glorious grandstand there just in shot, looking resplendent. This seems to signal national anthem time when we get these wide angle views. Let's have a look and see maybe what's going to happen next.
الملكي.
All right then, so the national anthem has finished, I believe, and then we're going to wait for the horses to come by. Now that the dignitaries have arrived, then I don't think they'll be coming outside as such. I think we're just going to see the display next, which I'm sure will be happening very soon. They're just waiting for the all clear. And as you can see, the main rider there has the flag. It's a very large flag, but look, it just goes to show how good these horses are. A man carrying a very enormous flag, and he's behaving absolutely impeccably. The one on the far right, I can see he is in boredom. He's scooping his hoof there, so I'm sure he will get going very soon. But here on course, we have more people gathering round, which is nice. Of course, everyone's silent for the national anthem, but people have started to gather now just to watch this display, which, as I mentioned earlier, is the Arabian costume class, a celebration of Arabian horses' desert heritage, which is very important and special. And it's really lovely to be a part of, particularly as we've had this 2-day festival now, and we've seen all sorts of purebred Arabians, and it's important to know how versatile they are. We've seen them race, but they go on to do other things as well. They go on to do long distance rides because they're fantastic for their stamina. They're a really versatile horse, like I said, and you'll see often children riding them because they're so brilliant. Show jumping, dressage, you name it, and even in the procession that we are about to see very soon. Now, as far as I'm aware, all is still going ahead. We're just waiting for more here on course. Everyone is waiting nice and patiently as more people begin to gather round. But the temperatures have certainly dropped. We see more people actually gathering round the fires. It is cold here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the evenings. That's why we all have coats on. But nevertheless, it's still a lovely sunny day in the sunshine as it was earlier. As you can see on screen, you can see Prince Vandar there, which is nice because we've got plenty of cameras here on course, so that'll be able to flip through different images. Now, I do believe we're about to begin. We've got an announcement happening, but that is in Arabic, so I'll let you know if anything else happens. And we're off and away. So this lovely traditional display here, all hands raised by the riders at the back there. Beautiful display of 4 greys and in the middle a bay horse. But they're riding. So they're riding quite long, actually. Of course, if you are racing fans, perhaps you haven't seen other forms of riding. Got the longer stirrups there, but in a beautiful line as well, all with the hands raised and carrying that large flag also. But as I said, it's a fantastic celebration of course, the Arabian horses and the heritage here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the magnificence of the Arabian horse being what is said to be around 3,500 years old. And the thing is with these figures, it dates back that far that the exact date is actually hard to pinpoint, even the exact location of where the breed began. However, it is said to have believed that this breed originated and began 2,500 years BC. So this breed is something to honour and admire for sure. Now they're coming back now across the race course, and many people have got their phones out to capture the moment, this brilliant moment to see these horses. And what's happened next, which was very quick, one rider has just hopped off another horse, and then now they went into a canter and then a gallop, and it is absolutely magnificent. Look at that full balance. If you thought the purebred Arabian was balanced, well, you've got to look at that rider. Absolutely amazing. And remember, they're not going at a canter, that's a gallop. And the 2 riders there, I think they're going to come back. So we've got 2 riders on one. This is a good demonstration of the speed of the purebred Arabian as well. You can see how fast their legs go, and particularly as we see so many thoroughbreds, you can really get a good idea of how different the purebred Arabians are. And that's the last rider galloping back to the rest of the group there. Now, 2 riders have dismounted, and I believe, well, I'm wondering if maybe they're going to have 3 on board. Well, right now we see a display of a sword with a rider there. He's using the sword and it's bowed back over his shoulder. Now, what's incredible here, it's a bit like Cossack riding, actually. This man is running alongside the Arabian. We next have another man doing a handstand. And next up, a man is on his back. That is absolutely brilliant. Look at that for balance. Unbelievable scenes. And the final bay Arabian, the rider was doing a handstand and he flipped back up into the saddle. And the final horse coming, the rider, oh, look at that. He was hanging off and then he did a flip back on to the horse. So it's a display really of acrobatic movements there from the riders, and of course the sheer speed of the Arabian. Now the rider with the sword is now coming back. He's given 2 flips either side and it's back over his shoulder. Notice the high head carriage in that purebred Arabian. That's the typical, I always talk about this in the paddock. You typically see them with a high head carriage, a high tail carriage, flared nostrils and the dish in their face. So you can tell them a mile off. Here we go, another display of impeccable balance from the rider there, galloping back to where they started. That's 3 down. We've got a bay coming next. I don't know about you guys at home, but I definitely couldn't do that. And listen, I ride, but that takes some sheer balance. Unbelievable scenes. We had a woo there from that rider, and well celebrated because they are doing a fantastic job. The next rider, he's ridden backwards and he's flipped back onto the saddle. And next up, the sword rider is coming back there. He's tilted slightly forward there as he waves the sword, and he does this past the audience as everyone's gathered round by the track, and the rider then upside down. That's incredible. Pop in the comments what your favourite has been so far. Is it the man with the handstand or the hanging off? And actually let me know, any riders out here can do this, because this is unbelievable. And I actually have met a rider that used to do gymnastics on a horse. It is a real thing. Next up, the bay horse, the bay Arabian. Along he goes, balancing there, waving to the crowd. We've got some woos from this vocal rider, cheering to the audience. And finally, this has to be my favourite. He is galloping. I say galloping, he's running along the side, the galloping horse. Now imagine how fast that Arabian is going. It's fabulous. And what's nice is each rider has done a different thing. Returning back to where they began is our rider with the sword there. Talk about the tack that's used on these purebred Arabians. So remember how I mentioned that traditionally with the Arabian costumes, they are either hand woven, they're all with handmade materials that are used. Well, the clothes that we see today, I can see that the riders have on your general joppers and your boots. This is particularly ideal for what they are doing, as they are, especially going upside down, running alongside the horse. These Arabians have pellams in. So a pellam is primarily a strong bit. It will be metal along a straight bar. And this is for horses that are more keen. So you can see with the purebred Arabians that with their high head carriage and the way they power through with their chest, this is something that I noticed that purebred Arabians, when they race, they move with their chest, and you'll see these. So the pellam really helps with the control of these horses. They look keen and they look strong, so you need something in the mouth to be able to hold back. Now what's happening next on course? We can see some fire there. I believe we're going to have a fire display next. So one of the gentlemen who is there helping has taken the flag away. They have lit some fire on the floor, as we can see. I wonder what they're going to do. Are they going to leap through fire? We will have to see. And I wonder if they were going to pick up the fire. Then I wasn't quite sure what was going to happen there. Perhaps they're going to jump over it. I have seen fire displays before when horses do jump over, but we will have to see. Let us know in the comments what you think and what you think of this traditional Arabian display here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Marvellous job. I think that was actually a piece of cardboard that they set on fire, and he showed how he could pick it up there with the stake. Excellent efforts there. You notice as well with the tack, I think most of them have, they've got running martingales on, I do believe, so that's the martingales that are attached to the reins. I'll have a closer look. But again, because the purebred Arabians, they have that high head carriage, they'll have a tendency to lift their heads up quite high. So the running martingale that is attached to the reins will just help them drop that head just a little bit for the control. Next up on course, we have a waving of a scarf there. The atmosphere is really lighting up here on course. We've got the gentleman cheering there. Fabulous stuff. Up comes the next purebred Arabian. Is he going to pick it up? Fabulous stuff. He's picked it. Look at that. Round of applause. I hope everyone at home is clapping along. Don't forget, let us know in the comments what you think about this display. Absolutely wonderful. And you can be sure to learn a lot here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse with us on the English-speaking broadcast channel. We're all about racing, but we're all about purebred Arabians. Fantastic. So that's the final display there from the man with the scarf. Brilliant stuff. I think they're going to continue on, but let's hear what you guys think in the studio. And have we got any comments on this fabulous display as all the horses come by? We'll give a massive round of applause to the riders. They did a tremendous job. Back to you guys in the studio.
Oh, Hannah, superb. Absolutely superb. Well done you. You did a marvellous job, as well as the riders who are now just displaying in front of the crowd for one final time. Lovely scenes there. I tell you one person who's not going to be happy.
Bob.
Bob is going to be fuming. Bob, track manager Bob, is going to be fuming. They set fire. It's the wood chip based surface. They lit it on fire. Ah, yes. There we go. Everybody's happy as well. Great scenes as well. And lovely to see our dignitaries arriving and waving at these riders who are... This will be a big moment for them as well, because anything you get to do in front of royalty is always hugely important.
Yes, absolutely. Have you managed to perform in front of royalty, Callum?
No, I bumped into Princess Anne at Royal Ascot in the little tunnel underneath.
That's the Princess Royalty you, sir.
The Princess Royal. I bumped into the Princess Royal in the tunnel at Ascot and had a 2-minute conversation, and it was a very, very cool moment, a bit of a wild moment for me. But yes, that's the closest I've been. I think I played tag rugby in front of her at Murrayfield once too, but that was like, it was a Six Nations game, and we were sort of the half-time entertainment. That would be as close to performing in front of royalty as I'm going to get now. Have you done that?
No, I wasn't teeing that up as a man from my background. That has to be. I once went to Buckingham Palace with a my sister-in-law and a friend of hers whose brother was an equerry. And I was just told do not open your mouth when we're inside, otherwise they'll assume something's gone horribly wrong, which I thought was a bit racist. To be
Did you pass all the security checks?
I didn't need any security checks.
Unbelievable.
But I wouldn't.
But yes, we now should move on to race number 11. We'll give Hannah plenty of time to just get back into the space. John, you've sat.
John's still there.
Can you give us the run of the riders for race number 11?
Be an absolute pleasure, lads. Yes, and well done to all of you for taking us through all that. I wouldn't have been much good, I can tell you that for now. Right, Maith Al-Qadiyah, or Maith Al-Qadiyah is horse number 1, Adel Al-Faradi's aboard. Horse number 2 is Dim Al-Baha, Khalid Al-Mamoni. 3 is Montereha, Amimal. 4 is Al-Nasarella, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. 5 is Jade de Faust, Rayan Al-Twesh. Horse number 6 is Rakud Al-Ansari, Abdullah Al-Khamis. Horse number 7 is Mubarizat Al-Qadiyah, Naif Al-Anazi. Number 8 is Al-Gabra, Alexis Moreno. And horse number 9 is Shafa Al-Izam. Mohammed Al-Daham is aboard. So there we go, for that very brief interlude for the runners and riders section. It's back to the hardest working threesome in show business.
Thank you very much, John. Yes, a couple of horses to note in this one. In this, it's a good little contest, this, I think, Rory. We've got, let's have a look at some video form here. The first one is Maith Al-Qadiyah. Was putting up a real important string of wins. Looked like a horse that was she was just running ragged, running her rivals ragged, I should say. And then was a bit disappointing last time.
Yeah, it's her in the red cap. Several in the Al-Qadiyah colours in this race, but she fades out of contention late. They just never seemed to be on the right lead all the way through this race. Never looked comfortable, whereas she'd been impressive in beating some of these horses on previous starts.
That's Rakud Al-Ansari in front as well, who takes her on again today.
Yeah, Turkey Al-Qadiyah was the winner of this race. Mustab Seal Al-Qadiyah in second, and Masood Al-Qadiyah in third, who was then disappointing yesterday, starting out for a new yard. So a little bit of proof in this form, but prior to this, she'd won the Gulf Cup, beating Owen and Rakud Al-Ansari there.
Yeah, so now we're going to see some really old form. This is Dim Al-Baha, who's not been seen since 2023.
Yeah, this is November 2023 when Dim Al-Baha beat Mubarizat Al-Qadiyah in a Fillies Open, looking like a really good prospect. And she was only young at this stage, but for whatever reason, we didn't see her again through the season. The form looks good because she won this by a decent margin. Sharfa Al-Hizam back in third as well. 11.5 lengths the winning margin. The time was good as well for the trip, but obviously that long absence.
In fourth there as well,
I think you could well be right there, but the absence since that has to be a little bit of a concern. But Hannah will pick up whether she thinks that Dim Al-Baha is fit. She's only a 3-year-old then, so she's young enough to be going on again, and hopefully she can show that she retains plenty of that old ability.
What do you make of Jade de Faust, a horse we know plenty about, comes here with a rating of 115?
Speed is what Jade de Faust is all about. A winner of an Arabian Horses Open over 1,200 metres last time out, and had been in pretty good form early in the season, second behind Maith Al-Qadiyah in a Fillies Open over 1,400 metres. Winner of the Sprint Championship at Taif, beating Rakud Al-Ansari, but 1,600 metres is a big question mark for Jade de Faust, who's all about speed.
Yeah, she has been placed in open company over this trip, but that was when she was a 4-year-old. It was a long time ago now.
And as she's got older, she's developed that speed and become a little bit faster. It's always a bit dangerous to assume that horses who got quicker as they get older will stay a trip they might have. But the last time she raced over this trip, she was unplaced. That was in a 75 to 90 handicap. She's improved a lot since then, but she's improved a lot by getting faster, not by staying stronger.
Rakud Al-Ansari, mentioned her a few times. I always think she's quite interesting. I really liked her in Taif, and she sort of made a good start. She had a good time in the Taif season, very much like Fudapine, who we saw yesterday winning. Had a very good time in Taif last season. Then it was okay in Riyadh, and then the real competition came to the fore, and she was left well and truly in that place.
Yeah, she was second in the Sprint Championships prep at Taif this season behind Jamran Al-Qadiyah. Won an Open over 1,200 metres And next time out, as I said, was second to Jcsa, as we said, in that sprint championship, and has been running pretty well since. But again,
step up to a mile.
Step up to a mile is a question mark. She does handle 1,400 metres. She was third to Maytha Al-Khalidi over 1,400 metres last time out. Not beaten far, just beaten over half a length.
Entered into the race as well.
Yeah,
didn't
but
she?
the extra furlong has to be against her here, I would have thought.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there as well. So we talked about the 1 and the 2. What about Montera and Mal? This is the 3.
Got a tough race on paper. Montera Amal is rated 85, and I thought you're going to have to run to a rating in the mid 110s to win this, and I don't think Montera Amal is capable of doing that.
Hannah is in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye?
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, we're going to look at some more Arabians. Number 2, Dim Albar is who we're looking at here. Nice shiny chestnut coat we can see here. Not the best mover behind, but nevertheless looking very race fit, tucked up underneath. Temperament, having a good look around. Not on its toes or anything like that. But what stands out would be the coat for sure. The next horse we're going to look at is the horse behind. Number 3, Montera Amal. Coming up now, a darker liver chestnut. Beautiful colour, the darker liver chestnuts. Very muscled chest at the front, so plenty of space there, but I like a good muscled chest, especially on these Arabians. The walk isn't too bad, a tad stiff behind the leg towards me. Looks like it has a bit of a belly, but we've seen with these purebred Arabians, the powerhouses, the compactness of them can actually do them good. So that's good to see. Number 4, onto the greys now, is the next horse, Al Nasrallah. Number 4 here, that's it, has the noseband, very pretty face on this one, has the earplugs in, nice and tucked up underneath, looks quite long in the body as well, but not out of proportion by any means at all. I like the look of this number 4, that's for sure. Not massive great deal of definition on the hind end, but what stands out to me is the obliques, because I can definitely see those. Number 5 now is the horse behind, a beautiful white one here. She looks absolutely beautiful. She's having a little look around there. She's got lovely ears on her as she checks out. We've got more people gathered around the parade ring, which is great to see. Now she's got quite a high bum, quite a high head carriage, and in between I think I'd like to see a bit more muscle actually. She looks like she dips down and perhaps lacks the top line there, but of course you've got to take into consideration the build of the Arabian, and underneath I can see her obliques there as well, and some nice muscle definition on her shoulder. Her tail is tucked in a little bit. I would like to see her carry herself a bit better. Now that's 4 that I've had a look at here in the parade ring. Let's head back to you in the studio and see what you make of this race.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yeah, Rory and I just discussing this race here before the off. I think it's going to be really interesting. The interesting horse is Dim Albar, isn't it? Because on the form that she showed when we last saw her, she was so impressive. If she repeats that effort today, she'd probably be too much for this field.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that picture of her winning well. It is going back to November of 2023, so it's well over a year ago. But she was beaten Mubarazat Al-Khalidiyah by 11.5 lengths there. And Mubarazat Al-Khalidiyah comes into this race with a rating of 107, one of the more interesting horses in the race herself. And since then, she's won an Open from Rakud Al-Ansari, who's also in there, and finished last season winning the King Abdulaziz Cup for Arabian horses from Hafizak Al-Khalidiyah and Talal Al-Khalidiyah. So the impression you got there was that she's almost taken the crown that should have been Dim Albar's if we'd seen Dim Albar again. They're both coming off fairly long absences.
And we might have seen Dim Albar again, because the theme of this meeting is it's not going to appear on the race card.
No, the one thing we've reminded ourselves from this meeting is when you do get that win that appears in the race card, it's this meeting.
Okay.
So yeah, so it's not.
But what about any other Al-Khalidiyah farm races?
No.
Not think Dim Albar's been running there.
There aren't a host of Al-Khalidiyah farm races. Well, we should get Hannah to ask that question again. But no, the idea that horses rated to 120 are running up a sequence of wins at a non-licensed track rather than running here is is, well, it might have been true 2 years ago, but it wouldn't have been a sequence of wins. You don't have a series of races there. You do have smaller racetracks around the country, but they wouldn't be hosting races for horses of the quality of Dim Al Bar. So I think we know that she hasn't run since, but she looks fit and she looks well, and maybe she simply needed a break, and this is the opportunity for her to come back and win it at a meeting that a lot of these horses would have been aimed at because of its cultural importance.
His Royal Highness Prince Bandar just at the back of shot there, sitting furthest to the right. A big couple of weekends for him. He was here last weekend for the very good racing there, the Kings and Princes Festival over the last 2 days.
Yep.
And then he gets his 2-day purebred Arabian Festival there. And now it's Mutlaq is there too. He'll be hoping that this is the start of 2 very good races for him.
Certainly will.
Find out whether his 2 superstars are running.
Yeah, he's obviously doubly represented here with Maita Al-Khalidiyya looking to bounce back to form. She had been the picture of consistency until last time out. And obviously Mubarazat Al-Khalidiyya was really hitting a strong patch towards the end of last season, and she's coming back off that layoff as well. So a lot to look forward to here. A lot of questions, but I suspect we're going to see a very good performance from whoever wins this. I don't think it'll be any of the speedsters. Obviously, they can. The fillies with great speed here will be able to ask questions about the fitness of those who've been off the track for a while. But I think you'll need a winner who will stay the 1,600 metres. And I think Al Nasrallah is.
I was about to say, am I crazy thinking this is the most solid choice?
I'm not sure she's the most solid choice. I think you could probably forgive Maita Al-Khalidiyya last time out, but she's interesting in that she's had 3 runs. She's won them all. She's not beaten any stars so far.
She's shaped like she's wanted this mile trip as well.
She
when
has.
She's won over 1,400. Her best work within the last 200.
There's little doubt that she is capable of running to a mark higher than 100. What she's done, but yeah, she's been well placed to win those 3 races without having to come up against anything really tough. But she's gained her experience there, and she's gained a little bit of toughness for a race like this. So I think she's very interesting, and obviously Dim Al Bar is really interesting in what she showed last season. She got a rating of 110 for winning on what was just her 2nd career start, and she's clearly capable of better if whatever kept her off the track is behind her fully.
If I could do, it's interesting to see whether you'll play along with this. We've got 9 runners here. If I read off a name, just give me a line about the horse. Like just one line, rather than a form thing. Just one line. So if I said to you, Maita Al-Khalidiyya, what would you say to me in regards to this race?
I'd say she is rock solid if you ignore her last run, but her last run was worrying.
If I say Dim Al Bar, what do you say?
I say huge potential. But we need answers with that long break.
Montera Amal.
I would say outclassed.
Al Nasrallah.
I'd say toughest ask that she's had so far to date, but unbeaten and exciting.
Jade Faust.
Speedy, but this longer trip is a question for her.
Rakud Al-Ansari.
Very much in the same mould, very, very closely tied in with Jade Faust as well, but the pair of them, essentially 1,200 metre performers who stay an extra furlong, but a mile is probably too much for them.
Mubarazat Al-Khalidiyya.
Again, fitness would be the worry for her, but she won a very good race at the back end of last season, and if she's fit from that, she's a big, big player.
Al-Gharaba.
Al-Ghabra, I think it'll be harsh to say outclassed with a rating of 98. So I think she has chances on the pick of her form, but I think 1 or 2 of these might just have a little bit more potential than her.
And Shafa Al-Hazam, I imagine, is very similar to Montera Amal for the same owner.
In the same colours, one a year older than the other, both with similar ratings, and it'd be lovely to see them be able to win a race like this, but a bit of a disappointment of a horse exposed as being in the mid to high 80s was good enough to win a race of this nature.
Yeah, it's a fascinating contest here. Just the 9 going to post. Everybody at home, the viewers are beginning to creep up because you know we're coming towards the big one. Will Ahsan Al-Khalidiyya take on Talil Al-Khalidiyya? We'll warm up for that with this race featuring some Al-Khalidiyya runners in its own right. Maita Al-Khalidiyya under Adel Al-Faradi and Mubarazat Al-Khalidiyya under Naif Al-Anazi. Imagine team tactics will be in play here. Can be seen all the time in the purebred Arabian races. Mubarazat Al-Khalidiyya.
Well, there only are two of them, and they both got big chances on paper, so I don't think there will be team tactics in this contest.
Naif Al-Anazi? He doesn't go from the back of the pack, though, does he?
No, but he's not going to be sending Mubarazat Al-Khalidiyya in here as a burn-up pacemaker for Maita. I think he may well go to the front, but he'll be looking to control it, set an honest pace, and try to win if he can. He's not going to be sacrificing himself for the other one.
Yeah, and Nasrallah carrying 55.5 kilos compared to Mesa Al-Khalidi carrying 60. Obviously, Mesa rated 118, can't ignore that, but she's getting weight for age as well. And Nasrallah, this would be a big ask for her, but she's such an exciting prospect, and we saw an exciting prospect win yesterday.
Yeah, and she looks very good in the parade ring as well, so she should have more to come. We didn't really touch on the form of Al Gabra, who I believe is having her first start in Saudi. Last seen in the Kahela Classic for fillies, finishing. Hello, that's not right. I'll take that completely back. That's completely the wrong form line. Okay. Yeah, that's a different Al Gabra, but I'm not particularly familiar.
We don't know much about Al
Gabra, but the one who pops out in my form book is clearly from a little bit further back there.
Yeah, we're just going to have a dig around and see if we can find anything. I'm getting. I think this horse might have run in Europe. No, can't have done. Can't have done.
Yeah, the one I found.
You found
last one in 2013.
Yeah,
so
we both found that same Al Gabra.
Let's looking in the correct one. I've got no. Is French bred Al Gabra, has a rating of 98 from France, but the form is not coming up for me on either of the sites that I use.
I'm going to try my French site. This is where the old Callum Helliwell used to be a researcher comes into form here, because there is a French site that not very many people know about. Is Al Gabra 5? Yes, we've got Al Gabra.
By Al Mortajez, yes, I can find Al Gabra as well.
Got it.
Second at Toulouse.
A winner at Tarbes on penultimate start.
Yeah.
That was over 2,100 metres, which would suggest this could be a little bit short.
Possibly, yeah. All the form has been at 2,000 or 2,100 metres. Well. I do find, having seen having seen half a dozen ex-French horses come here, I find that the ratings have been way too high, especially those with turf form. Switching to the dirt here, I've seen horses come over with ratings in the 90s who can't win maidens here, and this one she obviously already has. But the races she's been in have been sort of conditions races, but not
She's
races
placed on the all-weather at Po on that PSS surface. That was 3 starts ago, back in March last year. She then ran in April last year. She's not been seen since May last year. That would be a concern for me
and
the
one prize she's won was worth €8,000. She got €3,000 for being placed last time out. Now she's running in a race worth $150,000.
I've got $300,000.
$150,000 to the winner.
To the winner, yes, the $300,000.
So in terms of value, this is a big step up. So we don't know an awful lot about Al Gabra without being able to look through that form. But although never out of the frame in 4 runs in France, I suspect this is a really tough ask.
Go on then, Rory. You're keeping your cards close to your chest. Who are you picking?
I'm going to go for Dim Al Bar to make light of a long absence.
Al Bar for Rory. I'll take you on with this Al Nasrallah. That's going to be the pick for me. Still unbeaten, hoping to stay that way. Hannah, who's your choice?
I'll take you both on number 7 for me. Over to you, John, for race number 11.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, they're going in. We've got the 1,600 metres this time round. Al Gabra goes in, waiting for the 9. Shafa Al-Izam to go forward, still at the back. Rakud Al-Ansari, the 4. Al Nasrallah still to go in as well. And then Mubarizat Al-Khaladiya. And also Dim Al Bar. 2 to go. In goes Mubarizat Al-Khaladiya. Dim Al Bar to come forward as well. Dim Al Bar's in. Ready. Starter not happy about something. Flag up now, flag down off, and indeed racing. And it was Montera Amal who was a little bit slowly away. Good start though was made by Dim Al Bar, and the light blue spotted jacket. Light blue jacket with the white spots has gone on, just drifts out towards the centre of the track, not desperately keen on bagging the rail. Also prominent is Meitha Al-Khaladiya, the grey there in the white distinguishing cap. In between the pair we've got Montera Amal, followed then by Al Nasrallah, who's in the dark blue and orange colours. The orange and black colours around the outside of Al Gabra, in danger of coming to the turn rather wide. Then Jade de Faust is up the inside rail there with the yellow distinguishing cap. Also there, Rakud Al Ansari, and also there is Mubarizat Al Khaladia. So they're very well grouped up as they start to make the turn. Plenty of chances, and it's Monterrey Amal who's just about the leader. To in second position Dim Al Bar, Monterrey Amal, Dim Al Bar. Then towards the outside Shafa Al Azam, a line of three. Followed then by Al Gabra, who's wide round the outside. The green colours of Rakud Al Ansari is getting a little bit closer as well. Then Meita Al Khaladia, who needs a gap or two to appear as she just tries to get through a fairly small one. As they make their way and turn for home, it's Dim Al Bar who's hit the front. Dim Al Bar, the leader. To in second position, Shafa Al Azam. These two now have gone on, but down the centre of the track, making good headway is Mubarizat Al Khaladia. And then down on the rail, Meita Al Khaladia as well. But it's still Dim Al Bar who holds the call, goes on by a couple of lengths. The rest are going to have to go to catch this one now. Inside the final 150 metres they go. Dim Al Bar for Khalid Al Mamoni to Meita Al Khaladia, who's wrestled free of the rest of them. Dim Al Bar, Meita Al Khaladia up towards the line. Dim Al Bar beats Meita Al Khaladia. Third horse home there in the end was Rakud Al Ansari, tight for fourth. Dim Al Bar, the winner. Another for Rory Delaghi. Getting the freedom of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at this rate. 1 minute 52.12 seconds. The winning time there. Dim Al Bar prominently ridden in a race where, again, there's been one or two of these races where you think there's been a bit more sort of tactical thinking going on than sometimes in Arabian contests. Meita Al Khaladia has finished in second. Rakud Al Ansari was third, and Al Nasrallah finished in fourth. 1 minute 52.12, 2 lengths the eventual winning margin. Meita Al Khaladia has run pretty well as well, got going a little bit late, maybe in a position which wasn't ideal down there on the rail, buried in beneath Arabian horses. Rakud Al Ansari in third, Al Nasrallah in fourth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4 in race number 11, the mere hors d'oeuvre to the main course, which comes up very shortly.
Well, Dim Al Bar is your winner here. She's returned from a massive absence and has been sent to the front by Khalid Al Mamoni and has won very impressively. Rory, you're lengthening your lead out in front here, and now 2 winners clear of me in second. I'm floundering now.
Plenty of races still to go, Callum.
Plenty of races still
Try to dig in for the last. Don't do anything silly by going against the big two in the final race.
Oh, no, that would be ridiculous. The big two won't even turn
People
up
sometimes
now.
panic in these situations.
There's no need to panic now. There's no need to panic. There was a bit of cause for panic for my selection, Al Nasrallah, who was last turning into the straight, ended up running on for fourth, but I don't think was given the greatest of rides from Abdullah Al Hussein in the saddle there. But take nothing away from our winner, who has beaten Meita Al Khaladia, who is a very, very good form line.
Yes, it's just a shame we didn't see an awful lot more of Dim Al Bar last season, because her defeat of Mubarizat Al Khaladia that we saw turned out to be very, very good form indeed. And she made light of her absence. She looked well and fit in the prelims, and she's dominated this race. Looked like she was there to shoot at in the straight, but she kept pulling out more and came clear of Maitha Al-Khalidiyya, who was the top-rated runner in the race, bouncing right back to form after that rare disappointment last time out to give some solidity to the form. Rakud Al-Ansari travelled very strongly. Maybe flattened out very late in the day, but nearly got the 1600 metres and ran a decent race. And as she said, Al-Nasrallah, she's run pretty well on the face of it to finish fourth. That was a big step up in terms of the quality that she was taking on, and the fact that she saw her race out is a positive for her going forward as well.
Definitely, yeah. There's lots to take out of that race, but the first thing that you have to say is that the winner was ridden with utmost confidence by Khalid Al-Mamoni, who kicked for home before they'd even turned into the straight and said, "Catch me if you can."
Yeah, but he was still keeping a little bit up his sleeve at the same time, and you get the impression there's just a little bit more to come from her. She was happy sort of to wait a little bit in front for horses to come at her, and she was always pulling out more from the front. So very, very likeable performance from her, and I'm sure she can kick on now. Hopefully she stays injury-free from this point. But yeah, she was only a baby last year and wasn't risked again after November for whatever reason. And maybe she could come back into training in the spring, but you don't necessarily want to run a filly like this back too quickly. And she's making up for lost time now, and is something to be pretty excited about. Definitely want to put in your notebook. Again, the whole issue about this meeting is we don't see the form, but this was a very strong race on paper with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 horses rated 107 or higher. It's a very high quality contest, and the form should work out very well.
Yeah, Khalid Al-Mamoni rode her with utmost confidence, but it was Montera Alamal who was the horse that took the early lead, and Khalid was happy to let that one go by.
Yeah, Maitha Al-Khalidiyya also got away fairly well, but she wanted to tuck in behind into about 4th or 5th place on the rail, and that's where she stayed. But Montera Alamal, or Amal rather, wasn't particularly likely to stay in front on form. She's a useful enough filly, but she had 20 odd pounds to find with the best of these. So I think the others were happy for her to cut out the donkey work. And at this stage, we see Dimel Bar just going up to challenge for the lead. And she's always going to be strong from this point. None of them in distress at this stage, really. They're all sort of queuing up, waiting their turn. Obviously, if you were with Al-Nasrallah, rather, you might not have been pleased with the position you were in.
Well, considering she broke out in 4th, she'd ended up in last turning into the straight, and then has passed a lot of horses before she'd even really got rolling. Yeah, it was just a bit of a meh performance. But again, this is a massive, massive step up for her. And I think she'd ridden to get home rather than ridden to win the race, because the winner has been ridden to win this race.
She's been ridden with kid gloves to some degree, because she'd been well placed to win her 3 races. She hadn't met anything nearly as highly rated as these, and you don't want to blow her brain running in her first, what is effectively an open race or a cup race, really. Whereas next time out, she'll have learned a fair bit from this, and you'd expect her to take another step forward. But she's still one to be interested in, and there'll be easier races that she can be placed in as well.
Certainly will be. But your winner there is just Khalid's just beginning to get his position here. This is about a couple of furlongs after they've left the gate. Look at where Rakud Al-Ansari is. Very different tactics here. They rode her to get home, and she's rewarded them with the 3rd place.
She has, yeah, and Jcsa was also sort of held on to in the hope of staying the trip, but that one hasn't covered herself in glory here, despite having very good form through the season. But as you said, the two of them in the Ashmole stable are together at the back of the field, Jcsa and Al-Nasrallah. But it's Al-Nasrallah who's seen it out better. But you're right that we have seen a good run from Rakud Al-Ansari, who's showed an ability to settle and has seen this out reasonably well. So I'd have thought, there might be a possibility Rakud Al-Ansari could win a race, an open race over this sort of trip, but the higher up the ladder you go, the more you can't sort of hide that lack of stamina. And while this was a good, she looked like she was going to deliver a little bit more with a furlong to go than she has in the end. And it hasn't been an end-to-end gallop either. It's been quite a tactical race with
they weren't going
Montera Amal was probably going as fast as she could, but she couldn't get most of these off the bridle. And then when Khalid Al-Mamoni took over in Dim Al Bar, he wasn't trying to break world records in going from the front. And she's clever enough that she wasn't going to burst herself either in front. She's pricked her ears and she's raced within herself. So that's a good good sign for the future for her.
Wonderful scenes here as the winning connections collect their trophy in the lounge area, which is a lovely spot here on the racecourse. And yeah, we can get excited about what the future holds for Dim Al Bar, who will have plenty to say in purebred Arabian races for the rest of this season, and certainly amongst her own sex, she could be very, very dangerous, Rory.
She could indeed, and I think the best of the mares are capable of putting it up to most of the colts and geldings as well, with one or two exceptions, one or two of whom we're about to see in our final race.
Yes. Well, we don't.
That's why I said one or two. Yeah.
It really does come down to this, because to be perfectly honest, I have no idea he's about to walk into that parade ring. Everybody is gathered. The outriders are in position just behind me to my right. They're about to go through, and we're about to find out whether Afsan Al Khalidiyah will take on Talal Al Khalidiyah. John Blance, give us the runners and supposed riders in this contest.
Well, I can only read out what's put in front of me here, Callum, so I will do that and then hope we'll get some confirmation when the happenings start in the parade ring, but nothing yet. Horse number 1 is Majdala, mounted Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Turkey Al Khalidiyah is horse number 2, Naif Al Anazi. Barres number 3, Camilo Ospina. 4 is Al Hareth, Fawaz Wanas. 5 is Tilal Al Khalidiyah, and that's the mount of Adal Al Fredi. Horse number 6 is Asfan Al Khalidiyah. And then with horse number 7 is Sun Armour. Horse number 8 is Kazwarat Al Khalidiyah, Tariq Al Mansour. Horse number 9 is Vizier, Mohammed Al Daham. And horse number 10 is Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah. So there we go. Those are the runners and riders. Hannah, it's over to you.
We're in the quiet location of the pre-parade ring, and right in front of you is number 6, Asfan Al Khalidiyah, as he walks out looking absolutely marvellous. Wouldn't be a huge fan of that hind end movement, but nevertheless, as I always say, it does not mean that these horses cannot perform. Of course not. Now, that hind end is very well muscled indeed. That's probably actually one of the most well muscled rear ends I've seen today in Asfan Al Khalidiyah. Very gorgeous shiny coat as he comes underneath this light here. Real nice shine actually, a beautiful silver colour. So that's Asfan Al Khalidiyah. Now, as of yet, we haven't actually seen Talal Al Khalidiyah. So we are just waiting for Talal, but at least we can get a good look at what Asfan looks like indeed. As I said, a real good, gorgeous silvery shine from that coat, which is what we like to see. Now, I also want to show you all Vizier, who has actually walked out of the... you can probably see me very soon. If you come with me, come along, we're going to go and see Vizier. Remember I said this is like one of my favourite parts of the racecourse in this pre-parade ring. It's lovely and quiet, and it's the moment that we can really see the excitement build up, because this is a big race, remember. $1.5 million up for grabs. Okay, and the winner will get $750,000. It's all to play for. Have a look at Vizier, horse number 9. Again, looking beautiful. You see that gorgeous shine, but you wouldn't really expect anything less in this competition. We have a good look there. Ears prick forward, gorgeous shine. You see that muscle along the neck, all down the shoulder, underneath the obliques, and a real good defined hind end. You see the fitness line as well. Well turned out, beautiful tail, so well done there to the handlers. A gorgeous shine. Just behind as well, we've got another horse waiting. They're all starting to go out to the paddock now, so we'll head back to you guys in the studio, and then we'll try and see if we can get an image of Talal Al Khalidiyah as the excitement builds up. Back to you guys.
Stop building.
Well, I don't think the excitement's going to start, because at this moment in time, Asfan Al Khalidiyah is the only one of the big names that's here aside from Vizier. 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10 in the parade ring. Horse number 3 and horse number 5 are not. So that's Barriz, supposedly the mount of Camilo Ospina. You're going to put a little asterisk by that one, probably not going to go. And Asfan Al Khalidiyah, Talal Al Khalidiyah is probably not going to go either by the looks of things, Rory. Arguably a little bit of a... Oh, we're hearing something different. We're hearing something different. I'm being told. Does Hannah know something? Hannah, what do you know?
Guess what, Callum? Guess what, Rory? Talal Al-Khalidiyah is here. Come and have a look in the pre-parade ring. Now, I know you've all been waiting, right? And I know you thought he wasn't going to be here, but don't you worry, because he's right here right now, just getting some more final checks. So we're going to go in and then we'll get good visions of him walking in. So we've got the 3-horse coming in now, but what you will see in just a moment as Talal Al-Khalidiyah comes, he looked fabulous in the paddock last time, and he looks great this time now. Here he comes, he's walking in, and he's looking marvellous. Look at him. So he's heading into the paddock. He's just stopping there. See, he's got the earplugs in, which will be taken out before the race. He's a beautiful thing, isn't he? A real nice width within the chest that you can see up front. So we've got a good glimpse here. Here he comes. Look at that. Look at the muscle, look at the coat. I will leave you with that vision. Guys in the studio, the competition is on.
Oh, it's on, it's happening. We had our doubts, but it is happening. Let's have a look at some of these horses in action. The first one we'll look at is Talal Al-Khalidiyah, last into the parade ring, but maybe first across the line. The clash is on, Rory. It's on, it's happening. And now the excitement can really continue to build. Afsan versus Talal. Let's look at Talal first. He's the first one that's worth a mention and was a winner last time out in pretty tremendous style, Rory. This was only last week, though, so it's a quick turnaround, but he hardly broke a sweat.
No, this was a big race. The Imam Turkey bin Abdullah Sword last week, one of the big races of the season, and he's just laughed at his rivals, hasn't he? Is that Surema in second place?
It is Surema, not to be confused with Al Hareth.
dear old Al Hareth, I think, is further back in the field there, isn't he, on the inside? But yes, he looked different class. He's the highest rated of these, 129 his rating. The pair have only met once before, Talal Al-Khalidiyah and Asfan Al-Khalidiyah, and Talal won that as well. But here is Asfan, the dashing grey, winning a weaker race. It's just an ordinary open race here. A little earlier in the season, this was back in November,
this was his
wasn't
seasonal
it?
Reappearance.
Yeah, this is over 1,800 metres. Since then, he's gone to Abu Dhabi and been disappointing. But it's worth pointing out that the 2 times he's travelled overseas, he's run below his best form, where he remains unbeaten in Saudi Arabia. So fans of Asfan will be hoping that he can prove himself invincible on these shores. He was closed down late that day, but it was a different class. Here's Talal now getting on his toes in the parade ring. But yeah, it seems the clash is on.
Yeah, Hannah, you're in the parade ring. What's it like down there? The atmosphere must be palpable.
Oh, it's Talal Al-Khalidiyah. He's an interesting chap, isn't he? He's actually... Now, if you remember, actually, his last run here, we're just going to keep out the way because he is getting a little bit on his toes, is saying far too little, because as soon as the jockey got on, he has picked up the excitement. Now, remember last time, he was on his toes, he wasn't happy. However, he got on the track and he was okay. So what we can learn from this horse is he just wants to get on with the job. Right, so now the jockey's on. He's whistling as well, you see. So that whistling is just to take the horse's attention away. He's grinding his teeth as well, a little bit anxious, but listen, we know he performs very, very well. So what they're probably going to do is, I can imagine they're going to get him out to post very quickly before the others, just to ensure that he's okay. Well, we'll get the next horse in vision, of course, Asfan Al-Khalidiyah. Jockey about to board. On he gets. He's behaving much better. His teeth's probably going to start grinding as well because they want to get on with the job. But these two, honestly, they look an absolute picture in the parade ring, and I'm going to lock in my thoughts for this race. It's going to be Talal Al-Khalidiyah. I like his body. I like his attitude. And of course, remember, this is the first time, like many of you probably at home, if you're tuning in with us for the first time, I'll be seeing Asfan Al-Khalidiyah. Very much looking forward to this race. Guys in the studio, what are your thoughts? Are you liking what you see? That is the question.
Oh, they're chalk and cheese, aren't they, Hannah? They really are. Talal basically turning himself inside out in the parade ring and only getting settled when he knows there's a racecourse in front of him. And Afsan just looking calm, serene, cool, selected. Here you're seeing, this is one of the interesting runners, Sun Aimer here, horse number 7. He is ridden by Sufiane Saadi, who is a Qatari-based jockey. But he is the main jockey for Wasnan Racing out in Qatar. Has had plenty of big race success. Is coming here as well, maybe to get his eye in ahead of Saudi Cup weekend too. So we'll wish the best of luck to Sufiane, who rides here in horse number 7. Keep an eye out for him, a top young jockey, and certainly plenty of people at home watching to see how he gets on.
Yes, it'll be very interesting to see how Sufiane Saadi gets on here, starting out. But not easy to fancy Sun Aimer on paper, but always good to see top riders.
Sufiane is his name. They just get that corrected, so I don't upset anybody there. Sufiane is the rider aboard the 7. Sufiane Saadi.
Yes, it'll still be interesting to see how Sufiane Saadi gets on here, but surely we won't be winning this race. That would be a bit of a turn up for the books. There are 4 horses rated 120 or higher here, so we've got got 4 of the highest rated horses in Saudi Arabia in terms of the purebred Arabians. It wouldn't do to underestimate Kaswarat Al Khaladia, who is a very, very smart performer on his day, or indeed Vizier, who's capable of springing a shock in a race like this as well. But it does, when it comes down to it, the two really exciting horses in the country are Asfan Al Khaladia and Tilal Al Khaladia, as we've seen in the parade ring. Very, very different types. One almost unperturbable, bit of a movie star. One just a racehorse, pure and simple. Doesn't really do with the preliminaries. Doesn't want any kind of parade. Just wants to have the jockey on his back and get out onto the racecourse as soon as possible.
And you'd probably be a little bit frustrated if you were Naf Mutlak there, because at the end of the day, you've brought this horse into the parade ring to be last in, but you've had to stand in the pre-parade ring, then in the shoot, then do a lap and a half of the parade ring. It's like this last thing you want to do. You want him in and out as quickly as possible. Yeah. But the public have to see these horses.
Yeah, exactly. And this is something that we need to deal with in UK racing as well. Trainers of highly strung horses don't want to mess around in the parade ring, but people won't go racing if they can't see the horses in the preliminaries. And I know plenty of people who go really and get close to the parade ring. And one of the highlights of the day has been able to get to see all the horses, monitor them through the season, see how they develop. And when you get these horses who come out, do half a lap, and then turn out in the course, I've also seen when the bell goes for them to go out, they've just started a circuit of the parade ring, turning around and going out the chute as well. Big fines for that, thank you very much. And courses need to clamp down on it because the horse is the star.
Yeah, it is the star, and it's all part of the race. You have to get through the prelims.
Yep.
There are horses who have famously ruined their careers because they've not been able to get through the prelims. So it's well worth noting that you have to go through these things. And at the end of the day, it's going to be far busier on Obeya Classic Day. It's not going to be like this. There'll be 3-4 deep in the crowd ahead of Obeya Classic Day, especially.
And in fairness, with Tilal, he's his issue is when he gets mounted is when he tends to get really excited. But then when he knows the jockey's on his back and the race is impending, he tends to become a lot more professional. So it's just that minute or two. It's not like he boils over parading like a lot of horses can do, and they get sweaty, they get hot, they use up energy they shouldn't be using pre-race. And while it looks like he does that to a degree, he keeps coming out and winning races, so it's not doing him any harm.
All right then, Rory, go on. Let's get selection in nice and quickly. They're already down at the start. Who are you with?
Tilal. There's nothing to choose between them really on overall form, but Tilal has beaten Asfan the one time that they have met, and Tilal is coming here off a win last week, whereas Asfan put in the only genuinely disappointing of his career when last seen.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm in the Tilal fan club too. I think he's a really, really exciting horse. A horse we didn't really get to build a relationship with because wasn't in time for our first season, while Afsan was absolutely cantering over everything. Yeah. But it's now really exciting. Look at him, he's a mean sausage, isn't he? He's just a really mean, nasty boy, and he just knows how to win races. Hannah really likes Tilal Al Khaladir as well. So it's a triple threat on Tilal. John Blunt, it's over to you.
Thank you very much. They're about to load up. The goggles are coming down. This is ultimately a great race if you're a fan of the Al Khaladir stable, because there's quite a few of them as they're about to load up. I always think, and call me a massive party pooper if you want, but when you try and distill a horse race down to A versus B like it's a boxing match or a tennis match, I think you're making yourself a bit of a hostage to fortune. But anyway, we will see. Til Al Khalidiyah and Asfan Al Khalidiyah may well end up in a terrific stoush all the way to the line. So there are one or two other pretty talented Arabians in this spot as well. Anyway, we're ready. Stand by. 1,800 meters. Some of the best Arabian horses in the world here on show. Now we've got a Riyadh. Looks like it's Kaswarat Al Khalidiyah in one of the distinguishing caps, the yellow cap. Just being attended to. There's Majala in stall one. And one or two of the handlers, I think, just having a look at Kaswarat Al Khalidiyah, but they're off and racing now. They are racing slowly away. Majala also rather slow out the gate was Sunama as they make their way through the early part of the contest. Pretty good start from Asfan Al Khalidiyah, who's in mid-division at the moment, and Til Al Khalidiyah not too far away. But the lead is with Kaswarat Al Khalidiyah, who got a little bit anxious in the stalls, but has got away okay. The Vizier, the blue jacket, towards the left as we look at them. The red cap is Mustabsil Al Khalidiyah. Then Barres, who's in the check jacket, followed through then by Til Al Khalidiyah, who's the bay horse. The grey is Afsan Al Khalidiyah. They've both got black caps on, slightly different versions of the colours. Then after that, towards the outside, Sunama, that's in the orange saddlecloth, followed then by Majala, and then towards the rear of the field at the moment, Turki Al Khalidiyah, and Al Hareth is right at the back. So they're making their way down towards the end of the back straight, and driven along out in front, it's Kaswarat Al Khalidiyah to Vizier around the outside in second. In between the pair comes Tilal Al Khalidiyah, then Asfan Al Khalidiyah, who's racing in fourth. Then up the inside, Barres, this little quintet, have just now moved on from the rest, and they're headed by Sunama as they start to make the swing for home. And it's Tilal Al Khalidiyah. Adel Al Faredi just taking a little look between his legs to see where his main rival is. Round the outside, Vizier is still boxing on. Asfan Al Khalidiyah looks a little bit tired in third. Bit of a gap back then to Barres in fourth as they make the turn for home. Tilal Al Khalidiyah to Asfan Al Khalidiyah as they go inside the final 400. One that's staying on well is Barres, not totally out of it either, but it's Afsan Al Khalidiyah who's had to give best to Tilal Al Khalidiyah here. Tilal Al Khalidiyah by about 2.5 lengths to Afsan Khalidiyah, who's trying hard to now bridge the gap. It's Afsan Al Khalidiyah still with 2 lengths to find. Tilal Al Khalidiyah is the leader, but is getting tired. Afsan Al Khalidiyah late doors and now just drifting as well. Tilal Al Khalidiyah as they go to the line. Goodness me, that's tight. Tilal Afsan very close. A jubilant jockey. Barres has finished in third. Fourth horse home is Vizier. But goodness me, what a finish.
Oh, wow. Oh, what a finish. What a race. What a horse race, Rory. It was an absolute humdinger. They came very close in the straight. Talal's been confirmed, but surely someone will have to have a look at that. But again, it's not under JCSA rules. So there won't be an official truth inquiry that we'll get stuck into. So
that's an interesting one.
This race, whoever crosses the line first is the winner, because this race doesn't exist. But everybody at home, this is a stunning turn of events, because arguably Asfan Al Khalidiyah, I would say, was the moral winner of that race, Rory. I love Talal. I think he was a superstar, but Asfan had him down to rights there all the way through.
It was everything you wanted, and then a little bit more on top, wasn't it? Controversy, excitement, a superb finish. What more could you want?
Yeah, a hugely exciting race. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. It's been a long afternoon, but it was well worth the wait. Thank you, Afsan Al Khalidiyah. Thank you, Talal Al Khalidiyah. We'll see you when they clash next time. Bring on the Obeyo Classic. We can't wait, and we'll be here tomorrow bringing you all the action on Saturday.